Waking on the blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be
6 minutes past the hour. Wow, I sound terrible. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm going to have to just kind of really bring it back here. I am Speedy, even though you probably can't recognize my voice. Not sick, just have none. Just don't have a voice. We are here. It is another week, another day, and we thank you for joining us. 866 We Be Big. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. Good morning, sir.
Hey, what's up?
You know, the job and the business that we're in.
Sound good.
Whenever we start talking, it feels one way off air, and then all of a sudden you put headphones on and you start talking on mic, and boy, it feels weird when your voice ain't right.
Yeah, it's like it's somebody else talking.
Yeah, this all comes from Saturday night at the Stallions game. I was on the mic and going nuts and having a good time, and woke up Sunday morning for church and had no voice. And so here I am, and this is kind of what you get. It's getting a little better now.
A little better.
All right.
Sounds kind of
so Saturday night, the Stallions hosted the DC Defenders and won on a 43, 46-yard field goal and beat them 20-18, and so they remain undefeated in the UFL. And it was awesome because that was my first opportunity to be there and do a UFL game, which was really cool.
Yeah.
You had the DC Defenders from the XFL division, and then you had of course, the Stallions hosting from the USFL division. And so it was two of the better teams, and so I get there, and we're having a good old time and get to meet some folks. I actually met, believe it or not, bringing in Talladega Super Speedway weekend and the Geico 500.
Yeah.
I met Mamba, who is the chief hype officer for NASCAR.
I saw him. It was the Saturday races earlier in the day. So he left there and came.
He left there. He came to Protective
He was working
Stadium.
pit road, I think, that day.
Okay.
What I saw.
And I got to meet him, and he kind of delivered the game ball at the 50-yard line, and I looked at our sheet of like timeout and copies and different things, and they had me doing two things prior to kickoff, and one of them was to hype the crowd up and introduce everybody to Mamba. And so they wanted one side to be saying Birmingham, the other side Stallions. Y'all have seen that a ton of times.
Yeah.
You pick your team. You've seen the hype guy do that. So it comes down to me, and it comes down to me, and we had just met, and he's a pro. I mean, he's good, and so I'm like, hey, I'll introduce.
Hey, Mamba.
Hey, anytime you've got a live.
Did you call him Mamba?
That's his name.
Well, it was Mamba something.
Mamba Thomas. I can go back and look.
Well, I remember it on the screen.
Yeah. And so Thomas, I think. Now you got Tom. Is it Mamba Smith? Now you got me worried about it, Greg.
No,
Thanks, buddy.
I just knew it had a full name.
I remember. I just called him Mamba, Greg.
I got you.
When your name's Mamba, that's kind of what people do.
Yeah.
They call you Mamba. But anyway, so
It's like one name, yeah.
Anytime you've got a live mic with a huge echo, you can't go back and forth and be that's an awkward moment. You know how I am with that. So I was like, okay, I'll just start it out and then hand it to you, and then you give it back to me. So we do that, and we finish. And the first thing he says to me, he goes, I ain't going to have a voice tomorrow. That's what he says.
He was right.
And I'm like, I just laughed it off. I was like, yeah,
Mamba.
Yeah, come on,
You'll
man.
be good, Mamba.
This always happens at
Did
the
he tell
first.
you weren't going to have a voice Monday?
Yeah, this always happens. The first time after I do something like this, but never this bad.
Yeah, you need some what is it, honey and something.
I don't know. But anyway, so we get through about a minute and a half before halftime, and all the bad weather they said was coming hit. And you know how they are with lightning. They've got their lightning detectors.
Yeah, there was a day when we didn't care.
Right, and I thought I talked about that. Was it the Iron Bowl that year?
Oh,
yeah,
unbelievable.
Tornado warning. or something?
Yeah, tornado hit Oxford.
My
and
gosh.
they never stopped the game, and it was horrible. The rain, the lightning.
And so anyway, so it hits, and Taylor Bonds, who was working the game day stuff, does a great job. with Inventive Sports, and so we're sitting there, and she says, "Hey, the officials are telling us on two-way it's 10-15 minutes away." And I'm like, really?
Get you a good handhold.
And so I'm like, okay. So she said, so this probably will be the last hit, and it's one of those helmet shuffles, where there's three helmets and the ball spins, and so I had a young kid that was the contestant, and we're having a good old time and stuff, and we don't no more than finish.
Drop.
And here it comes. And actually, we did that one in a light sprinkle. And then the first lightning hit.
Bam.
And Derek Scudder, who does a great job, he's on the PA up in the booth, and he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, and
get out of this.
I don't care where you go, but you can't stay here." That kind of thing. And so it was 30 minutes every time the lightning hit. And so they eventually just sent me home, and the Stallions ended up. I think they finished somewhere around midnight.
Oh wow.
And met a lot of folks that I had never met. The energy from that crowd is different. It's hype. It's crazy. I met the Horseman section.
What about that guy that was in full pads we saw on the TV?
Oh, he's hilarious.
He had shoulder pads on the cowboy hat.
He's hilarious. He's hilarious. And then, of course, I was long gone, probably in bed, and I saw footage of one section where everybody just a bunch of dudes was
Still
in
there?
the rain, playing in the rain. But congratulations to Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions for staying undefeated.
How about that?
And now I have no
conditions.
voice. It's never been this bad ever. I don't know what's up.
You have to get some water or
Yeah,
something. Ain't helping.
Saturday, Greg and I will be at Shops at Grand River. Did you forget about that one?
I did.
I just said
That's
it.
this Saturday?
It's the 27th.
All righty. Well,
We're there from 1 to 3.
Yeah.
And we'll be there part of their big spring event.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, I would like to see people come on out.
Yeah, why not?
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, it is 1 to 3.
Come on out and see us.
I'm getting the folder.
Let's
right
kick
now,
it off.
as I can't talk. Let's see here.
Let's see I think the weather's going to be good. I
look
think
at
it's a
you.
little early, a little far out. Let me back off.
No, I think you're right.
Here's the thing. Yesterday, all we heard, they pretty much had guaranteed that the race would be rained out,
Yes.
and it was.
All right, so I was actually.
but that's my point. Is you can't predict it 100%.
No, you can't. I was actually talking to Mamba about that.
You and Mom was pretty tight.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. I'm going to get his name because now it's his last name. Let's see. Yeah, Mamba Smith. Mamba Smith. His last name is Smith. He's the NASCAR chief hype officer. Didn't know there was one of those.
Mamba would be not such a common last name.
I know. Mamba Smith.
Okay.
Great guy, but he said, we're a little concerned about the weather. We're not sure what the deal is, because that was when we were talking to him. It was 6 o'clock Saturday night. The rain hadn't gotten there. It was in Mississippi, headed east into Alabama, and he said that's a discussion that we've been having. Will it get out of there by noon so they can start drying the track or whatever? Yeah. Anyway, it turned a little breezy and cool at times, but it turned into a great day.
Yeah.
So they did get it in, and we got to discuss all that and how that went down. But anyway, I got to meet him. We got through it. They sent me out, and we had a good time. But this coming Saturday, you and I will be at the Shops at Grand River for their Spring Palooza celebration, 1 to 3. We'll be in that little concourse area.
Yeah, we've been there before. We were there for the tree lighting.
Yeah, we'll have a little meet and greet there and all that. Plus, I've got the winner's information for the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix that's coming up Sunday the 28th. Yeah. A lucky listener or viewer has been drawn, and we allowed y'all to we set up this registration deal on the contest page, and have been letting all of you register for that, and we will announce the winner today as we have them for the Sunday general admission, garage tickets, parking pass, and a little meet and greet with the Grand Marshal, Riley Green. So that's coming up today as well. So there you go. Table is set, and I apologize for my voice. Hopefully it's not too painful to listen to, but I don't know what else to do.
It ain't that bad. Now, it's early. We got a ways.
We do.
So
get through this hour. Maybe I won't talk as much.
You can point and do
the guys
that AL for local and stuff. Or live.
We could switch and you run things. I just go over there.
Okay.
You want to do that? All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Take us to break, Greg.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Rick and Bubba.
Most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now before an emergency strikes. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply are experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, and these kits last up to 25 years. Go to preparewithbubba.com, save $50 a kit. Are you somebody who likes the deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Greg, what if I lowered my voice like this?
Just do that.
What if I was Kevin Calloway?
I'm Kevin Calloway, spinning the sounds.
All right, we're back. So far, the email of the day, and it's an early.
Yeah.
Hey, I was shocked when I tuned in to the Rick and Bubba show this morning, and I heard RFK Jr. hosting the kickoff hour. How about this voice I got?
Ricky's cranking up the stallions.
Oh my goodness, it zapped me.
Yeah,
So that
him and Mamba.
Hey, so far that is the email.
That's funny.
Okay, Nationals president's
there it is.
president's race turns into mascot brawl. That's another story we got today.
We love the president.
Oh!
You know, did you see him get?
Somebody got decleated.
Wow.
Oh,
And then somebody jumped.
oh, we
I
love
love
mascot
the president's
humor.
race when
Yeah.
when them big giant heads are running down.
Yeah, I love that too.
Well, evidently they turned into a brawl.
Yeah, we'll have to cover that today for sure.
That's funny.
All right, so NASCAR, Tyler Reddick wins, and it was quite the finish there. As there was a wreck right at the finish line. The final lap, it was
Coming out
pretty
of the
intense.
trial, they're going for the flag, and
I actually got to catch a lot of Talladega. I was going back and forth. We had some things to do, and so I would have it on, leave the room, come back. It was still on, that kind of stuff. But I saw
That's
Michael
fun
Jordan,
racing.
and it was kind of a cool little moment. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm Tyler Reddick, and Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan on the team. Hamlin gets caught up in the Toyota's wrecking earlier in the race, but yet then as an owner wins the race. That was kind of wild. And then so Michael Jordan is holding my son at Victory Lane and celebrating, and then walks my son over to me.
yeah.
I mean, what a memory for his son that won't remember anything, but yet later in life they would go, "No, you understand? See this man holding you right here?
Yeah.
That was Michael Jordan.
Probably the greatest basketball player.
Yeah,
ever played.
yeah, and he owned Daddy's team,
Yeah.
and walk. It's just what a cool moment, all that. But I saw it looked like a great crowd. We talked about the weather. It kind of opened up and was a little breezy and cooler in Alabama, but a beautiful Sunday afternoon.
It was, and what a great race. My God. Look, again, the drivers is stressful for them, but I love that restrictor plate, large track racing. That's just fun.
Yeah, it really was.
And they almost made it. They almost made it to right there in the tri-oval. All hell breaks loose.
Yeah. It was quite. So at Talladega, you got 2 wide, 3 wide. They tried the 3 wide there towards the end. It didn't quite catch, and so the 2 wide. Brad Keselowski was on the bottom behind. Was it McDowell?
Michael McDowell.
Yeah.
Who had led a lot of the race. He was on the pole.
And Reddick was up top, and McDowell was going back and forth.
Blocking.
And really did a great job holding everybody up.
Yeah.
And then that last turn around the tri-oval, he went high, and then Keselowski tried to go high and then get back under him, and then they got caught up and started. And then Tyler Reddick just kept it going, and it just opened up for him, and he gets the win. So congratulations to Tyler
That's exciting.
and the team, and it was just kind of cool little moment seeing him hold Michael Jordan holding his 4-year-old son. And hanging out, and even I think Harvick and some of the other guys was like, well, now that's a pretty cool moment right there.
Yeah. And you brought up the Toyotas. They at one point they thought they had to conserve fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was getting close to the window. Mm-hmm. So they all came in together.
Correct.
And then went out in a straight line and wreck each other.
Yeah.
They tried to get in line and just going to run the front pack down, and they got in the back of one of them. And
they talked to a very embarrassed Bubba Watson about it.
Bubba Wallace.
But Wallace, excuse me, not Watson. He's a golfer.
No wonder he wrecked.
And he was like, yeah, we got caught up.
Yeah.
You could just, that's a little embarrassing, to say the least.
Yeah, they were going to run them down, and they crashed.
Right. Yeah. And hey, by the way, they had everybody. They had everybody in a handle, because they had made. But what they were, look, Harvick and the crew, that people that know and not me, they were like, what their move that they made, that was going to present a problem for Ford and Chevy and all them, because what they had done was going to work. And then they get caught up in the wreck.
Run in the back of each other.
Yeah. And then Hamlin almost got through it and then got clipped.
Of course, Reddick made it through it.
Yeah,
so.
He sure did. So congratulations. And towards the end, Toyota did push him through.
Yeah.
But great crowd. I know a lot of you might still be kind of, recovering from that. Some already up and headed to work, and then some leaving the track are still there.
What about the ones that's been there since last Wednesday?
Yeah.
And had, even though the race didn't get rained out, you dealt with some rain throughout the week. And when you're camping, now, if you got the nice big RV, awesome.
Yeah.
But in them tents and the water everywhere, that's horrible.
Reese had his best buds to go. They had a group. He couldn't go because of work today in Huntsville, but he said they had a blast. He was getting texts from them and everything. But the crowd looked really good.
Yeah, they're back drawing big crowds.
Yeah,
they really are. So, to me, it's the best place to watch a race.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm a little partial. I've been coming there ever since I was a little kid. I think the first time we went was 1972.
Good night.
Yeah.
I've talked about this a little bit, but I never was into NASCAR at all.
Yeah. And
then I get to Jack State and met some of the guys, and they loved it, and they used it more of just to go and have a good time. And so I started going with them, and then from there on, I never missed a race. Yeah. And the way they did it is you everybody had to pick a car, had to pick a driver, and you had to stay with that guy. And that's how I ended up loving Dale Jarrett so much, because the first car I picked was that 88.
Yeah, and that's back when he was on it.
Yeah. And so it comes down to the end, everybody's got their guy. Everybody threw like $20 in just to have fun.
Yeah.
And if there's 6 or 7 guys with you, you get a little bit.
Sure.
I just never. The first time I never knew what to expect, and the first time, because we were in the Lincoln Towers, first time they came around turn 3. Turn 3, and then into the Tri-Oval at turn 4. I uncontrollably just started screaming.
Oh yeah.
Because you can start feeling everything's shaking.
And they're bumper to bumper.
Here they come.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool experience, man.
It is.
But you went your whole life.
Oh, yeah. You ought to back in the old days when there were no restrictor plates. And the minute they dropped the flag, by the time they come out of 2, they were wide open. Now it takes them about a good lap to get up to speed.
Uh-huh.
They would come through 1, be through 2, and they were wide open down the backstretch.
Would they stay together, or would they get all separated?
They would. Every now and then you get somebody run off, but they would run in like 3-4 car packs. You didn't see the freight train like you do now. No, but it was always usually every now and then somebody run off and win it.
Was it always infield to you, or did you ever get?
No, we went infield first, and then we went back straight away, and then Dad found some guy that gave us tickets. Back then, there was a covered part in the Tri-Oval that had a shed over it.
Okay.
And those were awesome. Right before you see the pits.
Yeah.
Those were the best ones.
Okay. Well, good deal. Well, congratulations, though, to Tyler Reddick, the Talladega victory yesterday in the Geico 500. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. In all kinds of emergencies, supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
All right, it is 25 minutes. Good night.
Hey,
Till top of the hour.
JFK.
Here, Greg, why don't you do the?
RKL.
You want to do the? I hate to just throw it at
really,
you.
no.
But
I don't even know what it
I
is.
sound terrible.
What is that?
Zap my dad. Hey, just give it back. You do it.
I don't know. Well,
Do it. I can do it like
I'll
Kevin.
wait the next segment.
I could do it like Kevin Calloway if you need me to. Huh?
My dad.
Apologize for my voice. Just working through it. Had to come to work. This is what we do. So the Stallions, I was the stadium MC Saturday night for the Stallions, and I feel fine, but it zapped my voice. Just hollering.
Yeah, instead of zapping your dad, it zapped your voice.
Whoa, that's good, Greg.
How'd you like that?
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Speedy instead of zapping, but that was
How
good.
about you zap your dad?
So I guess anytime you're hype man, whatever, even though you're on a wireless mic, you're still having to holler and scream. And I haven't been doing that since the UAB football and then the Birmingham Bowl. So took a little time off from hollering, and here I am with this. Good night. So we're back and running, and I hate that I am sounding like RFK Jr., but it's RFK Jr. and Greg, and we're here.
Better as you work your way through.
Yeah. We have a winner of Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix contest that we had. The Grand Marshal, Riley Green, going to have a meet and greet with him, Sunday tickets plus garage tickets, and a parking pass. We'll announce that a little bit later on during the main show. Today is Earth Day 2024, Greg. I know that you're excited about that. We'll hit that a little bit.
I'm usually I get up early on Earth Day.
Yeah.
And I go out and I smell the earth.
Yeah.
And I celebrate it all day. What about that?
Yeah, I know. Helmsy's still off till I think Wednesday. I got a text from him earlier that he's already on. He's back
in Bama.
He's back from Jack State women's tennis and their conference tournament, and now headed down to see his kiddos play in the state. Right?
Good deal.
I think I have that right. So he might actually check in this hour. He said he might holler at us if he has a chance. So we've hit a couple of different things as far as the Talladega race goes, and what we did this past weekend. How was your weekend? Was it uneventful? Or?
Yeah, I did not a lot going on. Nothing, just piddling around the house. There were no events. I didn't have to go yell at the Stallions fans or anything, lose my voice.
Yeah.
Just pretty laid back. Just, there's always something to do.
So I know you love USFL trivia because you have a back in the early 80s.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
I mean, they were a big deal, man.
I remember going to Legion Field and watching them play. I think Philadelphia Stars, who was the best team in the league at the time.
Well, 1983, they had the cheerleaders were called the Phillies.
I didn't know that.
And I didn't either. And it was this past Saturday night, it was a throwback game. It was a throwback weekend. So Bubba would love it because it was like 80s music on the PA all night and all that. But the Phillies there, the original cheerleaders showed up. Our age,
Really?
Oh, yeah. The original.
Now that is good.
They show up, just dressed in street clothes. They come down and they
How
meet.
old are the Phillies now?
Like I said, around our age. I think they're upper 50s.
Yeah,
around our age, I should say. I wasn't rude and asked, but I did.
Because I graduated in '84.
Yeah,
he says it's '83, so I was I was 17.
Yeah, so I think 16. They're probably. I think I asked one of.
They were probably in their 20s.
One of the staffers, and they said thought they were upper 50s around that time, around that age. I don't know though. I didn't ask, but they were there, and it was insane because it was I was supposed to recognize them and say during the throwback weekend we have the original Stallions cheerleaders with us called the Phillies. That was their name from 1983. And one of the and I was supposed to go to that and pitch into the dance cam. And one of the ladies right before we went, she said, "Do you know our first song we ever did a like a cheerleader dance to was Drop a Bomb on Me."
Are you serious?
And that was the song.
That was it?
That was the song we had ready for the dance cam.
I too.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. And it was just a great time. But I thought it was kind of neat that they had a lot of that throwback stuff in the original Phillies.
That's a good
So then the Stallions squad, I couldn't call them cheerleaders because the XFL didn't have cheerleaders or doesn't have them. So they're called the Stallion squad.
Okay.
And they got together with the Phillies, and they had a good time throwing T-shirts and just having a blast. And then, of course, the rain came.
Yeah, the rain came, ruined everything.
Right, but we got that in. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, that is. I like that. Good throwback.
Yeah, exactly.
They had a pretty good turnout for them.
Yeah. So other than that, it was a very good weekend, and looking forward to this Saturday at Shops at Grand River. Greg and I will be there from 1 to 3.
Cranking it up.
Yep. Come on with it.
Come on out.
Yeah. We'll have a good old time.
We got all kinds of good stuff going on.
Dana is already worried about me. She does middays for our flagship station. She says I need fresh honey for my voice.
Fresh honey. I told you that.
Greg, you could have brought me some fresh honey.
I should have. I think we got some. No, we did it at our old place. Remember, we had some in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't know why, but we did.
Well, because of the busy weekend, I was kind of checked out on some of the bigger news stories of the day. I did see, what's up with this Columbia University protesting going on? Have you seen all that madness? It's insane, man.
What are they mad about? Oh, let me guess. It's got to be. Is this anti-Israel? Is that what we're mad at?
Oh, of course, yeah. I also see that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 2024 class has been.
Yeah, now they announced that on the Idol last night.
Okay, so we got Ozzy.
Ozzy's in.
Mm-hmm.
He was already in with Black Sabbath. Now he's in as a solo artist.
Okay.
Foreigner finally made it.
Okay, Dave Matthews Band.
I thought they were already in it.
Yeah,
but evidently, Greg, they're not.
Cher.
Cher, how about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Jimmy Buffett. Mary J. Blige.
Okay.
A Tribe Called Quest.
Well, that's who you were hoping was getting.
Peter Frampton.
Finally. I can't believe Peter Frampton wasn't already in it. Or Foreigner.
Foreigner. Let's see here. We got Kool and the Gang.
Kool and the Gang. I love Kool and the Gang.
Yeah, Kool and the Gang. How about that?
Rock and roll, probably not, but.
It's going to be held, the ceremony is going to be held in Cleveland on October the 19th. But the biggie here, of course, is Jimmy Buffett since him passing and everything, but is Foreigner.
Yeah,
finally making it. And Peter Frampton.
It's been a controversy, and Peter Frampton too, for years. That neither one of them was in. Now, the Foreigner, for how you say it, currently, when you go see them on tour, nobody is from the original band. But going in the hall are just the original band. So the current Foreigner you see now, none of them will actually be put in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
They're going back to the original lineup.
Right.
I don't know if they're all live or not, but that's who's getting put in.
It says the Jimmy Buffett MC5.
Yeah, the MC5. They were like a hard rock band out of Detroit in like the early 70s, late 60s.
Dionne Warwick.
How many are they putting in?
And Norman Whitfield will also be inducted.
Okay.
And it says will also be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in the Music Excellence category.
See, they've come up with these little different things that they.
Yeah.
Okay, so see, that's confusing because I think they did that last year with Judas Priest. They were in some special category.
Yeah, because they have like Music Influence Award and stuff like. So there's other names and stuff. It kind of keeps on going down a little bit, but. So Foreigner. So
we marked them off the list.
The Foreigner rant. We got them
next. Styx.
Yeah,
got to get them in.
Got to get them in.
Come on.
Styx came on the other day, and I was listening to it in the car. I'm like, how are they not in?
I know. And you look at again. We've discussed this on there. It should be the Music Hall of Fame because when you think rock and roll, a lot of these people are not rock and roll, in my opinion. But just call it the Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%, and that's something that we talk about a lot whenever we bring this up. Is that really it needs to be called something else, just the Music Hall of Fame. To your point, so that's the class of 2024. Yeah, I thought that I actually sent that to myself over the weekend when I saw that was announced because I saw Foreigner in. That's my first concert I ever went to when I was a kid.
Really,
in Biloxi, Mississippi.
No way.
Yeah.
How about that? So, hey, you're really fired up.
I wasn't big into go. I don't even know who I went with. I can't even remember. I just remember that being my first one. I think I went with my sister and some other friends. But, it was kind of – I never really was into I'm just going to go to a bunch of concerts. I just never did. But that was one that I'll always remember because we rode over to Biloxi and went to
We went to so many because growing up where I grew up, you're pretty much halfway between Atlanta and Birmingham. So – all the bands either played both Atlanta and Birmingham, or at least one of them.
Right.
So we saw every band we ever wanted to see. I can't think of one band that I was a fan of that I didn't go to a concert.
Wow.
Because Birmingham, and all of them played Birmingham, or if you missed them there, you get them in Atlanta, or you can go to both.
Yeah, you're like, do we go east or west?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
It was about the same distance either way. So we, believe it or not, in Oxford, Alabama, we had the opportunity to see any music live show ever because of where we're located.
Yeah, very convenient. So there you go. There's your class of 2024 for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We'll jump back into that a little bit more when the main show starts. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay. Of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got about 9 minutes until top of the hour. Since my voice is zapped from the Stallions game, go ahead, Greg.
How about this portion of the Rick and Bubba show is sponsored by zapmydebt.com.
Come on with it.
Let me ask you a few questions. How far behind are you with some of your bills, and how many people do you owe money to? The next time your phone, will it ring? Will it be a collection call? Is there nothing? There's nothing worse than knowing you're in debt and you're falling further and further behind, right? The frustrating part is the system is designed to trap you in debt as the hole keeps getting deeper. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. That's why we want you to know about the new way out of the debt trap, zapmydebt.com. It isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have an aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you ever thought possible. In short, they'll find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Go check it out at zapmydebt.com and talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. You'll thank us for it. Zapmydebt.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I got to tell you, I enjoyed that.
I bet you did.
You did a good job, buddy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Horse
My voice will be kind of coming and going from the Stallions game. If you missed all that
You
talk,
and the Mamba.
y'all
were out there cranking the crowd.
We were.
I wonder how Mama's voice
being on the.
today.
He said, I guarantee you, my voice will be shot tomorrow.
Oh, but well, because he did the races Saturday, did them Sunday.
Yeah,
Boy.
yeah, and he rode over from Talladega. If you missed that, the NASCAR hype guy that came over to the Stallions game. Yeah, it's chief hype officer or something like that. Anyway, and he gave out the game ball at the 50-yard line, then helped me get the crowd ready before the game. And we were screaming and hollering. He goes, my voice will be shot tomorrow. And little did I know that mine
He was
would
correct.
Be. Yeah. All right, so guess what? We got.
You know what you need?
What's that?
Coffee.
I tried that. I tried a little bit of that, and hopefully it's working a little, but it's not too irritating for y'all to listen to. I think we got Coach Helms checking in. Here.
Who is this?
Coach Helmsy.
Oh,
you remember him?
I do. I met him one time.
Let's see here.
You can't figure out how to
I
pick.
can't.
Hey, Helms, he can't figure out how to answer the phone.
Let's see here. Let's see. It should just be answer, bud.
You do it all the time.
I know. What's wrong?
It's no different than.
How do I do this?
Helms, I apologize. Speedy's over here hung up neutral.
Oh, here it is. I'm too blocked.
Good night.
Good gracious alive. I need a manual. What's up, Coach?
What was that?
Hey, can we take 30 seconds and let Greg talk about Zap My Debt a little bit more?
How'd you like that?
Do you like
Speedy's voice?
Hey, listen, I got a little bit of debt myself. I may go now. You sold me.
Okay, good deal. I got one person. You know, me and you were banned from doing those, but Speedy's voice was hurting him. So.
Yeah.
When did RFK join the show?
Well, you know, RFK Jr. is here today, and I'm glad to be here.
Yes, sir.
What happened? What happened?
I started with the Stallions Saturday night, and
got cranked it up.
Just hollering on the mic for 2 hours, I guess, got me.
That'll do it.
Sometimes I'll wake up when I've taken a break and I start back, and my voice just isn't that strong. But this is the first time it's taken it.
Yeah, taking it from him.
Well, what's going on, Coach?
How are you boys?
Good, good. Do you have long hair now?
Yeah, he's due a cut. I bet he's been gone so long. He's due a haircut.
Yeah.
I may go today.
No, it's okay. It probably in a week or so.
Right.
Okay.
So back from Miami, right?
Oh yeah, we got back last night. It wasn't too late. It was like 11:30, and when I got back to my house, it was about 11:30. So
sure.
And then back up again this morning, headed to Mobile to watch my own kids play.
Okay, well that's good. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's a good little trip to Mobile. Mobile's always further from here than I think it is.
Right. Yeah, it takes you as long.
There's so much to see between here and there.
Oh,
I know. It takes you as long to drive to Mobile than it did fly back from Miami.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no doubt.
So
what are y'all doing? Y'all
man.
had a good. I need to know what's going on with. I keep
you really
getting
don't.
Email after email.
We discussed it. We discussed it, Helmsy.
Okay.
Helmsy did one of them things where he dumped himself. Let me put that. He actually dumped himself.
I'll say this: Friday, I pulled a Ron Burgundy, where I I read something exactly the way it was until I realized what it was.
Yeah.
And then I had to dump.
Trying to be sharp.
Then I had to dump myself, and I was so embarrassed by it, I broke my glasses. And Greg, I'll tell you how bad it was. Greg was speechless.
Oh, really?
Well, he announced, he goes, I'm just going to read it like it says. And then I thought, why? Well, since you knew what it says, maybe you shouldn't have read it.
Mm-hmm.
He dumped himself.
Have you
dumped
had-
himself.
I wasn't until I
so
said it out
many
loud.
emails.
I heard myself.
I had so many emails about it, and I've yet to have a chance to listen to it, but I will make that happen today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, people at church were coming up and whispering to me yesterday because, you know, that's
What
probably.
did you think it said?
I don't really know. It had a picture of her with her
hair.
pretty hair.
But that ain't what he meant.
No, it's not. And let's just continue on. So let me ask you a question,
Yeah, that's
Helms.
it. Let's
So
do it.
so
Yeah.
you're back. You're back. You successfully made it back home, and then now you're headed down to the Gulf Coast for a couple of days to see them and see Braden and Caroline play. And so I know that's got to be fun where you can you just go around a tennis court and relax? That's going to have to be enjoyable for you.
True.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And but I will say this: I've already dropped the ball twice this morning.
Uh-oh.
So last night, Amanda called me and she said, "Hey, Braden's got an extra pair of tennis shoes that you need to grab, and his are fine, but they've got a hole that's starting to form in the bottom of the shoe. They wear them out on that surface." Well, I left those, forgot them.
Attaboy.
Got them out. Was sitting right by the door, reminding me to get them.
Sounds like something I'd do.
Oh no!
And then on top of that, Amanda said, "Hey, it's a little cooler than we were expecting.
Yeah.
Will you bring me a blanket?"
Yeah, it is a little cool.
Took the blanket last night, folded it up, set it next to the shoes.
Come on.
And I didn't grab it either.
Oh no!
What in the world?
Oh no!
I know.
Oh,
I know. I was in a rush to get the dogs outside and fed, and just anyway. Hey, let's not forget it was 4:00 too. So
yeah, I always use that when I forget stuff I'm supposed to do in the morning. I go, my brain's not working.
Do you know what I've done? Sometimes when I'm thinking about it the day before, rather than sit it where my stuff is, I'll go put it in the truck while I'm thinking about it.
Because I've left stuff sitting right. I'll reach over it and take my stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I should have, but I was trying so fast to get into bed because I knew I only had like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
Right.
Coming, and I just, it's on me. It's stupid.
Did you get a tan while you was in Miami?
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, it was hot. It was good though. I like it like that. It's funny. When we left yesterday, it was 87 degrees, and when we pulled in last night in Atlanta, it was 56.
Yeah, we got a little cold snap.
Yeah. So,
of
course, I was in shorts and a T-shirt when I got on the plane, and then was cold when I got off.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't believe it. It was a little chilly up here yesterday.
Yeah,
I wasn't ready for it, to be honest with you. Yep, got up kind of early, and I was like, oh, wow, a little chilly.
Oh, did you say it like that?
I did because I didn't have voice. Yeah. All right, so you're, Lord willing, you're back Wednesday, right?
I am, yeah. I don't see anything preventing me, but who knows at this point. So I'm in y'all don't realize like getting through this past weekend, the weight that is just off of me, and to get through this first season, and now I can just relax for a little bit, kind of decompress. So
I bet that is awesome.
Oh, that's going to be great. Well, look, man, we look forward to seeing you drive safely. We miss you, bud. Can't wait to have you back with us, okay?
All right. See you guys.
Boy.
See you, man. Be careful.
All right, bud. We'll be right back. Rick, Bubba, Adler, join us.
Rick and Bubba.
That I've been listening to you, and I've seen you at the Street Men in Dothan.
Yeah.
And talked to you a little bit. And I know how you feel when you lose a child. And like I was saying earlier, the guy on the phone, that I just stepped out and done this because I haven't really. I've been going to church because I lost my daughter 2 years ago of a gun accident, and I've been going to church, but it's like I ain't there. I've been praying. I know everybody that she's touched, that when she was here, and she's still touching people, and getting people getting saved off of what happened. I know that, but I want to get back to where I was with God. and I wouldn't hold it against, my child. What happened is just being a daddy, and you know how it feels when you lose a child. It's rough. In the past 2 years, that's what I've.
Yeah, nothing's rougher.
It's been rough.
Yeah, but I wouldn't get back to the faith you had before her earthly death. I would pursue a new one because it's a whole new experience now. Instead of trying to shy away from, hey, I don't want to deal with the pain of that, and I understand that. But there's a new relationship that God is seeking with you that only this is going to accomplish. Go ahead and just be. I think if you're like a lot of us, and I went through this, you're still trying to do a lot of it on your own, and you needed to say, "I need you to breathe. I can't do anything but lean on you, and just listen to Him, and seek what He wants from you through all this." We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Rick, we knew there was going to be a spike after Christmas. We've been going through that. It's almost daily, more bad news. But now it looks like the post-Christmas virus surge is beginning to slow down. It hasn't topped, but it is not climbing at the rate it was. If you graphed all this out, it becomes very predictable. The death rate has dropped in 18 states, and cases have declined in 35 states. Now, it doesn't mean we still don't have a lot, but it looks like the curve we're beginning to top from the Christmas peak. And that is good news.
And okay, guys, we can report good news on
right.
it. Okay,
That's right.
And so hopefully that's good. I know, Greg, our mom and dad got the vaccine yesterday, and they got the Moderna one. And as of today, and just text back and forth with Mom a minute ago, so far, so good. They don't really seem to be having any issues with it.
So far, so good.
So, and if this thing can continue to be helpful, and boy, if we get down to that one that's just one shot, and we start moving forward, combine that with the herd immunity, and we may be, maybe right that, what I just saw down there, Bubba. Now look, it's still way down there. Guess what I just saw?
What?
Just a little flicker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could be a little light down there at the end of the tunnel. It's just a flicker. I didn't say it was a big light.
Well, you hope it's light at the end of the tunnel and not a train coming.
Correct. Well,
that's just an old joke. But
I was going to
throw
say,
it in there.
Just when I thought it was a light, I forgot about the inauguration tomorrow. It could be a train.
Rick, why don't you bring that up?
Well, I mean, it's tomorrow.
Today is Trump's last day. How about that?
Last full day. Yep.
Wow, did you see the silence in this?
Well, what I'm saying is,
I was trying to make this a positive segment here, and here we are. We've run aground.
Well, don't you know his
who
wife
saw the sandbar out there?
Don't you know his wife's like, thank goodness.
She is.
Can we get out of here? Go back to being our rich self.
It goes back to this, Greg, because some people say,
of course, they're trying to get all that too. So who knows?
Greg, I tell you what, these people think that Trump's going to run again, and I can understand from a save face standpoint, I could see him doing that if he's allowed to. But I also think he's going to have 4 years where he gets reminded
who he was,
and the things that he gets to enjoy, and it might be tough to pull him back off that golf course.
Playing golf.
I forgot about all this.
Playing golf every day and not being lambasted on the news constantly might be a positive.
Yes. Yeah,
it has to wear on you.
Yeah,
right or wrong.
Well, my pause just then, and Rick, why are you even telling everybody what your pause was?
What are you doing?
My pause right then was, never mind. It's just well, it's still to
you don't have to deal with it.
Some
today.
of the things I'm still reading, and some of the things some of y'all are still sending me.
Oh, I know.
I know.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just like,
hi, Rick. I know.
I mean, it's like, come on, guys. I mean, it's
and believe it in their heart of hearts. That's
it. Just
scary.
You can't say anything. There's no
so
way.
Fast.
It's been one of the what I will call the most non-negotiable positions I've seen in a while.
I think it's the most charged society I have ever seen.
Well, what's happened is this: we have reached a point in our society where we have all, no matter what our point of view is.
Yeah.
So it's not a point of view I'm saying this anymore.
Just a point of view.
Have just become unreasonable.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean,
Rick will not listen to anything.
And like I said the other day, I can agree with you. I can take 10 points and go 8 of them and just draft with you
I
perfectly.
go 9.5.
Yeah, and I might go 9, and then also on a half point.
Yeah.
I'm like, now right here, I'm not sure what, and then before you know it, you
sell out.
You're a sellout. You've changed everything.
Answering to the man.
Rick, you've known me a long time. You know,
and those are the nice things they're saying.
Oh yeah,
Rick, you know I'm a liberal.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Everybody knows. For many years, I made Rush and Hannity look like moderates.
I know. Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. And we thank you for being with us today. Of course, the kickoff hour's behind us, but here's the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Here we go. Kickoff hour, as I said, is back behind us. RFK Jr. and Greg knocked that out for you. We are moving forward. Eddie Van Adler now settles into his slot. He's riding high, controlling the YouTube channel. Hello, tubers. Your experience is about to be enhanced as we go further. You can watch us on YouTube Live every day, or you can catch the daily archive. A best of hour makes its way to all Blaze TV subscribers. Other options from the audio side only. America's boldest radio stations, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, now 30 years old with us as those wonderful radio stations. Many of them have been with us most of that time. So if you don't have an affiliate, another live option on the audio side is our TuneIn app. It's a free download, and you can stream the show as well. On the archive option for audio only, our podcast archives each and every day. We have a unique podcast every week, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one dropped over the weekend as well. If you haven't already picked that up, you can wherever you get podcasts. Dustin Connell, pro bass fisherman, our guest, his interesting story in the world of Major League Fishing. You can catch that wherever you get podcasts as well. So we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into yet another edition of the long-running Rick and Bubba Experience. You better soak it up now.
Here we go.
It's urgent. It's so urgent.
It's urgent, Bubba.
Urgent. Big news on the foreigner front today. Huh? Long
baby.
overdue.
Long overdue. I literally had something else queued up to bring you in, and when that story was laid down in front of us, I said,
Yep,
"Well, I'll be adjusting to some foreigner now."
That's right.
So, Bubba, you have been probably one of the strongest proponents for foreigner to go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and my friend, you have done it.
Yeah, it looks like they
Now I think
are
the Vikings
gonna
may
be-
win.
They're going to be inducted in this year's class, which will include Ozzy Osbourne, the Dave Matthews Band, Cher, A Tribe Called Quest.
I know you're all over that
Gray on that one. Mary J. Blige, Peter Frampton,
finally,
Foreigner, Kool and the Gang.
Yeah.
All will be inducted in Cleveland on October the 19th.
How about that? I mean, I know.
Finally.
Yeah, I know that this is just. I don't want to tie it to the Vikings, but this has been a win you've been waiting on for a long time.
Well,
anything's possible now.
Listen, when we got into radio, it was Foreigner. I mean, you had a lot of Foreigner. You had a lot of Styx. You had a lot of Hall and Oates. You know, all of those. And I mean, Foreigner's catalog is just awesome. I mean, it's just a lot of toe tappers. And I'm kind of disappointed Styx is not going in. But you know what?
Work on that.
I'm glad Kool and the Gang's going in.
Yeah.
I think they're back touring again. They've got a new lead singer and, some remnants there on that.
Sure.
Now, Foreigner is inducting only the original members.
Okay.
The ones who are currently in it will not be, because there's not an original member.
Well, they're a
in the
cover
current
band.
lineup.
And, boy, you've covered that. Every
Tribute
time
band.
we bring this up, you call him a tribute band. And
Now,
you're right.
We did.
The guy sounds great that sings, but it's not Lou Graham.
I've only got to see him in concert one time, and Lou Graham was there.
He's struggling.
He was wearing oxygen.
Yes.
And had just come off a stroke, but
Right.
he was still
him and-
trying to perform.
Him and Mick
I mean,
Jones
that's
are kind
incredible.
of going at each other right now about royalties and different things. I was reading an article.
Oh,
about that.
really?
He claims they ripped him on.
Oh, no.
On some of it, but
I remember my first record club deal. Where you pay 2 cents and get 8 albums or whatever.
Jeff Foreigner 4.
It was. I think it was Cold Blooded. I mean, Hot Blooded. No, what?
Double Vision.
Double Vision.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking Rick James.
Well, I just remember Foreigner 4.
Foreigner
Double
4.
Vision.
Yeah.
Foreigner 4 was after Double
It
Vision.
was.
Yeah. So
But no,
with
they're
I
great
thought
band.
that was
they're
the
in.
coolest thing ever.
They're in. So all you got
Good for them.
all you got left is Styx.
Yeah, how can you not have Styx in? Come
Def
on.
Leppard's already
Come
in.
on.
They got put in a few years back. I was happy about that.
There you go,
I'm a
Greg.
huge-
You're
I'm
happy.
a huge Def Leppard fan.
Speedy, I don't know if you can speak enough
Yeah,
to.
I'd rather him not.
I want you to just not say anything. I want you to rest your little voice. But
Yeah,
I know
just
it's-
give us thumbs up,
you,
thumbs
yeah,
down.
you got a lot going on.
No, I'm good. Hopefully, it'll get stronger as I get going. I've done what Greg recommended and gotten some hot coffee on. See if
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. You're an expert at this.
Oh
so
yes, yeah. I'm gonna tell you, doing this, what we do for a living, the bad voice days are just terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, it is like you are dragging a weight uphill the
Yeah.
entire show.
Yeah.
It's because it requires you to talk. I mean, this whole show, what really its basic requirement is to be able to speak.
I knew my voice felt strained Saturday evening going home.
You tried to give the Stallions all you had.
Yeah, but I had no idea. I got home and it felt a little strained. Like, well, yeah, I've been going at it. Wasn't until Sunday that I woke up getting ready for church, and I said something to Terry, and I was like, what?
Well, when you're pumping the crowd up, it happens.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, you know what it is. The Stallions, they've never seen it, and he wanted to come out of that chute and give the Stallions.
We used to do the Stallions.
Plus his new friend Mom.
You've never done that?
I confused that too, but it was UAB that you and I are confusing. Because it's at the same.
I thought anything down there Speedy did.
Well, I did too.
I thought it was the house that Speedy built.
Bubba, it took me.
That's funny.
It took me up to him doing his
Yeah.
first game. I was like, well, you've been doing Stallions. I was thinking in my mind. I thought, well, no, you haven't.
Yeah. Just Birmingham Bowl and UAB.
Back to the Hall of Fame for just a second. Even though all of these people being inducted are not my favorite genre of music, I know who they are, with the exception of A Tribe Called Quest. Totally out. I've never even heard of it. What? Help me, somebody.
I've
What is
heard
that?
of them. I just
What
don't know
kind of
none of their
music
songs. Is it
90s like hip hop?
Oh,
Can
really?
I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's my Tribe
I'd
Called
probably
Quest.
like
Hey,
that.
bud.
So really, it doesn't belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It belongs in the Hip Hop Hall of Fame.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's be
But I
honest,
mean,
Rick,
if you're
Cool in the Gang doesn't belong.
If you're
That's R&B.
let's just call it music.
if
hall.
you're
Pop
in the
music.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, you need to be, the best of the best.
Yeah.
Extremely good. I mean, sold out concerts everywhere.
Yeah.
You would think.
Cool in the Gang, I think fits.
Not rock and
I'm
roll.
just saying
Not rock
they
and
should
roll.
be in the Music Hall of Fame.
Yes.
We've debated if it's called the Rock and
It
Roll.
ought just be called the Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and Cool and Gang should be in it.
Yeah. Take Rock and Roll out and
Peter-
just call it Music Hall of Fame.
Are y'all surprised Peter Frampton wasn't already in?
Yes.
I am.
Very.
Yes, I am.
And,
Yes, I am.
And Cher? What about Cher?
Well, again, that's
she's
back,
got a resume.
That's back to rock and roll again.
That's right. It's music.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's almost like it goes back to what some people don't seem to understand. It's just it's okay to just say, well, I'm not sure I agree completely with that.
Yeah.
And on the
Matter of fact, I think it's healthy to do
Trader.
that. You know?
Yeah, you would think.
It's healthy to go back and forth.
Everybody
Because
involved.
usually I learn something from someone on the other side of the conversation. That's part of it.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're just screaming at me that I'm wrong and not giving me any more details, I can't learn anything from
And can I give some of you this? Okay, and I saw it, and I think I was allowed to see it to remind me to give another good analogy. And we've tried so hard to can I tell you, some of you do not know what the term "move on" means. Okay,
Rick, why are you doing that?
And listen,
you don't need the email.
No. And I'm gonna give you a staggering example. Of course,
My
one of
email's down.
hey,
Don't send it to me.
One of them, as I said, is what we're talking about
Dang
today.
It ain't working.
Yeah, my wife and I, we have moved on, but we haven't moved on ineffectively.
Right.
There you go.
We've pressed on.
Yeah.
Okay, is what I'm talking about. Into now let's take what we know and let's go make something happen.
Yeah.
As opposed to sitting out in the field going and being ineffective and doing nothing. Okay. So another example is what I saw was Saving Private Ryan, the storming the beach at Normandy.
Yeah.
Hey, I got news for you. You don't move on right there, you're gunned down.
Sitting duck.
I mean, you know what they were doing? Hey, this looks impossible. This doesn't seem fair. What is Germany trying to do? My gosh, we don't have the air cover we're supposed to have. We don't. The 101st, they're landing somewhere they're not supposed to land.
Yeah, they're
hey,
off
this thing is. I won't use the term they use in the movie, but you know what they had to do though? Grab each other up off the beach, ding, 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 and start pushing forward.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about. You know, some of y'all think that not moving on, you're just going to be sitting there and sitting and being ineffective in your dark house with your computer screen in your face, and you're not going to accomplish anything.
Yeah. Rick, move
on means make something happen.
Yeah,
Don't let this defeat you.
It doesn't mean abandon what you believe.
It's not a surrender, man.
No, and it's not even that it's okay. No. It's not. It's. But you got to.
It's this strategy is not working. You better get another one.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's.
If you've played sports, I think, you're used to that mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've all been, and you put whatever the situation is. If you throw a pick, you got to go back out there. You miss a field goal, you got to go back out there. You got an umpire not calling your strike zone, you got to figure out where it is and work it. You can't just throw your hands up.
Well, you remember that. What if you get a bad call that you know wasn't the right call?
Right.
But nobody's going to overturn
Let
it.
it go.
Then you better
You don't
keep
like
playing.
it. You complain about it, but you got to
keep playing
and press on.
You got to keep playing. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If everything goes through tomorrow and Biden is the president, and it's of course it's all but official now since we've certified the results. Tomorrow's just an inauguration. And say that none of the conspiracy theories come true, hopefully, then we have to, of course, let the Democrats in our audience, and I think there's 5, that will tell us to eat it.
Rick, I don't know that our audience can tolerate it. Really,
Well,
I mean, in the past we've done it.
Us.
It's been
not
fun,
them.
but boy, it's a whole different dynamic.
Isn't it funny for people to tell us to eat it though? Or is
What?
that them being told to eat it too?
Yeah, I don't.
No, they've abandoned us. Remember, we're sellouts.
That's right. The man's got you down under his thumb.
It's so highly charged right now. I don't even think you can have fun with it like we used to.
Yeah, you're probably. But another one is, what will our Biden theme music be? Because we got Basement Joe, but that won't really apply anymore.
He's out of the basement now.
Would that really apply?
It's a good song though.
Do we we stay with it?
Until we get a better one.
Does anybody know Basement Joe?
Look at Greg. He didn't want to give it up.
That's a catchy little tune.
I think we
man.
hold on to it and use it for appropriate times. By the way, did y'all see that they're not going to let him bring his Peloton to the White House, and he's upset about it?
It's a security risk.
Yeah.
What?
I'm not making this up, guys.
Yeah,
I was ready for a joke.
No, because it's online, and you can't carry in personal and private internet devices to the White House because it's a security threat.
Okay. Can't bring his Peloton, Rick.
Okay.
That's how he gets his day started, by the way, on
Now,
the Peloton.
And I think some of you out there may think that we're naive to the fact of the circus and the manure matinee that is to come. We're not. I mean, Greg just read me something from Stevie Wonder in the break.
He wants a truth commission, Rick.
Well, a truth commission?
Truth. We're looking for truth.
What are we talking about?
Truth about inequality.
What's a truth commission?
Yeah, we're going to have one.
But, guys, today, a big victory for the Rick and Bubba Show. A band that we think had been overlooked by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Foreigner, goes in. So Foreigner bed music today. And we'll drop that in throughout the show today as we celebrate. Bubba, one of the biggest proponents to bring Foreigner in. Of course, that was a Foreigner concert when the incident happened involving a spare seat next to Bubba.
New morning, new day.
Won't you see things my way?
So, Bubba, you said we now can take a look again at those that still continue to be left out.
Yeah, this year's finalists will have to wait until next year for another chance to be included. Greg, I was curious about your thoughts on some of these. Oasis, Mariah Carey.
Mariah Carey, here we go.
What are we doing?
Sade.
No.
Sinead O'Connor.
Oh, God. I thought
Jane's Addiction.
Yeah.
See, at least that's rock and roll. I don't like them.
That's not mine.
But at least that's rock and guys, why aren't we talking about
B and Rakim?
why are we talking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and we mentioned Mariah Carey?
Now here's one.
Cool in the Game. Cher.
Here's one I disagree. Lenny Kravitz.
Oh, he should
be already in there already.
Absolutely. That may be the one I'm most.
Lenny was on my ballot.
Is this his first year that he was nominated? Because it was like 20-something years.
You got to have
record.
your first record has to be 25 years ago or more.
Okay, well he should be under that.
Lenny Kravitz and Styx, I think, are the two that should be that are on the outside looking in. This other stuff, let's either change it to the Music Hall of Fame, or we must stick with rock and roll only.
I'm not a huge Oasis fan.
I'm not
two
either.
songs,
no,
but
I'm not
they
either.
were huge.
I don't even like to look at them. I don't like to see them. I don't like their attitude.
The funny stories of the brothers fighting. Though.
Yeah,
they say
they're really undesirable people.
Right.
They're really undesirable people,
and they're very boring on stage.
Yeah.
They stand there,
right? So,
but I could see them getting in. Eventually.
And Jane's Addiction too.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of that, but they've been around. And
I mean, being around to me is not reaching the level.
Well, they did, but they did have a huge audience.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, Adler liked them.
No,
they're good.
Do you like Jane's Addiction?
Yeah, they're fine.
He liked the Dead Kennedys too, though.
By the way, I expected more enthusiasm out of him on
What about Oasis?
I probably like Oasis more than Jane's Addiction.
Well, how about that?
I've listened to more Oasis.
How about that?
I mean, Wonderwall. Come on.
I do not like
Wonderwall
Oasis.
is a good song.
Is it?
Yeah.
I just never gave them anything. Nothing.
Champagne Supernova.
I can't even.
Yeah.
I
That's
can't even.
another good one.
I can't even speak to
That's
Oasis
it. That's
because
the only two I got.
You ever had something that might? Oasis to me was like somebody offered a food on the table and just the way it looked, I wouldn't even try it.
Yeah.
And it might have been very good, but Oasis, like they were so far as being appealing. They were so unappealing to me. I never gave them 1 minute of my time. Did you, Bubba? Oasis?
No,
ever?
Not really in the loop there.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess.
But now Lenny Kravitz.
They thought they were the next Beatles. Oasis. They really did.
The brothers couldn't stop fighting.
Oh yeah.
I know
you guys know how that is.
Yes, I do.
I know we've talked about it. We may have shown it on the air before. The clip when Lenny Kravitz was walking in New Orleans, I believe it was, and a choir group was singing one of his songs, and he jumped in with them out in a park somewhere. Have you ever seen that?
I think I have. You know what I saw?
Really cool.
Funny you said that. You know what I saw just yesterday? You know, because
Lenny Kravitz walking in New Orleans.
Something very similar. I saw a street musician singing a Aerosmith song, and Steven Tyler walked up and started singing it.
Oh, really? See, I always think that's cool.
On the streets of, I don't know what city it was, but picture and the guy was so overwhelmed he couldn't sing with him. He wanted him to sing with him for the experience, and the guy just couldn't do it. He just started playing.
Oh, wow.
So
that's kind of cool stuff.
Yeah.
So all of that will take place in Cleveland at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse on October the 19th. It will be streamed live on Disney Plus, also available on Hulu. Following its premiere, it will receive a special broadcast airing on ABC.
And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is
so they'll edit it down in case anybody acted the fool, and then air it on ABC.
Correct. Like we tried to do with Speedy on Friday, but apparently it did not work on the archive.
Got a lot of emails.
Let me. The archive people just want to say thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to go.
He's just gonna say it like it's written.
Right. He's just gonna say it like it's written. But we're gonna go back to this again. Why is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame mad at Styx? What in the world is Styx
Who would
done?
be mad at Styx?
I would think Styx would be right up there.
Do you realize how long ago their first record was?
Wouldn't y'all like to hear the argument against them, though? What's the argument?
Yeah, why
I mean, they're not even missing the cutoff.
No.
I mean, to me, them and Foreigner
and they're
run
still
pretty
performing
close
today and sound great. I saw them. Unbelievable.
They have done the Super Bowl. They have been the Super Bowl.
But like, you know what I mean when you see something like that and you go, well, somebody must really stand up and be against them. I'd like to hear what they're saying. Why would you say, well, I'll tell you why they don't belong, buddy?
Yeah,
I'm not going to agree with it. But
who's got a beef against them?
Right? Who's against them?
They had a run where
does Tommy know? Can Tommy tell us what the deal is?
All these
or are they in there and we just don't know it? Maybe
I think
that's
they got a better shot now because you're starting to see bands like them go in. There was more of an artsy people in charge that were putting these bands that nobody bought the records, but we some reason think they're awesome.
Yeah.
But they're getting kind of away from that a little bit, So
I don't know. I don't know what they. I think this Foreigner going in has to be good news for Styx.
yeah, they got to feel like we're close. But
Now-
they
now-
ain't been nominated.
Now the fact that we're dropping in now,
I'd like to know how Tommy Shaw feels.
Right. Hear me loud and clear. I love Kool and the Gang. Love them. They don't belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They belong in a Hall of Fame, but not that one. Cher doesn't belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Mariah Carey certainly doesn't.
Well, Rick, they've long since tore those walls down.
I know.
Rick, they put Dolly Parton in it. She tried to tell them not to, and they did anyway.
I want the
Cher
name.
said she didn't want to be in it.
I want the name changed. I want it changed to Music Hall of Fame.
Please.
Cher should be in the Plastic Surgery Hall of Fame. Because I mean, she is.
She
really,
should be in the Longevity Hall of Fame.
My favorite Cher thing, Greg.
Possibly the Serious Relationship Hall of Fame.
That's funny.
She's dating like an 18-year-old at the moment.
My favorite Cher thing is every time you bring up Cher, and her catalog could fill this room. And Greg's going right to Half Breed.
Oh, Half Breed.
Greg,
Half Breed.
Greg thinks that's the only song she ever put out.
When I was a kid, I remember that. That and Gypsies.
Tramps and Thieves. Off Sonny and Cher.
Right.
Got hung up.
See, Sonny and Cher's not in there. But she is going to be in there. And she said, I don't want to be in there because Sonny and Cher wasn't in there.
Okay.
By the way,
she thinks that should have kind of like Ozzy. Black Sabbath's already in, but now he's going in as a solo.
Right.
I know you're excited about that.
Right.
I like his solo stuff. I can't think of Iron Man. We all like Iron Man, I guess. Black Sabbath.
Well, later, Ozzy, there's something about like him and I know Bob Dylan's some great musical icon, but if I can't understand what they're saying and they appear to be out of it, I'm just not into it.
Yeah, there's a time when you pull them off the stage.
Yeah. Like we should do with our president, but nobody's doing it.
Well, that's the exact same thing. Adler saw Bob Dylan in his later years.
It was good.
In your high.
It was great. It was like seeing Pavarotti. My goodness, the guy can sing.
Wasn't that bad?
Is that Josh Groban? Is that Michael Bublé? Oh no, it's Bob Dylan.
It was bad, wasn't it?
You don't call that singing.
It was for historical purposes. Is why I went.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You know, political correctness and all the weird things that we all thought there was some balance on. Everybody strap it on. See, I always bring this up on the show, and it dates us a little bit, okay? But and now remember the way it was, and this is the issue. Unless you're planning on leaving the country, okay, which that's an option for you if you can. But we rode a ride, and it was at the Six Flags franchise, and this was the one that was in Georgia. It's Six Flags over Georgia, right outside of Atlanta. When we were kids, we lived halfway between Atlanta and Birmingham. So if something was in Birmingham, concerts, we'd go that way. If you want to go to Six Flags or a concert or something, you go the other way.
Or Line Country Safari.
Or Line Country Safari. Whatever happened to that?
I never went to that.
Oh,
it was fantastic.
I'm kind of down. I never went.
Rode an elephant there.
That's right. Callaway Gardens.
Been there.
Yeah.
Went to there.
So anyway, so they had a ride, and it's now the last time I went, it was Monster Plantation. It may be something different now. But when we were kids,
It
was called the Okefenokee Swamp.
Yes.
The Okefenokee Swamp, and it was, of course, you can't do this anymore. It was themed around the Disney classic Brer Rabbit, and all that stuff was in it, right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Bare necessities.
Bare and all this. So anyway,
and it was air conditioned in there, so you'd ride it just to cool off.
So you would be in it, but remember, this boat is on a track, so you can't drive it.
No, yeah, you're going where it's going.
Yeah, and so you would hit a part in there, and this is where we are in our country right now, and all the characters would be telling you, don't go this way.
Right.
Go back.
He had a lantern swinging it.
Yeah, go back. And they faked you off like there was a road you could stay on.
Right.
But you banked the wrong way.
Through the tunnel where he's telling you to go back.
Go back. Well, I see the guy with the lantern, and I know where we're going is awful.
Yeah.
But we're on the track. I mean, we can't change. I mean,
there's no going back.
Hang on. Here we go, and it is going to be a sideshow, and so what we have to do, those of us that can't change the way this country's going, no matter how it was accomplished, whatever you believe, but what we have to do is we do have to deal, and I think others are saying this, with our own lives. While we can still do that, you want to go to places where the truth still exists as best you can, and I think there's going to be some positive things that happen, because I think there'll be some wake ups that probably need to happen, definitely in the Western Church, because we've never really faced any kind of real persecution, this will be, I think, a refining. I think cultural Christianity is in trouble through all this, which that'd be a good thing to remove some of that. So it's going to be a wild ride. But back to the move on comment, you don't have any choice but to get in there and make something happen.
Yeah, you just hope you make it through the Okefenokee Swamp. Yeah. Hey, I wanted to ask you something too. I was looking at a story here. There's a giant mural painted in the D.C. area. It's at the Navy Yard. Are y'all familiar with this? And it's a mural of Bernie Sanders. Are you familiar with this?
Where is it?
It's called the Navy Yard, and apparently it's in the D.C. area. And it's it's kind of a graffiti mural, if you will. And he's there and he's holding his hand up. It looks very much like anything you'd have from Lennon.
Right there.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
it has been defaced, and they have painted what they're calling the alt-right, a symbol of the alt-right. Pepe the Frog. Are you familiar with this?
Wait a minute. So I'm trying to be this
Pepe,
movement.
It's P-E-P-E. Pepe?
Please look.
How you say it? Look.
Oh, my, that's better than I thought.
Boy,
I don't know
good.
about Pepe the Frog.
I don't either. I didn't know he was a leader of a.
I have no idea.
I
don't know my alt-right stuff like
I don't either.
Is that a symbol of the alt-right?
I have no idea.
Pepe the Frog? You think they would have something
P-E-P-E is how they spell it. Pepe the Frog.
How do you get in there and do that so quickly without anybody knowing?
Them same people do them trains.
That's,
Can you imagine?
that's
When I
phenomenal.
get stopped by a train, I just admire all the artwork.
I know.
That's amazing.
Here comes Adler. He knows Pepe the Frog.
Okay.
He's up on the alt-right.
Evidently, it's Pepe.
I thought that was a pig.
Pepe. And for some reason, it's been because initially the frog was like just a meme on the internet, and people were like, if somebody posted something that was sad, they would post the picture of this frog that was crying. You know how people have like memes and reactions, stuff like that. Okay.
We got frog memes.
Well, now we have frog memes, and now
I hate memes.
Evidently, that got used over and over again. Like if someone were to complain on Twitter about like, oh, somebody was racist towards me or something like that, then evidently a lot of people on the alt-right would post this frog like, oh, boo-hoo for you or whatever it might be. This is just an example. I don't know. This isn't a specific
Pepe
thing.
the Frog.
So
Pepe
what does it mean? It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, we are back. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. Helmsy out. By the way, his tennis team did very well in Conference USA tournament. And today he gets a cool opportunity. Both of his kids that are playing tennis have made it to the state finals. Their teams have. So that's kind of cool.
Feels like the first time.
So he'll be back with us sooner than later. Ma'oz Israel. Ma'oz Israel has put together a website. I just got an email about this moments ago. IsraelNeedsMe.com is the website. Some of you have tried to search the name of the organization. Really, the simple is just use that URL, IsraelNeedsMe.com, and you will be working alongside this Messianic Jewish group that's been together for over 50 years. And they are working together along with all of us to help the people of Israel. They do need help. The atrocities of war and the pain that it creates last for years, but this is a way that we can actually help. Be sure there's necessary food, medical supplies, things for the children, and how their lives have been turned upside down yet again. So IsraelNeedsMe.com, IsraelNeedsMe.com. That's the direct link, and you can help. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, over the weekend, we had a lot going on now in our state and everywhere, but in Sweet Home, Alabama, Speedy, we talked about, was with the Stallions. They did get the rain. We'll talk more about that later. I know he talked about that in the kickoff hour. They did finish the game, though, later, about midnight.
Wow. Wet. I flipped the TV on, and it was a different game, and I thought, well, why not covering this game? And then found out they were in a weather delay, and eventually got it together, right, and finished. But it was flooding, it looked like.
It was. Did you say finish around midnight?
Yeah.
So, but the Stallions stay undefeated.
Yeah.
Beating DC by 2 points. So then over at Talladega on Sunday for the main race, they thought they were going to be in trouble weather-wise as well. It was hit or miss, but the weather was good for them. They were fortunate. They stayed out of the weather situations, and once again, like you said, Greg, you're kind of the one that knows more about NASCAR than the rest of us, but people and drivers and some people can be critical of the Talladega experience, but if you're a fan, this is the most exciting race. Awesome. When they're at Talladega, it is a different deal. And, boy, this finish continues in that narrative. What a finish.
Oh, yeah.
And I was telling Bubba, it's so – I watched that documentary you told me to watch. Was it called Full Speed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so you get behind the scenes with all these teams in NASCAR because I'm completely out of the loop on even who the current drivers are.
There's a lot of new names out there.
And that helped me to get caught up. Yes. So even when y'all mentioned Tyler Reddick, I was like, I remember that in the documentary. He's one of the drivers for the Denny Hamlin, Michael Jordan team.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And watching Michael Jordan get excited about NASCAR, and he is he is into it.
Yeah.
And
he just likes to compete, doesn't he?
And they've got a great team. By the way, Michael Jordan's 61 now, and their racing team is 20.
It's not that old, Rick.
Yeah, 23, and then the Roman numeral XI. What is that? Is that 19?
11 for Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, 23, 11. So Tyler Reddick got the victory, but they, as Talladega is known to do, they will wreck on the final lap.
The big one.
And Michael Jordan said the excitement of this was like an NBA playoff game.
I mean, they're in the tri-oval.
Yeah, they sure
Watch
are.
the 7 car get up on its side.
Please look, Bubba.
It's all the way upside down.
Look at
Josh
so
Berry.
the
and
wall.
It's still sliding on its side all the way down the wall.
Look at the wall right here. Watch this guy come through.
Bubba, look at the wall.
That is wild. I thought I saw that.
Look at that. He's on his side,
LaJoy.
driver's side.
Yeah, and then he flips here. Watch this.
Unbelievable. Oh, it's going to go over.
Yeah, that's how it ended. But you see Tyler Reddick, he's in the white car there, and it just all kind of opens up for him because you got some blocking going on and everybody getting a good run. And
yeah, Keselowski and Michael McDowell were battling, and they got together coming through for the win.
Yeah. McDowell was in the lead, and Rick and Bubba, he would kind of anytime there was a run on the top of the bottom, he would kind of get over in front, and then he did that for how many laps, Greg? Maybe the last 20 laps, maybe. And then that last lap in the tri-oval, Keselowski tried to go up high and McDowell went up, and Keselowski tried to come back, and then he tried to block him, and then that's how everything.
Yeah, nobody was mad. It was just racing.
Yeah. And what a testament to the technology that you can have that kind of wreck, no one seriously hurt.
Exactly.
That's it really is, and this is the cool moment where Jordan is holding Tyler Reddick's 4-year-old son.
Of course, just think Reddick's son has no idea the legend that is holding him right now.
That's right.
He has no clue. I mean, how many grown men wishes Michael Jordan would hold him?
That's right.
You know,
and you forget how large Michael Jordan is until he's around like normal sized people.
Yeah. So
that's a really
look
cool
at him
deal.
sitting there with his headset, a car owner in NASCAR. Did you ever think you'd say that, Michael Jordan? I mean,
Look, you with him and some of these other athletes, you never know.
Oh yeah,
Brad Daugherty, he's been in it for years.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah. So let me ask you this, Greg. You mentioned, and I think it's what Speedy was talking about, but you said because what I noticed on the documentary Full Speed, the world of team racing, which some of the purists are not crazy about. That I have multiple cars on the track.
Right.
Okay. And the weird thing, Bubba, and I don't know if the guys mentioned this on the show or not, but when I saw it, the weird thing is Denny Hamlin drives for Joe Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
But he and Michael Jordan have their team of their own drivers that compete against Denny and Joe Gibbs.
Right.
So he can
Remember
actually.
Earnhart was the same way. He
It's a little
drove
confusing.
for Childress, but he owned his other team.
Yeah, and
so
he got-
it's really weird.
So Denny
So
Hamlin.
you don't want to wreck your own car, though, do you?
You don't think so? No.
Well, I mean, Denny
Kinda
Hamlin,
expensive.
and I saw this in the documentary, finished second, but one of their guys beat him. And they asked him how he was doing. He said, well, right now, I'm competitive, so I'm mad that I came in second. But I will admit, in a moment, I will probably go over and celebrate with my team because we won.
Right.
And,
That's a weird place.
Yeah, and of course, the thing in that documentary that, in Speedy, I know things like this make you uncomfortable, is when they interview Denny Hamlin and he's talking about him helping his team, and then they go to Joe Gibbs and he goes, "Oh no, I know that he's racing hard for me because he wants me to win first."
Right.
And I thought,
Yeah, that's a very uncomfortable moment.
Exactly what he said.
I'm not sure that's what Denny just said, but anyway, but
like for
but he
yesterday,
is a competitor.
But like yesterday, Denny Hamlin gets caught up in that Toyota wreck, and so he gets put out. But yet then he goes to victory lane where he's congratulating his driver.
Well, that was
it's kind of a weird moment.
Well, that was the thing that.
Really is.
Thank you, RFK Jr. But
I'll tell you what.
But Greg was saying so the Toyotas had decided it was going to be a fuel situation. So they said, let's all group together and go to the front, but they wrecked each other, trying to be together and go to the front.
Get in a line, and they go, we're going to run them down.
Right.
And they were running them down.
Yeah.
And they wrecked.
Right. So there you go.
So how did they wreck?
They got to bumping. They were in the
Each
straight.
other?
Well,
they were too tight.
If you get the way that the guy on the radio was explaining it, that if you got 3 cars, but there was a whole line of them, one was bumping the one in front of him. Well, if a third one comes up on that one, the car in the middle pretty much
Can lose.
Yeah,
it loses air. doesn't
You
it?
could see hit the back.
got
I think
too
it was
close.
Bubba Wallace. I think his car was literally hopping back and forth. But what they did work. Harvick on the TV broadcast said, "Let me tell you what, Ford and Chevy was in a handle because Toyota, their plan, they were gonna be somebody that could possibly have won it because there was only 30-something laps left, and they were gonna have to pit again, and then they wrecked."
Moment of silence for Dale Earnhardt. So I remember one of the funniest audio clips that you remember back when this team thing first started.
Yeah, he wasn't big on it.
Do you remember, though, when he got on the headset and Junior wouldn't work with him? And he said, hey, somebody tell number 8 who he works for.
Yeah.
Didn't even call him by name. And I thought that was one of the funniest audios. He was like, hey, he better start working with me or we're going to have problems to get this thing to the front. So it's there's a lot that goes on with it. And if you really get into all that, and understand what's all happening out there, it's real high tech these days, Bubba. I mean high tech. You should see those shops, Bubba.
Oh, I know. I've always enjoyed
he goes.
seeing.
Oh, so he went down to block him.
Steals one.
Oh, that's different. From that angle, it's totally different.
Yeah, you see that he tried to block him.
Yeah.
And y'all would love this too because Brad Keselowski, he drives for Ford. And I didn't know this because I don't follow as much as I need to, but Ford has not won. And they thought, hey, we might get us one, and then they finished second again.
Oh, look at that, Bubba.
Yeah.
Good gracious. I didn't. You're right. That angle.
I didn't realize
that's a game
it was as aggressive a move as it was.
Yeah.
Of course, there's Jordan's other number. One car's 23 and the other one's 45.
Yeah.
So they have 2 in their group?
Yeah, Bubba Wallace.
23 and 45. So he's got both of his numbers out there. And
but that's why it came down to that last. I mean, there
you
it
think
is.
23 would have won.
I know. But 45.
It was a better number for
Sure,
it.
sure. Not Sunday. You know.
Yep.
But I'm like you. I didn't see the guy trying to block out front.
That was aggressive block.
He didn't have the horsepower. He just trying to block.
He had led the whole.
He'd been doing that for 20-something laps, and then in that last one,
he got there a little late.
Yep. Was he too aggressive trying to cut back?
Yeah, he said he was just trying to win. He got there a little. He said he was up my fender further than I thought.
I just tried to win.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here.
Well, now it's officially been taken over as a image and symbol and almost mascot of the alt-right. So for them to put the image of Pepe the Frog on Bernie Sanders' face is like a smack on the face. A smack on the face.
Rick, the DC cops get this are investigating it as a hate crime.
Look, I don't.
Get out of here!
I certainly don't want to go to a meeting and help the alt-right, but I hate to say it, I can't help it. I'm in marketing. I'm a marketing, advertising guy, and I just think what a terrible choice. I mean that's a confusing logo. It doesn't mean anything. I don't follow it.
Right.
Why did they come up with that?
I don't know why they came up with it, why they started using it, and then evidently if enough people used it that are alt-right, Pepe the Frog now becomes racist. So if you use that meme, you are racist.
Well, when
he didn't start out that way.
Signaling okay to somebody became a racist.
Yeah.
All right, so Jenny and Chelsea says that Adler's wrong about the frog. I've never heard.
Here comes Adler trying to think he knew something.
She may be wrong.
That's
Greg.
a good point.
I mean, but I don't know anything about this frog. I think it's a bizarre choice if it's a new symbol of the alt-right. I don't know. Hello, my honey. Hello. It's not that frog. Jenny, go ahead.
Looks like him.
Hello, Monkey Grass.
Thank you, Jenny. What's on your mind today?
He's got it all wrong. It's a Q drop. Do y'all follow Q?
No.
QAnon?
Yeah, he made this drop about a verse in Exodus about I will send frogs amongst them to destroy them. It's like a whole play on the plague of frogs.
So this is some play on the plague of the frogs when Moses was trying to get Pharaoh to let his people go.
Yeah.
So they could even be using a locust as their anything that was a plague. They chose the frog.
Yeah, apparently they just kind of chose that as a mascot.
Adler, you think Jenny's got? You think there's any count? Jenny knows what she's talking. Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Now you've stirred him up.
It's a mad walk too.
That very well may be, or whatever those words are. I have a hard time getting.
No, you did it.
Okay. That very well may be.
Wow, you really
what she just said. That's very hard for me to say.
My goodness.
But in 2016, the Anti-Defamation League included Pepe the Frog as a racist symbol. So yes, maybe Q is using it.
Who's this Q person?
QAnon.
Okay.
QAnon, yeah. Q is a person, from what I understand, right?
I think.
And he's like a former military guy who's got all this inside information.
I thought that was from the James
supposed
Bond
to be
movies.
all in it.
Greg, you're supposed to know all this.
I know.
When this crazy lady on the
He's the
phone
tech
asked,
guy.
she asked if we follow Q. The crazy lady on the phone.
Yeah.
What's your
She's
name?
not
I know
crazy.
a crazy lady on the phone.
Oh, sorry.
She's
Sorry, ma'am.
Still there.
She's still there.
Sorry, she's still on the phone.
Oh,
She's a
sorry,
real-
ma'am.
She's
Sorry.
a real person.
Sorry, ma'am.
I am a long-time listener, Adler. Don't get all sassy on me.
I'm just playing with you. I'm sorry. But
Now, I don't really follow Q either, but I was just trying to I didn't want you to look bad. I'm trying to give you inside info here.
Well, that very I can't say that.
Why is it?
That very may.
That very well may be
right.
Okay,
Very well may be.
You might be right, crazy lady, but initially.
Crazy lady.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did it again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right,
I'm
Zach
just
in Alabama.
playing.
Stay with us, because Zach in Alabama. Now we're going back to
Q?
Oh, great. All the Q people
I
are
thought
going to
that was
come
from
after me.
007. All right, Zach, go ahead.
Adler, don't let Crazy Karen confuse you, because she is way off. That is the typical Bible Belt Karen response to link it to a Bible verse, when in reality it's just a little meme from a bunch of teenage boys who had nothing better to do, just decided to make something funny. So it's just, I didn't know it was going to be a symbol of the alt-right, but the whole Bible thing, that's way off. I've seen this meme for forever, and I'm one of the young bucks, and it has nothing to do from the Bible.
Yeah. See, if he walked out in the green field, we'd let him pass. He's young.
Well, I mean, if you were going to go with the plagues of Egypt,
he ain't stinking yet.
If you were going to
Gotta
go
get
with
big
those
6.
plagues, wouldn't you pick another one than the frogs?
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, you had other choices.
I mean, fire raining down from heaven,
Right.
or
blood in the water.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many.
I'm just going to be straight up. If you're trying to like strike fear or hey man, whatever, the frog is not a good option.
It's like a trolling thing. You know
I
how
would-
it's just like that's what trolling is. I'm stupid.
Now, what is
with-
trolling?
And if you-
Locusts, you know the.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're back. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And we are recapping the big stories from the weekend. We are going to announce the winner of the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. It's coming up at Barber Motorsports Park. Riley Green will be the Grand Marshal. You get to meet him. We got parking passes. We got garage passes, tickets to the event. And if you registered your name, that opportunity is coming up. We're going to announce that winner, and suddenly you'll have a lot of new friends that'll start calling you. So that coming up next segment, Bubba will announce that winner. So if you register, be listening for that. A couple of things that you need to know, and then we'll look forward, then we'll look back. So coming up this week, Speedy and Greg will be in the Birmingham, Alabama market coming up this Saturday. The shops at Grand River. So if you want to go see the Spring Palooza event, meet Speedy and Greg. They're gripping and grinning. Coming up this Saturday in Birmingham, shops of Grand River. I'll be headed to Omaha, Nebraska. Going up, we're going to the biggest thing I've struggled with the last 2 weeks. I'm going to look back at Sherry and I being at Westview Baptist Church in Opp, Alabama. I'm looking ahead to Rich Wingo and I going to West Side Baptist in Omaha, Nebraska. That has confused me. I have called Westview West Side. I have called West Side Westview, and I apologize for that. Those are too close together.
Yeah.
So just y'all know what
Are
I
there
mean.
no churches on the east side?
Right, I was about to say, y'all know what I mean. So anyway, so Omaha, and I got some emails from guys that are coming from various areas there. Rich Wingo and I will be there this coming Saturday for a Man Church One Day. We'll both be speaking as they continue to go through the men's discipleship strategy. Sherry, who was with me this past weekend, we'll talk about that. Ladies, if you want another opportunity to see Sherry, this past weekend was the first time Sherry has spoken in a year. So she was really nervous, and she did a great job, as we expected. And she's going to be going to another women's conference just for women coming up this Saturday at Camellia Baptist Church in Prattville, Alabama. As we were passing Prattville coming back from Opp, I said, well, honey, you'll be driving right back down here Saturday. So Camellia Baptist Church in Prattville, Alabama, I-92 is our affiliate there. Sherry speaking at their women's event this weekend. So that's all going on. So looking back, Bubba, I was in Opp, Alabama. Now, I know a lot of you don't know this. Opp, Alabama is one of the few places that Bill Bubba Bussey will never go.
Ever.
Because of the rattlesnake roundup. They are known for the rattlesnake roundup. Bubba, I use that line that we've used a lot. I get up and when I got to speak at the church on Sunday morning, so everybody was in there. And I got up and I said, well, it's good to be in Opp, Alabama, where even the Presbyterians handle snakes.
Yeah.
And so I did tell them, Bubba, on your behalf, I said, I know that y'all all would love to meet Bubba. I said, but as long as you stay in this town, you'll never see him. I said, he's not going to come to a town that on purpose goes out and catches a bunch of rattlesnakes and throws them out in a big arena. He's just not going to do it.
Yeah, well, that's probably not my favorite event, but I know there's some very good people that live in Opp. So
do you know where the name Opp comes from?
I wouldn't have any problem visiting Opp as long as we wasn't throwing snakes in a big arena.
There you go. Yes. Bubba, do y'all know where the name Opp comes from?
No.
It really seems quite, I don't know why we didn't think about this. So the history of Opp, Alabama, and by the way, thank you, as you said, Bubba, thank you to the Chamber of Commerce there. They rolled out the red carpet for Sherry and me. We just grateful people who've supported this show forever. We're on 107.7 there in Andalusia. And they all are just such wonderful human beings. You know this, Bubba. These small towns in Alabama, the salt of the earth people.
Yeah.
So
Great folk.
they sent everybody. There's some cookies in there that they sent from the Chamber of Commerce.
I had one.
Now Sherry would not let me bring, which I think may hurt you guys the most. Also, they have some of the greatest boiled peanuts the world has ever known, and they put that in our gift basket. But Sherry would not let those. She loves boiled peanuts, so I was not able to bring those.
Okay, that's
so the name Op.
Did you bring a rattlesnake?
Is when it was there's the rattlesnake.
You're not helping,
sorry.
Adler. Stop.
So at one time,
I know they get venom from them and all that. That's good, I guess.
Do you remember, Bubba, back in our history when these mill towns were just booming? If you were a mill town, you were booming.
Yeah.
In the mill
Had
village.
the mill village in the mill town.
So when they had the mill there and it was going, they wanted the world to know that this was a town of opportunity. And so they shortened it to Op for opportunity.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I thought Oppenheimer was born there. I didn't know.
Yeah, so they still have
call it Op.
You talking about Greg Littletown, Big Heart?
I like it.
Yeah,
They don't want to call it opportunity. They
wanted to call it Op. So that's where that came from.
Well, they probably did, and then they hipped it up later.
They did.
Yeah. So
acronym.
I want to thank Michael Buckaloo and his wife and who is kind of over the men's ministry there. They've been doing the men's discipleship strategy for 3 years. They're actually starting this Wednesday in curriculum number 4. And he said he just had it on his heart that Sherry and I come there and do an event for couples and for men and women at the same time. And Op High School gave them the location. They hosted it. And Sherry spoke to the women. I spoke to the men. And one thing that I like when Sherry and I do these conferences together, and it's one of my favorite things, we let the men and women write on cards questions they'd like for us to address, like maybe through the 2 messages we did. Maybe there's something they said, I really want to ask you specifically about that. And so we come back for the final session, sit down in chairs together, and because Sherry, when she's teaching the Bible, it's very serious. She's very good. There's incredible depth. But then when we get there, because it's people start thinking things, and I'm sure they've thought about all of our wives. Why would she marry Rick? And so then when you sit down and they see us cut up a little bit and we're going through it, and she lightens up a little bit and just sits there in the chair, and we have fun at each other's expense. And she has to answer a question like somebody put in, what do you think about Rick's new King stage? And she said, I have refused to acknowledge it, that kind of stuff. And so and we also cover some real serious stuff too. So we had an incredible time. Pastor Gary Miller, who's retiring, by the way, and he and his wife were just incredible hosts. Seeing all of you and getting to talk to all of you and pray with all of you and watching God move this past weekend, Sherry and I were just, it was wonderful. It was a wonderful, wonderful weekend. So many people were praying that some of the thunderstorms and rough stuff, wouldn't keep anybody from coming. Op Alabama did not experience any of it. It all went around us. We didn't have any of that. And we had a wonderful time Saturday night, and then a powerful Sunday morning worshiping with y'all. And then we got to have lunch with David and his wife and the Pastor Gary and his wife before we left. They laid out a delicious meal for us, and we just could not have had a better time. It was just great. And so thanks to each and every one of you for inviting us. And like I say, over the next 3 weeks, Sherry and I will be out quite a bit. So just go to burgessministries.com. You can see that, or rickandbubba.com, or themanchurch.com. All those things have that. So hope you'll come out and see us wherever we go over the next couple of weeks, if you weren't there this weekend. So it was good.
I probably wouldn't mind going to that event if I had a flamethrower.
I know. I told them. I started the message.
If it wasn't called the Roundup, if it was called the Rattlesnake Kill-Off.
No, you're right.
Something like that. Where everybody had dynamite. You went out and took care of them.
Yeah,
dynamite.
After we announced the winner, I will tell you one thing that happened.
Back to hell, you serpents.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, right. These conversations that we have, I told them that. Now, I said, look, and they all agreed. I said, Bubba's made it very clear. He doesn't go or have anything to do with an animal that is cursed by God.
Nope.
It's no more complicated
God took its legs. Yeah. It ain't my friend.
We'll announce the winner next, and I'll tell you one thing that happened on the road, too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, 3 days of darkness.
Oh, yeah. What about water to blood? Of course, that's a little much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unleavened bread. Come on, dry. Oh, wait, that wasn't one of the plagues. Never mind. That wasn't one of the plagues.
No.
That's so good.
Not directly, no.
Dry. But sorry, y'all, the internet's a big, weird, crazy place, and a lot of people claim things, a lot of people appropriate things for their cause and all kinds of stuff. Like the Don't Tread on Me snake, I think that's really awesome and cool, and I stand behind that. But now that's being taken by a lot of people that I don't agree with.
Did you say you stand behind it?
I think I agree with it.
That was like your motto?
I was good with it.
Don't tread on Adler.
Don't tread on me now.
Better stand behind it than step on it.
But you're right. You never know what day something that you innocently have is going to all of a sudden be declared. Oh, you know what that means, don't you?
Yep. Yes.
No, I thought it meant okay. No. But anyway, so
I know what this means.
And you're right about this internet world. It's okay to go. It's okay to go visit the internet world, but then leave and go back to the real world. Don't just set up your camp there.
Right.
Don't live in it. You can go there and take a look around, come back out, but don't stay in there. I mean, that's when things get all weird. You got to go out. You got to get out of there. And, some of y'all need to learn to hunt and fish.
Yes.
Amen.
Yes. Look at some leaves.
Go get outdoors. I mean, let the sun shine on you.
Breathe.
We're even to a point where we can't agree as to whether Antifa is a group of people that are organized or that's just a mentality or whatever. Like, so wherever you look and whoever you listen to, understand there are people that believe and think so vastly different things about something you might even think is kind of simple, like, is Antifa a group that's organized? Yeah, right. That's called the silent head shake.
Yeah. Anyone?
Which, by the way, if I adopted a symbol for my group, it would be what you just did. All right, let's go to Bruce in Nashville. Bruce,
I didn't know you were big on Don't Tread on Me.
Yeah, you used to be.
I stand behind it. Let's go to Bruce in Nashville. Bruce, go ahead.
Used to be.
As Bubba said, I don't stand on it. But Bruce in Nashville, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So I work with a guy that has a cousin, and his roommate's dating a girl whose aunt lives in D.C., and her sister works for the post office. No, seriously. Her sister works for the post office.
We're trying to follow this train.
So good.
And she knows somebody that worked for Trump's campaign, and they said today's the day they're going to seize power. And they said three things. Don't go to work, don't take your kids to school, and don't take the vaccine because today's the day.
Bruce,
Well
is kidding.
That's
Bruce.
Well that's
done.
excellent. Yeah.
Can I tell all the cancer patients out there, go get your treatments?
Yes.
Go get your treatments, okay? Especially if you don't, I mean, if you had treatment like your doctor wanted to meet you down at the Capitol, well, then I probably wouldn't go there.
Yeah, maybe not
But
that.
where you live, you can go.
Oh, and if I could just say this, because
go
my
get your treatment.
mom went through the treatments during all 2020,
right.
and they take so many safety precautions as far as getting you in and out and the safety around it. Go get your.
It's beyond COVID. There's
treatment.
people that won't go get their thing because tomorrow they think there's going to be that it's not safe to go anywhere tomorrow.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
It's going to be. Yeah, we know firsthand. I mean, one like the person who told me is one step for me. We've got people not coming to work who are black because they said it's not safe to be black tomorrow and be out in public. Well, guys, that's not. What
Sounds
y'all?
like somebody don't want to go to work.
Listen, what are y'all talking about?
It does.
I mean, you're right. I would use that. I mean, I'm the kind of guy that before Jesus, I would have used that. I would have been like, well, I don't want to come in tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, you would have used your advantage.
Sounds like a good afternoon.
Hey, you been on the internet?
I'm scared.
Sounds like a good afternoon to go hunting and just get as far away from everything.
But it is sad that we're to that place in this world. Guys, politics really, if you don't pay attention to them, they really will not impact you nearly as much as everybody thinks. So when you're sad when your guy loses or when you're happy and you're rejoicing it's really not going to impact your life as much if you don't let it. That's really it. I'm going to live my life no matter who's the president.
Right.
God's still on the throne. None of this crap matters.
Yeah.
Gas probably go up.
It might. I might have inconveniences. I might have higher taxes. I might have weird things I got to deal with. But I can still live my life.
I mean, there's people that act like it's over.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Here we go. A brand new hour from the Big Boys studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here today. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill, Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little experience we call Rick.
Bubba, if folks have gone to rickandbubba.com to the contest button and they registered to win a VIP trip to the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix at Barber Motorsports Park, they will get to meet Riley Green, who will be the Grand Marshal. They will also get garage passes. They get tickets, of course, for the weekend. And you are standing by with the winner.
Rick, the winner.
Good night.
The winner is, and we're a little gray on this last name, Elizabeth Sorrell. Or Sorrell.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Sorrell or Sorrell. Congratulations.
Sorrell?
Sorrells.
Okay. Oh, it's got an S. Oh, Sorrells.
Sorrells?
I think it's Elizabeth Sorrells.
Elizabeth Sorrells. We'll go with it.
There you go. All right.
I like it.
All right.
Congratulations.
There you go.
How about you? We talked about, though, that parking pass might be the best thing out of all of it.
Oh, no doubt. And meeting Riley.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Love Riley.
So looking back, and by the way, people are now saying it's named after a guy named Opp, and then they used his name to say it's the city of opportunity.
Here we go.
Hey, look, the pastor told me that. Take it up with him. All right. So and the Chamber of Commerce. All right. So let's. This is something I've noticed. Life on the road. It's one of these funny things. And Nate Bartletsky.
Bargatze.
He does a funny bit where he says no one wants to admit that none of us know how to turn off all the lights in hotel rooms.
Right.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to call down front and say how do you get it dark in here? But
somebody's trying.
Right. But anyway, another thing that I noticed, and I don't know how this happened. Now, what's funny is this conversation that Sherry and I got in about that, and I'm like, baby, there's no way that's right. Okay. And so I walked in, when you come into the hotel room, you're always looking around going, all right, so where's the places to plug in the phone? This. And I wasn't really worried about Sunday morning because we didn't even have to be to the church till 10 a.m. Well, we don't. And we're going to wake up long before that these days. I don't need an alarm clock for that or anything like that. So anyway, but you're setting everything up. I'm going to put this over here, and this is where I'm going to do this, and you're kind of getting yourself settled in for the weekend. And so I noticed that sitting next to my side of the bed, and again I've told y'all and others, I don't understand this. When Sherry and I are at home, we have we have solidified what side of the bed we both sleep on. When we go on the road, she reverses it, and I don't know why. I don't know why that is. I'd like to stay consistent on the side of the bed I'm on. But anyway, so on my side, really a show enough good one. There is a clock, and this thing, I mean, it was heavy. It was like a cube, and it even had the plug-ins for your phone and everything on the top of it. And I thought, well, this thing right here, you pick it up, and I mean, I'm talking about like it had the 3-prong plug into the wall, not even the 2. I mean, this thing was.
No, you had a ground.
You had a ground on it.
Had a new one.
Yeah, sure enough, good one. And so I thought, well, that's cool. I'll just plug my phone in right there. So we go, and I told you about that. We did the event. All that went great. Had a great time. And so we're coming back, and it's over, and we're reviewing how it went, and talking about some of the things we got to see and all that, and so we go to bed. We go to sleep. All right, babe. All right, love you. Good night. So we're getting ready to go to bed, and hey, we'll get up. I checked, of course. See, this is the beauty. We talk about this all the time. If you marry a heavy husband, he always knows everything about how to eat, where the eating is.
Oh, yeah.
What was hilarious.
It's like he's an expert.
What was hilarious is Sherry goes, well, I'm not sure about breakfast. I said, I'm all over that. And she goes, what? When did you get all over breakfast? I said, baby, the minute I come in the lobby, I said, I start scanning for where breakfast is, how it is.
Signs, when it starts.
I said, did you not even hear me ask the woman, when's breakfast? She goes, no, I was really trying to get us to. I said, oh, no. I was all over that. You don't worry about that. Matter of fact, I've even scanned some backup options if we don't like the breakfast on restaurants that are near us. I said, we're fine on breakfast. I wouldn't sweat that at all.
Got it.
So anyway, So we go to sleep, and then all of a sudden, have you ever been awakened by something and you're so asleep, your mind does not have the ability to try to figure out what's going on? And so I hear Sherry, and she's nudging me. What is that? What is that? And there's this noise going, "Pack, pack, 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 pack." And I said, "What is it? Where's that coming from?" Because I know I didn't set my alarm on my phone. And I know I did. What is it? Where's it coming from? And I just start shouting out, "Where is it coming?" I'm thinking, "Stop! Can you cut that? What is it?" And I look, and that wonderful little clock that I was so excited about, I pick it up, and you know how you're asleep and you put it by your face because you're trying to figure out. Now, it doesn't have anything on it that I can see. It's just a beautiful little cube that I thought its whole role was just to give you time and plug your phone in. And I'm like, "Where is it this?" And she's like, cut it off. It's 6 a.m. and we don't have to be in church till 10. So I'm holding, and finally I accidentally press it because it was so stealth you couldn't even see the snooze button on it. It was all blended in.
Yeah, it's dark in there.
So this next part you're gonna love. Well, I realized I've only hit the snooze.
Oh, he did it again.
So I don't know how to stop it, and I pick it up and I keep looking at it, and I can't find anything.
Unplug it.
Wouldn't the snooze stop it?
Well,
but
it's
only
going
for
to
10 minutes. For like 9
but it's going to do it
minutes.
again.
Well, yeah.
I want to go back to sleep, and I've got to just keep doing that the rest. So finally, I go, well, maybe I did cut it off. Maybe it was more than a snooze.
Oh, you were hoping.
Well, 10 minutes later, it goes again. So I did.
Can't even
so
sleep
Greg, I
in.
did. So I went over and I just unplugged it.
Just yank it out.
Never did see how the alarm was set. Are you ready for this? Sherry said, "I think the hotel put that alarm on." I said, "Baby, the hotel did not set an alarm for us."
No.
Like that, and she goes, "Nobody does that. We used to call the front desk."
Oh, I remember those wake-up calls.
Yeah, and do wake-up calls, but even in those days, they don't come in here and set your clock for you. They call you.
Yeah.
And nobody, see, that they do that so people won't be late checking out.
That's what she thought.
Baby,
At
please,
6 o'clock.
Please tell me you're not going to stick with this. You think they came in and set our alarm, not asked us about it, to make sure we woke up at 6? Well, I mean, doesn't that make sense? It doesn't.
No.
How about it doesn't?
No,
I'm going to say it does not.
I'm going to say the person that stayed in the room the previous night had set the alarm.
Yeah,
left a little bomb for you.
Yeah, and I said, "Honey, the hotel doesn't set alarms in people's rooms.
They let you know when breakfast is.
So they don't miss checkout.
Breakfast is served.
So they don't miss checkout.
Checkout's what, 10, 11?
I said, "Baby, I don't think they're worried about people. I mean,
We're checking out 7?
If they wanted you to make checkout, they'd set a clock for an 8:30.
Yeah.
Or something. They're not going to set it for 6. No, they wanted us to get up." And I said, "No."
So I mean, you're
way.
you're gaining no ground.
Baby, she goes, "So you don't even want to entertain that thought?" I can't entertain it.
No.
I cannot entertain the thought that the hotel came in here and set us a 6 a.m. alarm. I just don't think that happened. I don't think that happened.
And you didn't get a scan.
No, you're right. So I don't know how that clock got set. I don't know how you set the alarm on it. I just unplugged it. So whoever goes in there next is going to look down and think, this clock don't work.
Yeah.
Because I was going to plug it back in.
Yeah. Somebody left a little bomb in there for you.
How about that feeling when something's waking you up and you can't figure out what it is?
No.
It is one of the most bizarre. I mean,
I know.
You're just like, what is that?
Is it a smoke alarm?
What is it, man? Cut it off. I don't know where it is. Where's it coming from? What is it? Stop it. I think it's this black box. It's in here. Well, see, they said that to be sure we didn't miss checkout. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. We'll go first. Phone troll of the day. Of the week, too. All 10 lines are available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A brand new hour has begun. We start that, baby, with the national anthem.
associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. Grab a seat. We got room. Bubba, I know that we have much to unpack today. You have a good everything all right?
Rick, I'm doing well.
Yeah.
I hope everybody else is doing well. It's going to be an exciting day here in the country. A lot going on. Was just looking at President Trump's schedule. He's scheduled to leave the White House on Marine One here in about an hour, and so I know some of you are still anxiously awaiting something to happen. Tick-tock on that. Gonna have pretty quick.
Anybody got a Mike Lindell sighting? No, I just want to know where he is. I mean,
He's still carrying his papers?
Just want to know where he is.
You know, get you a briefcase if you're heading into the White House. So
they gonna
everybody with a 1,000-millimeter lens won't be sniffing on your papers.
Well, I was telling Bubba, the thing about this meeting he had, and he walks in with his notes and all this. But I will say the state of journalism, in all fairness to
what
that,
journalism
it is. I mean, somebody sent me the article, so it's not my speculation. I literally saw it. They would take words, all they could get the picture of, and then they would just add what they think the rest of it is. I mean, that's not journalism.
No.
I mean, journalism isn't what we see. We got 4 letters here, and I tell you what that word is. And probably the word after that was this, and the word after that was this, and probably and we think somewhere in there we don't see the word coup, but I bet it's in there.
Yeah.
And that's not journalism, by the way. Is Mike fired up, and does he think that Trump was wrong, like a lot of people? Yeah, but you can't write an article and you fill in the parts of the notes you can't see. I mean, that's not journalism.
No.
And so anyway, but I will say this, and we'll see how it goes. It's not over yet, and this is important. I know this upsets a lot of people, and I don't like to upset people. You know that, Bubba. That's never been my nature. But,
right,
right.
We have a lot of history of that.
But I will say this, okay, because this is important, and I keep saying this, all right, especially on the so-called prophet side. And I tell you, Babylon B, did you see that? Boy, they Greg, they don't miss. Evangelical prophets say that this predicted second term of Trump is spiritual, not literal. but
a pivot.
So, and that was a joke. But of course, you may hear somebody.
Well, no.
Yeah. But again, I'm just going to say this again.
Funny. I don't care who you are.
I gave everybody, and it's not mine. It's in the Bible. I gave everybody some things we should look for. Mm-hmm. Okay, and now, but I will tell you, this next one is one that nobody says, well, I'm not sure I believe that over here. And sometimes they didn't say the Lord said, and all this kind of. So if you didn't like that one, that's fine. Let me tell you one I think I'm going to be hard to move on. When they're wrong! Okay, if they predict something and it doesn't happen, it's not of the Lord. He doesn't get it wrong. Okay?
Bad information.
Yeah. So I would say everybody who was wrong, I would over here, let's say you've got a depth chart of prophets. I would go to my team, and everybody who got something wrong, I would move. They're no longer on the prophet team.
Yeah.
They can't be there. Prophets don't get things wrong. There's no prophetic word that's wrong. So just pay attention.
Yeah,
to that.
you can't bat 60% and be
Not in
a prophet
world.
of God.
No, because
you may.
It's the Patriot Mobile phone troll, first one of the week, and all 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. Make your phone money matter. Go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba and make the switch today. All right, so comments, questions, bringing information to the table at 30 seconds. The buzzer will sound. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. No baby predictions, none of those allowed in the phone troll. It is strictly comments and questions and bringing information to the table, and we kind of just go rapid fire and we go through there. By the way, Elizabeth, our winner, called and said her name is Sorrells. So we got it right. Elizabeth Sorrells. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Elizabeth. Have a great weekend and enjoy your time there at the beautiful Barber Motorsports Park. Let's get started. Bubba, we get started with a Jordan right out of the gate.
Yeah.
So,
How about it, Jordan?
If you want to try to get Jordan, fire it in there. If you want to get a phone show started, start with the Jordan. All right, Jordan, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I have never been happier to be a podcast listener than I was on Friday.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
From now on, Bubba's not allowed to do celebrity deaths, and Speedy's not allowed to do Antonio Brown stories.
All right, I'll take that.
I was audibly
by the way,
saying, no, Speedy, don't do it. Don't do it, Speedy.
It continued over the weekend, and some people would say got worse.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He kept on tweeting?
Oh, yeah.
Or Xing or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
now?
whatever he was doing.
Wow. Chris in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I was listening to the podcast on Friday, and I really wanted to call back in. Bubba, you know you would drink coffee if it was peanut-flavored M&M coffee and Girl Scout cookies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Well, if we had it flavored that, why wouldn't I just eat the other stuff?
Right.
I mean,
right. Yeah.
I don't like these cross flavors. You know, I don't like chips that taste like ketchup and ketchup that tastes like chips. And, you know, just why don't you just go get what you want to begin with?
Yeah,
I've never got
that. That is a valid point that I don't think can be disputed. If I'm searching for that flavor, just eat where it originally came from.
It's already there.
Right. Makes good a lot of sense. 866 We Be Big. More lines available if you want to join us on the phone show. Justin in Bristol. Justin, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. I found yesterday a YouTube channel called The Rick and Bubba Show Archives. I don't know if y'all are aware of this. And it has a ton of older – it has some new stuff, but it has a ton of older stuff. And I was watching – it has some even full-length shows, it looks like, from a long time ago. But it has one I watched where Paul Thorne was on the show, and he wrote a song and sang it in studio called Lucky Trailer Trash, and it was about you guys. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that. I may have to try to find that channel. You know what? I don't. I don't. Do you remember that?
I did see the clip of the first day we were on Turner South, and it was back when we were at the other studio and before we had the bigger studio, and it was pretty funny to watch that.
So you've seen this channel?
There's 2 or 3 of them out
yeah,
there.
I knew there
you
was.
can go through.
I knew there was one, and that is basically a YouTube Spotify deal where they just do best of CDs on it all the time. But I did not know about these where they have found video archives too. Yeah.
It's the good stuff that people have had out there.
You know, when I was in the City of Opportunity, a lot of people because we did the old school after the Saturday night thing. It was a little different because it was at the high school, so we didn't have as much access to everybody. But at the church on Sunday morning, and a lot of people came to that too. We did the old school. The pastor took us outside, and remember that when you would leave and shake the pastor's hand on the way out.
Oh.
And I missed that. That was cool. Yeah. And so we did that, and so the number of people that I met that said, "I found y'all on Turner South." It was amazing. I mean, that was a big moment. We pulled a lot of listeners in that we didn't have.
Yeah, it had quite a footprint.
And some of them are, and that's when they're still here. Yeah. Melissa in Alabama. Melissa, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to see what y'all thought about Mike Johnson. I'm so disturbed what I'm seeing, and I just really don't know what to think about it. I'm going to hang up and let y'all.
Well, let me ask you a question before you go. You still there?
Yeah.
So what is it that upsets you about? You talking about the Speaker of the House?
Yes.
Yeah. What is it that upsets you about him?
The decisions he's making about funding things that the conservatives don't align with.
Well, like you mean aid for Israel?
No, not Israel.
Aid for Ukraine?
Ukraine, and also for I can't remember all. It was some money to go to different things that were liberal. I thought he was, totally conservative, and it just doesn't look like he's voting. It is.
No, I see. You can't name what he voted for that you don't really like, other than maybe Ukraine, and I'm not aware of it either. So I would be careful as to what is being put out there. When it comes to Ukraine, the Republicans and the conservatives were the first ones to want to support the Ukraine in this. But here is the problem. What is the long-term game plan? Do we want to try to fund them? Do we want to, if Russia takes Ukraine, next will be NATO countries, and we will be obligated to send troops to defend. So I understand, and a lot of the Republicans voted against it, saying, I can't vote to do this with our southern border open. Understand that. It's a complicated issue. I don't think it is as clear-cut maybe as we would like for it to be. I know in our delegation we had 3 congressmen vote for it, 4 against it. Rogers, who is in charge of the Armed Services Committee, voted for it. So what does he know that maybe we don't know? And I don't know what the answer is. Obviously, we can't send hundreds of billions of dollars to the Ukraine forever. I mean, do we have a plan? I mean, I think that's fair.
So, do you know?
Well,
did he?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was so upset and mad about what he did. That bill that he voted on that included all the huge IRS new funding, millions and millions for that, and other things that was included in that bill. And she, started this process. And when you hear all the things that was included, it is troubling.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I will say this from some insight into what goes on in Capitol here. The Freedom Caucus, who includes many people who I agree with their position on things, I disagree with the way they try to go about it. And Marjorie Greene would fall under that category. She is going to cause further splintering in the Republican Party. And if we keep kicking these speakers out, we're going to end up with a Democrat speaker. You realize that?
Yes, I'm afraid of that also.
Yeah. I think Mike Johnson is, I think he is a good man. I think he's a Christian. He's a believer. He's outspoken about it. And I think he's very much a conservative. But, it's what we were talking about the other day. You can't have everything the way you want it in Congress. You have to compromise. That is how the opposition forces have gotten what they've gotten over the years, is to, slow walk it step by step. So just because Marjorie Greene Taylor's for it does not mean it's always the right thing.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Sometimes there's a smarter way, Rick, to go about it.
Honestly, I'm so uninformed, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
And so I don't really follow.
Well, she's going to she said she's going to introduce legislation to remove the speaker again today because he didn't vote the way she wanted.
Yeah, you're much more informed on this than I am.
Not really.
Rick and Bubba.
A prognosticator, you may be a guesser, you may be a fake, and you may have that kind of number, but you can't be of the one and only.
And the ones who didn't say it was prophecy but still told you that they knew things that were going to happen. If that's your pastor, that would concern me. Okay, if your pastor predicts that CIA people stormed the Capitol dressed as protesters and stole laptops and they're going to declare martial law, well, that doesn't have to be prophecy for that to concern me if that's my pastor.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is good for us. This is a good time for us to maybe do a little purging and kind of clean up a little bit and kind of get back to
spring cleaning.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
It's not going to be fun, but like when was the last time something that was uncomfortable wasn't beneficial for you?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, discomfort saved my life.
Yeah. Did y'all happen to see Arnold, the Gubernator, his little thing he did online?
I did not.
Is he still acting like we care about what he thinks? Him and Alyssa Milano.
Is he in a hot tub again?
No, not this time. he had his little speech about everything going on. Of course, him and Trump don't like each other, never have.
No.
You got to remember what it's coming from.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Will and Meet could happen today. Definitely happen by the time the show's over on Friday. So, Bubba, I know that you
don't talk about the pardons or anything?
I don't. Not really. No.
Hey, Lil Wayne got pardoned.
Yeah.
Good.
Little Wayne got pardoned?
I'm not sure what he did.
What did Lil Wayne get pardoned for?
He had a gun violation, I think in Miami or somewhere that was anyway, he got that pardon.
Joe Exotic didn't happen?
I don't think so. They're saying Trump did not pardon himself or any of his family, but I'm gonna tell you, he may have that one in his pocket. And he may whip that one out when needed. You think?
That's true.
He pardoned rappers Lil Wayne and Kodiak Black. Are y'all familiar?
Rick, I got my pen before I go. Rick, I'm going to pardon Kodiak Black.
Guys, somebody let me know. Who's Kodiak Black?
Why he pardoned Kodiak Black?
What are you talking about?
He pardoned the former Detroit mayor.
Yeah.
Kilpatrick, who was serving a 28-year prison term on corruption charges.
Oh, that's a big one. That was a big one. But I don't know why. But that's
notable names not on the list were Julian Assange, the WikiLeaks guy.
For some reason,
Tiger King's Joe Exotic.
Oh, Joey didn't get it.
Rudy Giuliani, and any members of the Trump family.
He's mad at Giuliani.
Well, good job.
I can't believe Joe Exotic didn't get it.
They said he did not pardon anything to do with Sidney Powell, but he's trying to put her in jail.
He did.
Biden gonna have to pardon her.
He did pardon Steve Bannon, who used to be, on his
Who
staff.
old greasy hair? You look at that. Come on.
Total 73 pardons and 70 commuted sentences.
Yeah. Is that?
Look, every president.
I know it's
does
just
it,
weird.
And they have the ability to do that, and it's there's no real check and balance on it, so they can kind of do what they want to do.
Did anybody find out why Pam Anderson was pushing for Julian Assange to be? She was the spokesman on his behalf.
She was really bad.
She's like friends with him, and they were rumored to be romantically involved at one time.
Now he is fine.
There's been video of her going into the consulate where he was held up carrying food and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, what?
Well, I tell you what caused this kind of stuff is when you saw Kanye and Kim Kardashian get people released from jail. Then celebrities like, hey, we can all do it. That did happen. By the way,
the thing to do. Yeah.
I'll say this about Steve Bannon: he makes me look like I'm GQ.
I'm gonna tell you, you talk about a sloppy, greasy-headed thing.
Yeah, you wish you could just walk around with him beside you. Everybody go, that guy knows that looks pretty good.
Look, I'm not sure why he was in there, and I haven't seen the evidence. But you look at him and go, "Oh, he's something up with that guy."
Greg, the last time I looked like Steve Bannon, y'all had an intervention.
It does. Yeah. Seriously, you were right.
Yes, he was. I tell you what he did, Greg.
Hey, everybody know we're meeting Rick. We're meeting Rick. He doesn't know we're all coming.
This has got to end.
Yeah.
Greg says they're meeting. For I've lied and told him we're going to the ball game.
Yeah.
He was convicted of.
He looks like a grime won't shave.
Of ripping off people, raising money for building the wall.
That's what it was.
Exactly what it was.
That's what it was.
Yep.
Well, he wasn't in there long because that happened not too long ago.
Yeah.
Or was he ever even went to jail? Is he just awaiting sentencing? I don't know.
Well, and the other thing you got to look for, and we've warned you on the show about it, because we all and we do our end zone dances. When we all decided we would let the executive branch abuse executive orders. We're back 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are continuing to kind of run down the stories of the day. We just did a Patriot Mobile phone show. PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. They make switching easy. If you're looking, saying, I wish that, you do the best you can do, like Bubba's talking about, but if there is a choice, why not? PatriotMobile.com is the only Christian conservative wireless provider, the only one. You still have access to the same service that you have now. the 3 major networks. So you're going to be downgrading. Switching is easy. We get you free activation. If you go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba, or if you mention Bubba when you call 972-PATRIOT, use the code Bubba there too. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So you could have great service. If you want to keep your number you have now, you can. If you want to keep your phone you have now, you can. Or if you want to upgrade, they make that easy too. So why don't you make your phone money matter and have great service, but your money not be funding things that you don't agree with? PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. You got a choice. Find the link too at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, I know that you and I have things that we despise. Snakes, we mentioned a minute ago, and there's just things that we.
God took their legs.
Yeah, it just took.
Let me just remind you of that.
Yeah, cursed animal. Another thing that I loathe is Earth Day. I hate Earth Day. I am anti-Earth Day. And I'm with you. I want to hijack Earth Day because really it started out going, let's take care of Earth and let's have clean water and let's pick up the trash, and certainly we all agree with that.
We're all on that
on any day. But then it turned into pagan Earth worship day, and I don't worship the Earth.
Well, there's a lot of things we do need to be working on. As the groundskeepers of good old planet Earth, clean water, clean air, as you said. Who's against that?
Right.
But Earth Day that we're having today, Rick, it serves as a reminder of the importance of environmental protection and sustainability. We celebrate Earth Day to raise awareness about the critical environmental challenges facing our planet and to mobilize efforts to address them. Now, why is it on April 22nd?
Yeah, I'd like
why
to know
do you think
that.
it's on that?
I'd like to know that.
The people who started this wanted to pull a holiday that would fall between spring break and final exams to maximize student participation and protest. Sounds like a good communist move, doesn't it?
Yes, it really does.
So, Rick, I say we hijack this and make it Creators Day.
The day that we acknowledge and we're thankful for the creator of heaven and earth.
Who created this wonderful place for us to live in, and who assigned us to tend the garden, which goes back to taking care of pollution. And, we've learned more about these forever chemicals we got to get out of our water supply that's doing damage to all of us. Don't have any problem. See, that's where the environmentalists and the far left ought to join hands with us on the right who are conservationists.
Right.
And say we want to do this instead of chasing fallacy and half-fact and half-cocked and everything else that they love to chase around. I will say this, probably one of my favorite moments ever on the show in 31 years.
Oh, Bubba. Are you going there?
Annie Litter was on the show, who is kind of over the top with some of her stuff.
Bless her heart.
And her
Think
little
she
singing.
means well.
Rick, heart of gold.
She means
heart of
well.
gold. But
She
she's
means-
got all these little kids
she
singing.
means
It's
well.
kind of weird. But when James Spann ate her up on the air
Oh, my
about
goodness.
this, I've never seen James Spann eat anybody up.
Well,
and he ate her up on the show that day.
I wanted to
And
s-
I don't think we've seen her since, have we?
Yeah, I don't even know that Annie Litter. It's like she became the face of everybody that James was mad at that day, and he was really mad at the lack of science on the man-made climate change front,
Right.
And how people didn't understand the difference between weather and climate,
Yeah.
and how this science is flawed in so many ways. I don't think Annie Litter was in that camp. I think Annie Litter just wanted us to pick up trash.
Yeah,
and
yeah, probably so.
she got
Yeah.
caught by James as the face of the man-made climate change bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, Earth Day, you can kind of go, I'm for taking care of. What if we called it Tend the Garden Day? Because that's what
Creator Day, man. He gave us a job to do, and we need to do it. And that is
Conservationist.
tending the garden.
But what it's turned into is
Even when it was the Garden of Eden, it needed tending.
Correct.
Remember we forget that?
You know what?
Rick?
I had a discussion.
perfect.
Yeah, I had a discussion with somebody that said, and I said I think we can confirm that with what God said after the fall.
Right.
I think tending to the garden, we certainly did it because your point is valid. He told us to, but I bet it wasn't near as difficult as it is now. Because we didn't have all these briars,
Well,
we
you
didn't have all
weeds.
this. We didn't have the
it-
ground was easier
but
to
listen,
till.
Here's another part of that I've always found intriguing. It said that God would walk with Adam in the cool of the day, which meant the other part of the day was hot.
Was it? I don't know.
it wasn't as cool as when they walked in the garden
Cool
together.
day. Yeah, you're right.
So
I don't know. See, that's one of the things that you start thinking about on the new heaven and new earth. What's the weather going? I mean, do I need a light jacket? I mean, is it? Am I short sleeves?
I don't know.
I'm
gonna get a breeze.
Is my glorified body? Is it always at a perfect temperature?
I think it's gonna be perfect.
But sometimes I like. Some people like
Or
different
you
kind
just-
of work. Whatever you like, that's what you get.
You just transport somewhere it's warmer.
Yeah, right. What I'm saying, do you think whatever your is, that's what you have?
Yeah, I think so.
Because some people we don't all like the same climate.
Way above me. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take it on face value.
Sure.
Hey, it'll be number one.
Yep. I'll tell you that hell's humid. I promise you that.
Yeah, I know it is.
So humid.
We get a reminder of that every August, September, don't we?
Mm-hmm. Good Lord. But anyway, so
that'll be a great time for revivals.
Yeah, but see, Earth Day, it human beings can't handle it. You start out going, okay,
They start worshiping the earth.
Let's take care of the creation. We're all in on that, and like you said, then it turns into pagan worship and weirdoism, and destroy the economy with a bunch of feel-good garbage. Try to guilt people into buying products that we're not ready for yet, and on a mass scale, and we just do stupid things. So really, Earth Day is our reflection of stupidity.
Yeah, hey, let's get these forever chemicals out of our water supply. We can all vote for that. Better fishing, better drinking water.
Sure.
Who's against that?
Right.
I'll get with the left on
Right.
that.
Of course, it's all going to burn, but yeah.
Yeah, well. Sure. But we got to do what we can do.
Right. No, we do what he told us to do.
Tend. We got to tend,
Bubba.
Tend the garden.
Conservationist, not earth worshiper.
I don't know if tend was the actual Old Testament word, but that's our translation.
It is.
It's pretty close.
Tend to the garden.
Yeah.
Right.
So we should all do our part and do these common sense basic things, but we just can't seem as human beings ever seem to find.
I hate
right
litter too. I mean, we've got a litter problem around here.
Yeah.
I do.
They tell me in Germany you don't see not one piece of paper. On
no, buddy.
Of course, they fine you, like a month's salary if you call it littering.
Yeah.
That'll cut it out.
I do miss being able to throw things out of the car, and I told you I had an answer for that.
Well, litter zones.
Litter zones. I thought that was brilliant.
That's not pollution, Rick. That's a cleaning option.
I thought that was brilliant.
You basically run a highway through a landfill.
Just like a rest stop.
Yeah.
Next litter zone, 10 miles.
Right. And for 1 mile,
hey
you
guys,
throw everything you got.
Hang on to your fast food stuff till we get to the litter zone. Then Daddy will tell you when to throw.
Right. And then bulldozers move it off the highway into big holes.
It was such a good idea.
It's solid.
Look, I think
if the drive-through works, to get food, the drive-through to get rid of your stuff ought to be there too.
That's right. I just sent it to Adler. I think it's a perfect time to play the old growth and celebrate.
Oh my! The whole thing
to worship.
Well, these are the people that ruined this day. I don't want. So I want to. Bubba and I were fixing it. Now we got to hear how it's ruined.
Creator Day, baby.
Yeah.
Intelligent Design Day.
He can he can pull forward on it. We don't have to do. I just love when Bart Simpson comes in.
What if we took the Rick and Bubba theme and turned it into "Tend the Garden, Tend the Garden"?
Pass the rate, please.
That's good.
So
That's
these are the people that ruin Earth Day and the old growth people.
Yeah.
And I know I've got the audio part, but you're right. I mean, I think we want when they start.
Did it come through yet?
When they start on that tom-tom.
Oh
my God.
I like when you're talking to the trees and the rocks. And stuff.
We'll do that when we come back. It's an Earth Day tradition. So we'll play the.
Keep going like you're going. Them rocks are gonna start talking.
Yeah, true. All of you are going to think this is some sort of bit if you've never seen it before. I think these people are serious.
Oh, they're serious, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. I wonder where the people in this video are like today. Are they still doing this?
I was wondering.
Seattle.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So now, as soon as Biden gets settled in and somebody shows him where to sit, okay, and gives him his pen.
Leads him to the desk.
He leads him to the desk and gives him a pen.
Right.
Now he's going to take his executive orders and he is going to do them like Helmsley getting our breakfast order.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to overturn everything.
Yeah, and
and I think this is just honest. This has gone back president after president. The executive order thing has got way out of control. I think it was more set up to designate parades and special days or something, and we're using it like it's the legislative branch.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever goes in writes an executive order saying, "Hey, all those executive orders that last guy did, throw them out."
That's what I promised I would.
And if you go through the legislative process and make it law, it's very hard to change it.
Exactly.
It can be done, but it's very difficult. And I'll give you an example. If President Obama had done Obamacare with an executive order, we would have thrown it out day one.
Yep.
But it got through the legislative branch. Supreme Court didn't want to touch it. And Roberts, who, I disagree with his decision and the way he did it, but he really backed up a conservative value that the court shouldn't be involved in this. It is a legislative issue, and if they want it and they voted for it, let it go.
I wish he wouldn't have given them the heads up, just call it a tax.
Yeah. Right. He basically,
I would have preferred if he not mentioned that.
Yeah, Rick, I think
Rick, now here's how you can do it.
Rick, I think what he did was unethical at best, possibly illegal, because he coached them how to change it to get it okay. Look, here's what you should have done. You should have thrown it out and then let them bring it back the right way. That's the way everybody else does it.
Right.
But I think he overstepped his bounds on that. But I think in principle, not the topic, but in principle, he probably did the right thing. He would have done what we would wanted him to do if it had been on a different shoe. Of course, that never happens that way.
Well, also,
the activist judges always go against the conservatives. So.
We also kind of wish now that it's on the other foot that we went back to the need of 60 votes again. We don't have that anymore.
Well, it depends on what on some subjects you do, some you don't. On approval of Supreme Court justices, it was 51. So I don't know if that'll change or not.
Yeah. Well, and maybe hopefully they won't have any opportunity to.
Yeah, for Kamala to break the tie.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully the Supreme Court will just stay like it is, and there'll be no need to nominate one during his time.
So it'll be an interesting time for next 2 years. I know one thing. Tomorrow I'm gonna start griping about where's the vaccine at. I mean, I'm just gonna have a hissy fit. Where is the vaccine, and why is this thing still going?
And see,
by the way, it's dropping now. I don't know if you saw the numbers today. We're the curve. We talked yesterday about the curve flattening out, but we got more good news on COVID today. For his numbers are beginning to drop from the Christmas bubble.
That's good, and I know our mom and dad so far so good. Even the window they were supposed to be in, they hadn't had any bad reaction from the vaccine at all, and they're 79 and 80. And mom's even said her arm's not even sore.
I know,
which that surprised me. But they're doing okay, and hopefully that'll continue.
Do y'all do? There is one thing about there's always inconsistencies when it comes to politics in our country. But do y'all find it funny that a group of people who hate fencing so much has put so much fencing up around D.C.?
Oh yeah. Well, and
I mean, if we had half of that down at the border, we'd have. I mean, they've put up more than 450 miles around D.C.
Yeah, well, remember the
various loops.
The left,
and they love not just fence. They got barbed wire at the top of it too, and troops.
Well,
which we were told we couldn't guard the border with.
More troops than they've ever had.
The left, they only like walls and security when they need it.
Yep.
If you need it to keep control the border,
if it's going to keep out a potential voter for them, no way.
Do you ever want to walk up to them and say, "See what y'all are doing right now? Tell me why you're doing that." Well, we're doing this because we don't know who might come in here. Okay, now let me talk about the border for just a minute. That's kind of what we're saying. Hey, hold that thought. Hang on to that thought. So you're saying not just anybody should be able to run up in here. Yeah, it could be dangerous. Okay, hold on to that thought. So, of course, Babylon B, like I said yesterday, the most popular president in U.S. history, has guards and razor wire and a wall to keep people from him.
Yeah, because they love him so much. Yeah.
That the people overwhelmingly elected.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
And if they give us coverage of Trump leaving the White House, we will play Vote Trump one last time.
Before we put it in the old archives.
And sadly, Little P, is it Little P? Mm-hmm. Little P tried so hard to get people to vote in a mighty way. And little did she know the things that the pandemic would bring that Little P couldn't overcome.
Mm.
So we'll play that when and if we have that during this segment when he goes.
One more time.
All right, we're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. So we've made it perfectly clear we're not fans of Earth Day. Don't like it. Don't like what it's turned into. Starts off with a pretty good premise, and as usual, it brings out weird people like these people. So I'll remember the first time we saw this video, we couldn't believe what we were seeing and hearing. I'm with you, Bubba. You and I both were having the same thought. Where are these people now? This video is pretty old, but Where are these people? Did they stick with this? Is this one of these things that some of them did when they were young, and all of a sudden you realize,
do they feel stupid?
I'm a raving idiot. Why am I doing this? Kind of like when Adler voted for Obama. People, you change.
First term.
Yeah,
first term.
Yeah, when people, look, we all do things when we're young, and we get back and go, well, my view of that was kind of dumb. And so I wonder how many of these earth worshipers are still around in their earth worshiping state.
Yes.
Because I would think, you trying to make a case for why you should worship a rock and the personality that it has, I just don't think you can keep that going.
So much life.
So here they are. Here's some of our favorite earth worshipers. It's a Rick and Bubba Earth Day tradition. Here we go.
Oh, boy. This can't be real.
Deep in the woods of North Carolina, an extremist eco group called Earth First bewails the violation of American nature.
I want to mourn the loss of all the old growth trees I've seen, and tell them that we love them and that we don't want them to die, that there are some people here who do care. So I want you to know that, trees.
Trees.
That we care.
I think we are deeply hurting in America. I think we are deeply craving answers. I think that we've lost our identity as we have evolved into technology and into industrialized society. Bring me to this cathedral. Bring me to those guys. Bring me to this rock that has the most incredible life. That makes me feel alive.
Oh, yeah.
I've looked at clear cuts and burnt forest, and I've felt outraged, but I didn't scream and I didn't cry.
Where is she right now?
And I need to.
They all sound alike.
Go ahead and cry.
Not real. No way.
Guys.
That can't be real.
Every year,
Every year, be real.
every time we play it, I forget how outrageous it is.
So I
would love to hear somebody in the background fire up a chainsaw in the middle of it.
I wish
I
wish
Googled.
60 Minutes would do a story and tell
Where
us
are they
where
now?
those people are now.
Where are they now?
I have Googled those names. That's the only way I can talk.
Okay.
And I can't
you
I can't
Moses?
find anybody.
Is Earth First still around?
I looked for them. I couldn't find them.
What
either.
about Cindy, Syndee?
That Loom Grace? I've
All
looked
right.
for her.
All I can think about, because I see some dudes in there, all I can think about is, when a guy's trying to find the right woman, you'll just do the dumbest things.
Did you see anything there you wanted
No,
to catch?
no. But I'm just saying,
Speedy,
I was getting to another, because bathing is big to me.
Yeah, I
But,
got that. I think that's required.
But
you know,
I'm
once a
thinking,
day.
if there's a dude is there any dude? Let's say that some of them.
Dudes will do
Let's say that
anything,
some.
Rick. We know
Let's say that some of them were fine. Okay. Would any dude sit there and without laughing and participate in this, still trying to
Screaming for
for a while?
Yeah, I mean,
for a while.
I mean, so
You remember the
he may hit
movie-
the drum, but he don't want to do the screaming.
right.
No.
What's his name? Greg, the guy that did Ant-Man. What's his name?
Oh yeah, Paul.
Rudd.
Rudd.
See, as a group,
Paul
we
Rudd
can do it.
was in a movie similar to this, where they were in a commune.
Oh, I've seen that.
You've probably seen one of the more famous clips from that. And he's just kind of going with the flow, trying to pick up the babes, and it's funny because he does exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody. I mean,
I know what
how
Antonio
can-
Brown would think of that.
Oh, Greg, okay. How would you think you're terrible? You're so terrible. Let's go back to, though, are people saying the sentences and doing the things these people do and really believe it?
That's what I'm
they
saying.
believe it.
Have we been fooled? Is this some type of parody?
I mean, it's one thing. It's because, you guys, let me be clear. It's one thing.
I can't imagine
It's
a
one
real
thing
person.
to gently, casually peruse through the deep forest and say, I kind of hate we cut this old growth here, and I really love older trees, and that's a shame. Okay. But when you get to the point where you're mourning trees and
You're
crying,
telling them that you love
you're
them.
crying out to them, we care about you, trees.
We love you.
We love you, trees, and you're crying because they've been cut down.
Okay, and let's take
You're talking to trees.
Let's talk about a couple of things they brought up.
Mm-hmm.
Clear cutting,
Yeah.
fire breaks,
Sure.
this kind of thing. That's designed to save trees.
Yes, it is.
It's the few that get cut to save the many. If you don't have the fire breaks, the whole county can go up in a blaze. If you don't have controlled burns, you have to thin the forest to keep more of the trees healthy. I mean, that's what forestry people do. That's an asset to them. They're not abusing the forest. They're trying to take care of it, and then they replant it.
You evil.
And let me tell you.
I mean,
let me tell you
You
what
never
happens.
watched Axeman?
Do y'all want me to tell you what happens to old growth? It dies.
Mm-hmm. It falls on stuff.
It does.
I have no tree lives forever.
Storms blow them on your
and
home.
You have a big rain, and then you'll have wind and old growth laying over on the side. So it's all part of a cycle, folks. This is them getting all torqued about something that they could be mildly concerned about.
Trees aren't going extinct.
I know.
We just replace them.
And neither are rocks.
Get on a plane, look, down.
I have found their office number.
Have you?
Earth First. God, I wish Dickie could still call people. It'd be so good.
The FCC's ruined so many things.
Their latest article here that's on their website: no compromise in defense of Mother Earth.
Okay. Not a little more specific.
They're talking to trees.
Trees literally get replanted.
We love them.
Trees literally get replanted.
Can we call them and just play Jackals, the lumberjack in the background?
I just want to hear their voicemail.
That's so good.
Hey, Dickie Nadmeyer, Phyllis and I was wondering, would y'all got some people come there and cut down some of our old growth? We got one leaning on the trailer.
We heard y'all.
I rode tight. I just, Bubba, she literally said that a rock has a fascinating life.
Yes,
Yeah,
right.
I know.
True.
What about the girl that felt bad because she hadn't cried for him?
Yeah,
She
go ahead.
decided she was
Let
going
it
to.
out. Is that young? Because that was a young girl. Is she somewhere right now going, what do we got to do to get that off the YouTube?
She may be. She may have overcome all this crazy.
Is she still in,
Somehow, I doubt it.
Yeah,
I think probably when you've gone that far, do you ever make
can't
it back?
come back. Not all the way back.
What if
no.
she's married, all that's behind her, she's got a husband, she's got kids, and people keep going, where do I know you from? And she tries to get out. I don't know.
Well, all of them sounded like Bart Simpson.
Yes, they
They
did.
did, Bubba.
You know, if they keep hanging out in the old growth, they're going to get hit by a tree falling.
I want to know what the tom how it fit in.
Oh, that's some guy that. Can you imagine?
They got merchandise.
I bet you anything.
Sure they do.
That guy's there. We know why that guy's there.
He's playing the drum.
Yeah, I'm the drummer.
You talking about Friendly Henry?
Save some trees.
Save the tree.
Let's go behind some trees, if you know what I mean.
Tell you what, I'll play my tom-tom and we'll see if I can't get you to follow me like the Pied Piper.
What was Antonio Brown got to say about it?
Okay.
I guarantee that
RFK
qualifies.
Jr. You need to never mention Antonio Brown again.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay,
I'm done.
you're banned from all Antonio Brown stories.
Rick, I'm just going to read it like it's written. Don't forget that famous statement.
All right, I'm done.
So there we go. So happy Earth Day and all that. Top of the hour.
I really would like to know what they're doing today.
Yeah.
Cuts and burnt forest, and I felt outraged, but I didn't scream and I didn't cry.
Go ahead.
And I need to.
Go ahead.
Let it out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, just, you just
One more
You want
time.
to hear it one more time. We were kidding around about, how we are, it's been well established over the years that on this show that we're incredibly, try to be safe and try to be wise. Unless it comes to food, then we become daredevils and we're jumping ramps and
Sure.
And I mean, and all this kind of stuff. Bulletproof window. Oh, somebody's got food by the door. Go let them in. So
Don't even ask who it is.
and so wait, let me go.
I could just see Evel Knievel going up that ramp and stopping, and then rolling back down, getting ready, and then Rick, that cape just blowing when he's heading down.
Walk it back down.
Oh, yeah.
Adler, show us Evel Knievel jumping. Could you give us some Evel Knievel footage?
And so So what I did a minute ago, because Buffalo Wild Wings, and there it goes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Alex.
Buffalo Wild
We're not
Wings.
talking about you in this, Alex. This is other people.
Buffalo Wild Wings just dropped, a pile of food in the kitchen. So I was kidding around. I went in there like I was sitting.
Oh, there it is, Rick.
Here we go.
If somebody could put your face on that and you're landing it in a bunch of wings, that'd be awesome.
Well, that's a long way. That is a long way.
I mean, that is really a long way.
But anyway, so we do.
Rick, here comes the helicopter.
And we do this all the time. Is I went in there like I was sitting in a tree stand.
Yeah.
And I set up over the Buffalo Wild Wings food, and I said I was hunting Bubba, and he'll come in here in a minute, and I'm going to shoot him. And I have my binoculars out and all that. So
and I'm hiding in the woods watching for Rick to leave.
So this may happen, so we probably want to go to this now if this is about to happen, but we got to do this latest update in the Tennessee Jeremy Pruitt story.
Oh, wow.
Because it involves food, and I got to tell you something. If this was their approach to us, they would have got us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You hand us a bag of food with money in it, we're thinking this day's too good to be true.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick. Yeah, I don't really want to take anything from them. What's a Happy Meal? I'll take one. Greg, I don't want to do anything. My little suspect. What is that? What's a Happy Meal? I'll have one.
Give me that.
Can I ask you this? This is a story. Who is this from, Speedy? What is
Saturday Down South?
Saturday Down South.
Mm-hmm.
That basically is outlining some of the recruiting allegations against Tennessee. That basically they were handing money out in Happy Meal bags.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have this right?
Or just McDonald's bags.
McDonald's bags.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually a Happy Meal with a gift.
Right. It was a Happy Meal for whoever
was
got
happy.
it.
Now, technically, it was a very Happy Meal.
Right.
But let me ask you this. Several of the recruits I've seen on here that were listed, one in particular, ended up not signing with Tennessee, but signed with other SEC schools.
Yeah.
You know what that means, don't you? Hey, they gave you a Happy Meal, I'll give you a number one.
Yeah.
They had Arby's bags.
Yeah,
Rick, I'm gonna supersize it.
How about this? We got the quarter pounder with cheese.
So is this a situation of Tennessee cheating, or did Tennessee get outbid?
Bubba,
I got
is that a fair question?
A Happy Meal's coming in a little low.
Yeah. They found a laptop in one of them.
Well, the key is never to find the bag man, right, Rick?
Yeah. So if you're, that's the key. If you're listening, how about
I guess
this?
Danny Sheraton will be all over.
If there's no bag
man.
to be found, ain't nobody
Look,
do it to you.
you know what they say: no bag, no crime.
That's it. Yeah,
So
that's it.
the red carpet is out right now at the White House.
Oh, it is.
And so if you're listening live, what's the one called? The
Marine One.
Marine One has landed, and then supposedly Trump is about to walk out, get in it, and leave the White House.
Oh boy!
Also saw a story yesterday where Mike Pence is taking a pass on being here for this today. Did you see that story?
Well, I think there's going to be some type of ceremony once he gets to Joint Base Andrews, right?
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
There's some celebration of Trump today. They said Pence has declined to the invitation to be there.
Right.
Now, I don't think they're on great terms at the moment.
No, when you rip me to shreds in front of the whole world after I've stood by you through some very difficult,
a lot of weird things.
Yeah, and you told everybody I could do something I couldn't do. See, that I forgive you, but that doesn't mean I want to hang with you.
Yeah.
So,
I believe our relationship ends at this point. Now
the Rotors.
I thought we were tracking pretty good. I thought we were.
Yeah.
I thought I'd been there for you.
We've been through a few valleys.
Yeah.
The helicopter has cut the blades off. The engines are off, so it is on the lawn of the White House, but obviously not leaving yet.
Hey, back to Pence. Is this a case where I can't be in two places at once, and I'm at the inauguration, so I can't go to the Trump
I don't
thing?
know that. You know how the story was presented. The headline I saw yesterday, of course, remember the headline. I did not read the body of the story.
Yeah.
The headline was provocative, which they always are,
Sure.
as if this was Pence saying, I respectfully will take a pass. Yeah. It could simply be.
Because I know they've met, they've talked through some things, and so I just wonder if it was one of those deals where, hey, I just can't be at two places at once, and that's why I'm declining this.
And if that's the case, then that's the way it should be reported. And in the body of the story, it's possible that they said. I don't know. Do I think that Pence loved the way that went down?
Not at all.
But that doesn't mean they didn't get together and say, hey, man.
Right.
Because I do believe Mike Pence being, I from the fruit I can see, I don't know him personally, but from the public fruit that I see, I think he is devout in his faith. And our faith does call us not to say it's okay, and not that there'll never be an earthly repercussion to even our relationship, but I'm not going to hold it against you for the rest of your life, And but now there's one part of that though that Trump isn't very good at, and that is asking for forgiveness.
No,
Right.
yeah, exactly. And
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. So as we move through, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here, Helmsy not back yet, should be back before the week's out. Hey, do want to pass along to you, if you have not entered your mother and fix Mama's mouth, we're rolling. People are entering moms now. Go to the contest button at rickandbubba.com, and you will see how to fill out the information to be sure that your mother is entered. Follow those instructions to the letter, and she'll be considered. Dr. Dudney and his team will look at our finalists. We'll let you vote, and then ultimately, once we have the top three, we'll tell you, and you'll vote on which mama you want to get her mouth fixed for Mother's Day. Also, looking ahead, I do want to say congratulations again to Elizabeth Sorrells, who won the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix VIP package. She's contacted us. She found out she won, so she'll enjoy that coming up this weekend, right? Mm-hmm. So also coming up this weekend, Speedy and Greg, where you hear us on 104.7 WZZK, will be at the Shops of Grand River. So you can go there coming up. If you want to see the time and everything, just go to rickandbubba.com under events, and they'll be there gripping and grinning, and you can see them. Ladies, Sherry will be in the land of I-92. She's speaking at the women's event at Camellia Baptist Church in Prattville this Saturday night. Find that at burgessministries.com to get those details under events. And then Rich Wingo and I will be heading to Omaha, Nebraska. Westside Baptist Church, their one-day man church coming up on Saturday. Find those details at themanchurch.com under events. Bubba, when we were going into the weekend,
found one of the ladies. Older now.
Wait a minute. Speedy has found one of the ladies from the video. Stop what we're doing.
No way.
Is she still seems like she's still into this?
Earthheart. Yeah,
Okay.
Pretty much. She's wrapped around a bunch of animals.
Okay. Well, she moved to animals now. Still,
she does have animals and looks like nature.
How's she feel about woodpeckers? Well, I mean,
everybody let it soak.
You can't love the tree and love a woodpecker too. Something's got to give.
You're right. There you go. Speedy.
It's a great point.
You're right. Speedy said he would read some of her post on X, but we said no.
Right.
So
we're gonna pass today.
Right. On a really sad note, as we were ending the show and heading into the weekend Friday, Mandisa has passed away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that. What, 47?
Yeah, it was on American Idol, and of course became huge in Christian music, and that's what hit me. Only 47 years old, and they're still saying no one has released the cause of death. All we know is that she was found dead in her home or apartment there in Nashville. So don't know any other details yet, but that was a sad thing, and a lot talking about
at that age, natural causes would be
could
kind
happen.
Of a stretch.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be.
But sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I know
they're not thinking it's a crime, right? Nobody said that.
No, nothing like that. I think they're just everybody's trying to be sensitive to the family and let the family decide when they want to tell everyone. And I don't know what happened. Don't pretend to know what happened. I know there were some people speculating that it could or couldn't be tied to the fact that she did struggle with depression, which I didn't even know. So she actually had written a book about that, and I saw some people who had interviewed her and told her story, said she was always very open about her struggle, trying to help other people with similar struggles. And so I don't know. I don't know if that has any bearing on this at all. It may not. It may just be something that was horrible.
They said they're still investigating.
It's horrible either way. So we'll see. So that was out there this weekend too. And I started trying to remember, Speedy, you would know that during that time when Nasser Mac Powell.
Mm-hmm.
They were releasing that album that they all kind of worked together, and they were doing a tour, and various artists would be on it. Did we interview Mendiza? Was she on the show? It seems like she was. And over the years,
I thought she was on with Toby Mac once.
maybe
when
it's
they were
Toby
doing
Mac.
a deal
But you're
in
right. It sounded like it
Nashville,
was an artist.
Right. It was a combination.
Combination.
deal,
Yeah, you may be right.
Yeah.
And something
Because she was on several of his albums.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
was
she
a
was.
featured singer or rapper or something.
Yeah. And but everybody who ever interviewed her or were around her said she was nothing but a pleasure. So so anyway, it's sad. That was sad. We were that news was happening as we were kind of ending the show coming up on Friday. So
is there no more details on it?
No, not at this point.
Was it in 2010?
That she might have been on the show.
Yeah,
I don't know.
February 12, 2010.
Yeah, maybe that's possible. So Adler, let's take a look at video 9. So another thing that we keep getting people commenting on is this ridiculous circus that's going on with Donald Trump and the obvious attempt to destroy him through the judicial system, finding judges and jurors.
That starts today, by the way.
Yeah, and but Trump, because this one is becoming so obvious, he's finding some interesting, I won't say supporters for him to be president or whatever, but people who are saying, I just can't sit by and let this go without pointing to what's happening here. Obviously, what's happening here. Stephen A. Smith on ESPN actually weighed in on this with some interesting comments. So here it is.
Think about Donald Trump. I think about this case in New York. I mean, I'm looking at the Democrats right now, and again, primarily, I have voted Democrat throughout my life, but I'm utterly disgusted with what I'm seeing because it seems to me that they're trying to use the law in the courts. They've clearly politicized this thing with Donald Trump because they can't come up with a strategy to offset the momentum he's clearly gained. In at least 5 polls, he's up. He's up in the polls over Biden, at least 5 polls that I counted. That's the reality of the situation. Despite the counts against them, the indictments against them, being impeached twice and all of this other stuff, he is the presumptive GOP nominee. And you don't seem to have the issues in your favor, you believe. So because of that, you're going to manipulate the system as best as you possibly can to avoid him possibly running for re-election again. That appears to be their strategy, but I'm here to tell you, it's not working.
Interesting. I mean, that's as straightforward as you're going to hear it right there. And that's somebody who says, I usually vote Democrat.
Yeah.
But it's even obvious to people that this is the strategy, and they find the strategy to be a bad one and really repulsive.
Once the lid is off of this, it will be used against both parties politically. And I know there's a lot of people jumping up and down. Well, Trump's getting what he deserves, and maybe so. But you'll see these same techniques used against Democrats when Republicans have people in the right position to do it.
Yeah, that's a fact. And what he said about the polling and stuff, we have a couple of stories on that with some pretty. So you got CNN and NBC and others just like talking about the polling. I mean, doing segments on it.
Yeah, well. It is, like Stephen A. Smith said, it's so obvious what's going on here, but we don't think, and Bubba was looking at another guy who had a video on Friday, and I agree, and we've did a podcast with Scott McKee talking about the same thing. I think that's what his name was, but is that the Democrats aren't going to carry Joe Biden into November. They can't do it. Now, this looks like they may still try because this looks desperate. The current state of Joe Biden concerns a majority of Americans because it's so blatantly obvious. Mm-hmm. And the pretend game is not working. And so they either have got to keep Trump from running or they've got to replace Biden before November.
Right.
I mean, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's scary to me that the numbers are as close as they are given what we've got.
Well, that goes back to the people think that a letter represents ideology and whoever the person is there doesn't matter. I mean, I have to look at myself in the mirror and go, if the Republican candidate was losing their cognitive skills and I was facing the current state of the left, would I stay with the Republican candidate? Probably.
But you would hope they would make arrangements to pass the torch a little bit.
To replace them.
Stay with the ideology, but get somebody who can speak.
Yeah, that knows
and
what
walk
day it
and
is.
can find themselves and get off stage.
We'll be back. We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Calvin Speedy Wilburn, RFK Jr.
All right.
We'll take your phone calls, and we'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A wave.
And the fact that Mike Pence can forgive you as he's told to do, but he also may go, hey, I ain't falling for that again.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think you're called to be foolish then with your forgiveness.
Yeah, I've had some relationships.
We ain't hanging out.
Yeah, I have some relationships that I no longer foster, but I have no bitterness toward these people anymore. Right. And then sometimes they're like, well, can't we just go back to how it was? And I'm like, well, no. But that doesn't mean that I have any bitterness against you or anything like that. I don't hold a grudge. I hope you can get back on your feet. Now, the things that you and I used to do together, I'm not comfortable doing that anymore. Yeah. It doesn't mean I don't forgive you. It just means I'm learning.
Yeah.
And there's earthly repercussions to things that happen. And of course, once we get to the new heaven, the new earth, then those things, even the earthly repercussions, will be gone. But we're not there yet.
Did you see any of Trump's speech yesterday? I just saw some clips of it. I didn't see the whole thing, so I was busy with some other stuff.
Yeah, I never could get to it. I was watching YouTube videos of things that were going to happen. So
don't stir them up.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just having a little fun. I'm just playing around.
Where is? I just want to know.
I mean, hey, it ain't over yet. We don't know what's about to happen. I mean, he may simply walk out and get in a helicopter. We may see something we can't believe we're seeing.
That's right. With this bunch, you never know.
So I don't
Will
know.
he make comments to the crowd or not? We don't know.
What if he walked out with 2 My Pillows?
A Superman cape
and like snuggled into his seat.
I'll tell you what, he'd have a dang good pillow.
Yes, he would.
Yes.
Top of the hour. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continuing right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're still waiting on Trump to walk out, get in the Marine One, and roll. It still has not happened.
So
it's so funny though.
This one right here, I said
he's talking about Greg. By the way,
I was trying to be historical, and I said, "Hey, pretty important day." and I said, if you could, where is the last room in the White House where you'd kind of go hang out for a minute? What would you do if your last moments?
Right. Greg, on my way out, I would go to the Lincoln bedroom and go in the bathroom and leave one soaking.
But other than that, Mr. Lincoln, how was the show?
I ain't going to mix no water with that.
I apologize.
Here's a little something I'm leaving behind for everybody. Try that. But so still has.
What? Oh, look
Greg, eat some more of your chicken.
He's tearing that up. Buffalo Wild Wings has dropped by. We're going to visit with them in a moment. Another check going to a Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge, and we'll tell you about the next one coming up Monday.
Do you think the announcers who are covering this, most of it from the very far left media, are they just goo right now?
Oh, sure. Oh, they got a star-studded lineup for today.
Where's that lady that screamed during his inauguration?
The marshmallow media
that we played over and over. I bet she is so giddy, unless she didn't make it through the last.
Does anybody remember how they cried and wept and were overwhelmed when Obama was being sworn in? Do y'all remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Take that and now go 10 times the way they feel today.
Oh, yeah. Let me ask you this. Did you see this story yesterday about the letter that, it's this tradition that the outgoing president leaves a letter on the desk for the new president?
I think
I bet that'll be a good one.
And Trump was talking about the letter that Obama left for him, and he was just raving about it. He said it was extremely, and the reporter is asking him, said, well, are you sharing it? He said, no, it's private. I'd rather keep it,
So good.
So words, he made that up.
He said it was unbelievable, some of the terms he was using.
And we want to clarify.
Do you think he will leave one for Biden?
I bet he will.
He might leave a drawing.
Look, that's where's she right now?
Her day today, she is so
If
happy.
she survived the 4 years. We're not sure she did.
She is
no
so,
National Guardsman there.
I feel like she's probably made bad life decisions between then and now.
I'm going to say this. Of all the footage we've seen over the years, that's top 3.
It is.
I mean, that's
right up there with it's still real to me.
Yes. Which is currently number one.
And the people screaming for the rocks and everything.
Yeah, they're right.
That's all. How do you separate that?
Well,
they're on a group.
It's still real to me. Isn't the number one video of all time? but anyway,
and the guy patting him on the back.
And you know what? And he's doing it again today. But you know what he's talking about now? Trump's second term. It's still real to me.
It's still real to me, whether it happens or not.
But anyway, so do want to clarify because you're not going to get it with provocative headlines. Pence is clarifying what Helmsley said, and he's right, which was just common sense. He's not going to be at this thing with Trump because he can't be two places at one time. Now, if you want to say he picked the inauguration over going to this thing and didn't draft with Trump, now that's accurate.
Yeah.
Calvin Speedy Wilburn takes the phone calls. You're running it. The lines are available, and you can join us. Let's find out what's on your mind, America, as a brand new week has begun, and we thank you for being with us. Let's start. We'll go to the great state of Ohio, where Chuck is standing by. There's room for you right now if you call us. Chuck, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Gentlemen.
Chuck.
Chuck. I was watching a Dateline show, and it was at Morris, Alabama.
Oh yeah.
You all remember this? The pastor and his song leader, and then there was a murder.
I don't know about the murder.
I don't know about
Is he talking about old pal?
I don't think
the
so.
one in Warrior.
I don't think you're not talking about this.
Yes, it was Warrior. Yes, it was. It was Warrior.
Yeah, but
they solved the case because they had Milo's French fries, and they said they were cold, and nobody lets Milo's fries get cold.
No, right. That's different. This is not the same thing, Greg.
Okay.
Don't associate this with the current.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, this is different.
I vaguely remember this.
Yeah, I do remember this story.
Thing is, they were all biggins, all right? Biggin pastor, biggin youth song leader, and biggin husband. And I'm thinking, and that's how they solved the case. I'm wondering, are Milo's fries really that good?
They are good, and the fact that they all were people of weight, I got to tell you, you have to consider that narrative.
And the jury must really like Milo fries
Right,
too, because
yeah.
they go, well, I can see
Well,
that.
you know, it's one thing if like a real healthy person comes in, 2% body fat, and the jury goes, he might let fries get cold.
Yeah.
But when these people walked in, they're like, "There ain't no way. They ain't no way."
They tore it up.
Yeah, I remember that case vaguely. It's funny, Chuck, you brought that up.
Hey, Chuck.
That was a Dateline episode. Even the Devil Went to Church was the name of that Dateline.
Okay.
From the 2015 murder case.
Wow.
And Chrissy Teigen even shared it on Twitter, and she said, "Wow, what an endorsement for Milo's." So that was the whole virality
You got to
of
admit
it.
that is quite an
Well,
endorsement.
it is, but is it what you're looking for?
Not necessarily, but
You'd rather not have your product tied to a murder. I mean, to me, that's just a standard marketing.
I remember when that happened.
But I bet if you're not from here and you're driving through there and you see Milo's and you know that store, you go, I got to check this out.
Yeah.
Oh, I want you to think about this. Picture us getting that story laid down in front of us, so we have no connection to the area at all, and we go, "Have y'all seen this story?"
It's been some great fries.
Imagine it was chicken and it was somewhere else.
Oh,
You'd
yeah.
be like, well, I got to try that.
Right. Josh in Sweet Home, Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, I tell you what, the only ones need to be crying about the killing the trees is old Bucky Beaver's family.
That's another animal you have to pick,
Right.
tree or beaver.
You
Right.
do. You do.
Because, buddy, they'll cut them.
Right. Let's go to Chris
Amazing what they
in
do.
Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Hey, first of all, been listening to you guys for a really long time.
Thank you.
Appreciate what you do and the message you put out.
Thank you.
I did have a question. Bubba's potential podcast coming up. I really like the name of it. This calls for Bubba. I have heard rumor that maybe there's another spinoff podcast coming entitled "How's She Feel About the Woodpecker?"
It's our look around the environmental updates.
I love how we let that soak.
That made
well,
it.
y'all were trying to make something out of it, but nobody could come up with anything.
That's just that was part of it.
I think letting it soak and let it have
Sometimes
its
you gotta
own
let it
moments
soak.
all it needed. If you want to join us, you can. 866 We Be Big. It is. Well, it's too. You know what it is, Bubba? It's too close to Speedy's reading quotes on that.
Well, now, Bubba, that picture I saw you looking at, they didn't like a bird.
Well, that was something else somebody sent me.
And it also was true.
A handy bottle opener.
It was true.
Phone calls
Y'all are not
866
right,
We Be
people.
Big. There's room for you now, and Speedy is standing by if you can understand him. John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Whisper chipper.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I really enjoy the show, and you're really gonna miss you. But I just want to hit flat tax a minute. I'm on Social Security, and my percentage is 7%, and y'all always push the 10%. I think we have to be careful because there are folks. There are rules out there that help us only taxing 85%, for example. Teachers' retirement is not taxed by federal. So anyway, and of course they've come up with that new standard deduction, which really is great. But anyway, I think we got to be careful. I think it ought to be worded that it's a maximum of 10%. And if your tax figures up otherwise, you get the lower number.
Well, Bubba and I have always been open to say the percentage can be debated, and we can discuss the percentage. But the simplicity and all this other thing of I've got income that doesn't get taxed and I hide over here and I do all that's over. I'm against all that. Move all that out, and everybody pays the same percentage of taxes, and nobody has a deduction, and nobody is out. You go back to even the biblical standard. You never saw Jesus saying when the widow's mite was put as part of what she was doing for the temple, you didn't see him go, let's not have her put that in.
Well, you know what it does, Rick? It disenfranchises people.
It does.
If everybody
needs to be involved.
is putting in the till,
everybody involved,
then everybody is suddenly more interested in how it's spent.
Nobody's tax exempt. No deductions.
And all that's based off the Old Testament tithe because God didn't ask for more than 10 and he didn't give you any exemptions.
And so what we want to do, though, with that, too, it also works. Now, if you want to say, hey, 10% is too high, now, you'll certainly get me on board.
Yeah.
But what we're not going to do, because politicians will come in and say, now, these people don't have to pay 10%, but y'all do.
Yeah,
I'm going to tax the wealthy at 10%, everybody else at 7%. And here we go again.
Yeah, you're
not
playing
gonna do that.
favors
We're not
again.
doing any
You're
more of
buying
that.
votes.
That's over.
Yeah, we're going to have to just be adults on this.
Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I think Bubba just added something valuable to Bank 9 there with the woodpecker comment.
And even with no comment at the end, we have even a good spacer. You don't even have to edit it.
Right.
It just sits right there. Mike in Birmingham. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondering what these earth people are living in. I mean, most of the houses are built out of tree and lumber. And just my thoughts about it. And
well, clearly they don't want people to have houses. They must be promoting homelessness.
Yeah, right. Well, they want to live out there in the forest.
Yeah. Well, it looked like they were sitting in poison oak before.
Yeah,
good luck to them.
Bubba till a limb from oak growth falls on them and kills them.
You're right. Which
Shay
is going to happen, by the way.
Shay in Huntsville. Go ahead, Shay.
Hey, man, y'all are talking about this flat tax in the wrong way. Honestly, the income tax was declared unconstitutional and was used to actually fund the Civil War. It is not supposed to be used as an income tax basis. What we need to be talking about is simply funding a flat spending tax on everything that's not food.
Yeah, I hear about all the goods and services and all that. That's certainly one way to go, but then everything costs more.
Well, let me just ask you this. We go back to the way God said to fund his ministry on earth. He didn't have it very fancy. He just said 10% across the board. That's it. No exemptions. No matter what kind of situation you're in.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But he's saying it's impossible for me to do both, and I've chosen to be at the inauguration for the transition.
Well, and there may be protocol. The VPs may not be there when the president leaves.
And if
it
you
may be so it's all about the president. I don't know what the protocol is.
If you read the fine
Not
print.
that we're sticking with that.
Well,
this
usually
time.
the president's there, though, to hand power on to the next one, and we don't have that this time.
Right. Yeah, they're normally at the inauguration.
Yeah, they're normally there.
Yeah.
They normally don't go to have a celebration
They
somewhere.
said it had created a little bit of a logistic problem with the nuclear football, too, because, see,
Yeah.
it stays with Trump until lunch.
Somebody's going to. It's almost like a thing.
They're gonna reassign.
Instead of it just being right here, I got to walk all the way over here.
Yeah.
You go get it.
Get the nuclear football.
So here's we're looking at them getting everything set up for the inauguration. Still looking at Marine One.
And
we
they
think
also
we think
see
we were,
Joint Base Andrews, where he will have some type of get-together, some type of celebration there.
right. And
Do y'all think the fact that the props turned off, that's a sign that maybe he's not coming out? He's in there, he's refusing to leave. Y'all just shut it off. He ain't coming out.
I have so many comments I want to make, and I just don't think any of them I should. So I'm not probably
there's really no
because I could
win
I
here.
could have y'all down laughing so hard right now
I
at some of the things that may be debated, but I'm not going to do it. Right.
Picture.
Well, it's just the economy's too shaky right now.
I'm
Hey,
gonna go in here.
We had a strong economy, and people standing in line. You wouldn't believe what I'd be doing right now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I had to do a IBS commercial the other day. I ain't going to upset anybody.
No, right.
I mean, when them IBS commercials come through, you know, hey buddy, we're struggling.
A lot of them.
Hey, we're down. So
We've got more than one.
right. So.
Yeah, the Marine One, no blades moving.
Well, they
no,
normally don't
nothing.
move until he gets
Hey
in.
guys,
right?
he ain't coming out.
He doesn't walk out there with the blades.
No, they
flying
usually
around.
they usually crank it up because remember
Remember-
the presidents will go, I can't hear you because of that.
And I like how everybody ducks, but you're not tall enough to get hit by it, but you duck anyway.
But you remember Reagan was the master of that.
Oh, yeah.
I can't hear you. When they were asking him hard questions.
You do remember Reagan's famous one. He called somebody a term that was a little bit derogatory,
Yes,
and it
it
got
was.
caught on a live mic, and then all the media went, "Hey, Mr. President, what was that?" He said, "I said it's sunny on the beach, and I wish I was there."
And was he talking about Sam Donaldson?
Sam Donaldson.
There's that. Mr. President, what'd you say? I said he's the sun. The sun's on the beach.
It's sunny on the beach. You can tell he had all of his lines ready to go for any situation.
What about the time he freaked everybody out when he started doing his radio address and he started during the
Doing a
testing-
mic check.
During the mic check, he claimed that he was going to bomb Russia.
I know.
And,
he said he'd just begun.
how about this? He played games with him and won.
Here he comes, guys.
How about
Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Oh, my goodness.
Trump's about to come out, and we think
He is that.
Yeah, he's on the red
There
carpet.
he is.
Yep, there he
Got his
stands.
coat, and he's
At the end of
toting.
the. Yep.
There it is.
Well, one of the feeds is behind a little
Yeah,
bit there.
about 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, which one we watching?
you
Are
got-
watching the bottom one? 4?
4.
Fox
I go
News
with
is
4.
you can jip it if you need to, but
There's
Yep,
Melania, the
yep.
most relieved woman in the world.
Yeah.
But she's leaving.
You want me to jip?
Let's see what they're saying.
This is called Join in Progress. Broadcast term.
Courtesy of Fox.
There they are. Just one last time.
Maybe too much.
Is that just too much?
He's making some comment.
Rick.
But they don't have a mic on. We can't hear it on the one you're on.
Let me look at the other. I can't get the 4. Well, guys.
Are you on 2 or 1?
I'm on, well, the 2 is 1 over here.
Yeah, that's right.
We do not have a microphone there, but you could see how the president turned and opened his arms up, pointing at the White House, probably talking about that being his last trip out as president of the United States. He was talking to the assembled press members, and as you can see, he's making this final walk to Marine One. He will get on many more helicopters in his lifetime, but he will never get on Marine One again, Will.
This is it. We're watching the President of the United States leave the White House for the final time. He's going to get on, as you point out, Steve, Marine One and head over to Joint Air Force Base Andrews, where we're expecting there a ceremony to take place. And at that time, we should hear from the President of the United States for the last time as President of the United States before he makes his way to Florida.
There he is, turning around, looking at the White House for the last time as president. And Melania has a very Audrey Hepburn look. It's not lost on me that she is wearing black. She just looks gorgeous, as always.
So he's on Marine One now.
And Dana, as we look at the Air Force One, and it takes a couple of minutes to get things going.
Look who's
and
talking
now
on
some
4.
Of the support staff's going to go in through the back door of Marine One. What's different about
So we'll
guys,
let you
there
know
goes
on
the
that
booming
later.
economy flying right out of here. By the way, the greatest economy we've ever experienced is about to lift off the lawn.
Yes, right.
Fly. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. As we grind through another one and enjoying spending some time with you. How about this? AMAC. AMAC, you guys are responding to this in a big, big way. And why not? If you're like us, once we started getting in our 50s and AARP started trying to get in touch with us with, hey, here, come on, be a member. We were like, pass. But maybe if something more in line with the way we, vote, and the way we see the world comes along, we'll look at that. Well, here we go, Bubba. Our wish has come true. AMAC.us/Bubba, Association of Mature American Citizens. As Bubba has already, and I soon will be, turning 60 this year, we are thankful for them. We still get many money-saving travel benefits for hotels, car rentals, cruises, theme parks, shows, events, movies, food, and dining, and more. But we now have someone representing our point of view, as opposed to some of the things that AARP have stood for that we can't support. AMAC.us/Bubba. You get the magazine too, and you're with like-minded patriots who love our nation. You also can get the election year special, a 4-year membership for only $30. Or if you'd rather go with the 1 year, you can get that for $16. Okay, but 4 years for $30 is a great deal. All the benefits are there. You'll love those. You also get help with insurance discounts. They also have experts that help you, kind of maneuver those waters of Social Security and Medicare and all that stuff. So AMAC.us/Bubba. We now have a choice, okay? All the principles you hold dear and all the money-saving opportunities and advice that you need. AMAC.us/Bubba. Contact them today. Patrick Mahomes, interesting story today, and I think a lot of wisdom in this. You remember, and a lot of people like turn the NFL off and don't to this day still won't watch it because of some of the things that went on with the national anthem and the whole post George Floyd horror that happened and some of the things after that. Interesting here, Patrick Mahomes has been asked to endorse a president in the upcoming election by Time Magazine, and he has declined. He says he joined LeBron James on More Than a Vote in 2020, working to try to get the African-American community on board and on the same page, and Patrick Mahomes has kind of said, I don't think I'm going to do that again. I think I'll just stay I'll just stay out of all this. And Jason Whitlock has been applauding him for this. He said, I believe even in the past, some of the political takes that he felt pressured to have and some of the woke things that he participated in, Jason Whitlock is theorizing that he regrets that and doesn't want to get involved in that again.
Don't you think he's just going, can I just play football?
Can I just play
and
football?
I go vote for who I want to vote for, and it's really none of your business.
Right. It's one thing to go into the world of I'm going to go out and vote, and I have principles, and I have the way that I see the world, and I'm going to go vote with what aligns with me the best, as opposed to I'm going to get up here and endorse people and campaign for people and grip and grin with people and get pictures made with people and be on posters with people and be part of some movement. And I think this shows as he's getting older, like y'all are saying, and Jason Whitlock saying, I think it shows a lot of wisdom.
Well, I think he's learning too. It's much harder to stay on top than it is to get to the top.
Right.
And that year in and year out with roster changes, and they had a little bit of a letdown. Came back last year, finished good, and. So, he's faced with a lot of people around him that'll be retiring in the next few years. And I think he realizes he needs to focus on the Chiefs and being a quarterback and winning as many of those Super Bowls as he can now.
Well, and also when you go down these roads, I think he may be learning for what we all believe handled this the best, Michael Jordan. Yeah. If you're in a position like him, what gain do you have alienating any of the audience?
Right. Especially if you're like him, because he's a pitch man for a lot of products.
Yeah.
He's in demand for that. You're messing with that because both sides are so volatile. If you don't, and that's both sides the way they act. Especially if you're a celebrity and you don't fall where they want you to fall, they'll attack you.
Oh, buddy,
yes,
I'm telling you. Well, I mean, I've noticed that even here on our platform, which is nowhere near the platform that he has, but it's gotten to the point now. If which I assume all will vote for Trump. I think I can speak on that without any reservation.
Adler's the only one that's a little shaky.
Well, not Alt Adler.
Sure.
He's actually campaigning for Trump now. But what I'm saying
He's
is,
got a Trump tattoo.
We're to the point now where we can't even take an individual situation and be critical of Trump without being attacked.
Yeah.
So
if everything he does you don't agree with, then you get attacked by.
And in the past, I wade into those waters of endorsing people and doing that. I won't ever do that again. I'm done with that. There's just no win in it. Like Bubba mentioned earlier, and he's right. I mean, this is the world of compromise. So there's and it is part of it, and the government certainly serves a purpose, and I'll participate in that process. But as far as like getting on a platform and locking arms with a political candidate, I won't do that anymore. There's just no win in it. There's too much downside.
Yeah. Really too busy living life.
Yeah, well, they're going to do something that you're going to go to hear and go. He said what? He voted what? Well, he had to compromise. Oh, wow. So now everybody's after me because this person compromised on it, and I endorsed them. And I didn't know they were going to compromise on that. And really, it's important. Don't hear me say it's not important. It is important. And I will vote on Election Day, and I'll vote for what I think is best for the quality of life and liberty, because as long as we have that, and things that we hold dear. I was thinking about this past weekend. I mean, there's a lot of places where you can't openly worship and go out and preach the gospel and have people, respond to that without, people knocking the door down and hauling everybody off.
Yeah.
And so I want to always, I'm thankful for that freedom that we have here, and those things are important. But at the end of the day, the only hope for this country is a revival of the church. It's not a political candidate, because political candidates serve a purpose, but the problems we got are spiritual problems. We got morality problems. We're a depraved society, and the only hope for this society is a powerful, revitalized church advancing the kingdom of God. That is the only hope for this country. And so that's just where I'd rather spend more time.
My view on some of our leaders has changed a little bit over time. You used to look to them as leaders, somebody that was guiding the country, but really they're more a reflection of society than
absolutely
they are. And that's how you get some of these crazies in there all over the place. But like you said, it's going to have to be people that change, hearts that change.
Right.
Politicians and laws are not going to correct the problem.
Right. Now, don't hear me saying that we don't participate, because when it comes to the economy and how we are taxed and the liberties that we have,
you got to fight.
You got to keep fighting for those. But as far as it was interesting, because I had somebody talking, actually put one of the questions to Sherry and I over the weekend. They said, I'm coming to church now, and I hear people talking more about politics than I do about Jesus. Shouldn't we, the church, be concentrating on being sanctified, being powerful, because we are the greatest hope this country has? And in our Sunday school class, we spend more time talking about political candidates than we do about Jesus. And I said, I don't think that's the best way to spend that time. This is what's going on, at our eternity, and what's coming, and where we're headed, and who God is much more important. And if you look at Scripture, the governments were created to keep order and keep everybody in line, because we don't tend to do that very well in fallen creation. And it definitely serves a purpose.
And sometimes government can be a blessing, sometimes it can be a curse.
Correct. And God makes that call.
Yeah.
So maybe, maybe we should pray and pray that our nation would be blessed by who God's going to put there.
Yeah.
Because he's going to do it. And it's going to be either for a blessing or it's going to be for a curse. And if he allowed you the right to let your voice be heard,
and guess
you what
we're living under now.
Oh,
anyway.
yeah. Well, just look around. Well, tell me this. Look at the state of our society. What case can we make to God that we should be blessed? It's not a strong one. And just like he purifies his church, he purifies society. And has done that many times.
Yep.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's about to fly right out of here and leaves us on a just an all-out. We have got the accelerator to the floor, headed straight to socialism.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So as he leaves,
Guys,
let me ask this question. It may spill over into phones.
Sad moment.
Okay.
What was his greatest accomplishment during his 4 years? Now we can talk about, other things too, but I mean the thing that was the greatest thing he did. What do y'all think?
So I can only pick one?
Well, yeah. Give me a top. I mean, you can say, well, all these were good, but this was the best.
All right, so we'll come back. President Trump has left the White House with no incidents. Thank the Lord. Now he's going to the Air Force Base where he'll do some sort of final speech. And we were discussing the Trump presidency historically. Now, because this populist movement was not very popular, and his personality, in our new softer, kinder, gentler, emotional world that we live in this country, was just considered to be something people just could not get past. And but we're going to discuss just his administration and what was accomplished. We'll get your phone calls in the next segment. And there's a lot that his administration accomplished. And you were saying, Bubba, what do you think were the biggies? I see you over there writing down. You and I are going to agree probably and name the same ones, I bet. But you may come up with something I didn't think of. But I know the one that is sitting in front of us that is a spiritual component, and that was moving the embassy to Jerusalem.
Yeah, that was going to be the top of my list, and that will be overlooked by a lot of people. But in the history of the world, that is going to be major.
And I think that's one of those things, and I'm just theorizing, but looking over Scripture, there were people that should have done that didn't have the guts to do it. And and sometimes, what God will say, look, if you won't do it, I will find somebody who will. Mm-hmm. I will get this done, and you'll miss the blessing on you being the one that did it. Yeah. Because you should have done it, and you didn't have the guts to do it. And so I think moving the embassy to Jerusalem from a spiritual standpoint was huge. No matter how flawed he may be, doing that after we had been promising Israel that we would do that for how many administrations?
It's been improved by the Congress, and each president has come in, has kicked that can down the road.
Yeah, approved. Yeah.
And what did I say?
You said improved, but
approved.
So that is a biggie. I think the lowering of the corporate tax rate was huge.
Mm-hmm.
That had huge impact.
I'm going to put slash deregulation on that because think about this. President Obama said at one time that the days of 3% and 4% growth were over. I mean, it just couldn't happen anymore. Where we were as a country and a world, and Trump proved that you could do that not only for a year, you could do it in a quarter.
Exactly.
And once he unleashed American business, and I think too, the general populist movement, that he brought in a lot of people who were out of the political circles to vote. And got them fired up about politics again. Now, some of them maybe should have stayed out of it.
Right.
But I think just look at the numbers of minorities that voted for him, Black Americans, Hispanic, that would, historically did not participate, especially on the Republican side. And he increased those numbers. While they're still low, he increased them greatly. But I think, too, and I got an email, he said that he actually made the Democrats come out and show who they were. And made the rhinos pull their mask off. So you do know where everybody stands now.
Yeah, and the problem is he had them reveal themselves for who they are, and they won anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
And more people did participate in the voting process, which I think was good. But he also, I think, galvanized people on the left who also didn't participate a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So that one's got a good and a bad.
Yeah, history will be able to do the pros and cons, no doubt. And I think some of his messaging and the way he went about it was not the best to pull in those in the middle. Probably as we said too, not real coachable in some ways.
Well, and the thing that I think we find out that, because as human beings, a lot of times we'll say something because we think it's the right thing to say, but we must not really mean it. Because what I've always heard people say on the left and the right, I tell you what the president needs to do, just do his job. I don't care what he does in his personal life. I don't care what his personality is. Just get it. Hey, what are we trying to do? We're trying to get this person. We don't want to go. We want some nice person. Just get the job done. Well, a very... 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So, Fix Mama's Mouth is rolling at rickandbubba.com under contest. If you haven't entered your mama yet, you need to do that. Also, check upcoming events. A lot going on this week as various members of the show going in different directions. So you can find all those by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Ladies, if you want to see where Sherry will be this weekend, she's going to be in Prattville, Alabama at Camellia Baptist Church. Go to burgessministries.com. Fellas, up in Omaha, Nebraska, Wingo and I are headed there for your next man church as y'all go through the strategy at Westside Baptist Church in Omaha, Nebraska. We'll see y'all on Saturday. You can find that at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Bubba, I love this. Here comes Deucey. Here comes the deuce.
The deuce is loose.
The deuce is loose. This thing about the president claiming that his uncle, what was his name? Bozie?
Finnegan.
The Bozie?
Bozie Finnegan?
That he suggests he was eaten by cannibals.
Uncle Bose.
Have y'all seen people putting out like the movie posters, like his uncle's running, the cannibals are after?
That's right.
And so Deucey.
Now Papua New Guinea has released a statement, and they're offended.
Well, they should be. They should be.
They've already come out and said
they said that honestly that if they were going to eat somebody, it wouldn't have been him.
Yeah.
So here we go. Only Ducey will ask Jean-Pierre, why is the president saying his uncle was eaten by cannibals? All right, here we go.
And I agree. Second Lieutenant Ambrose J. Finnegan was a war hero, but the Pentagon says, for unknown reasons, the plane was forced to ditch in the ocean. Both engines failed at low altitude. Why is President Biden saying he was shot down? There's no evidence of that. And why is he saying that his uncle was eaten by cannibals? That is a bad way to go.
He lost his life. It's not. Look, I'm not. We should not make jokes about this.
It's not.
Wait.
President Biden said his uncle
No.
was eaten by
I mean,
cannibals.
your last line. It's for a laugh. It's for a funny statement, and he takes this very seriously. His uncle, who served and protected this country, lost his life serving, and that should matter. You have a president that lifts up our U.S. troops, our American veterans, every day, who thinks about them, who actually thinks they're all heroes, and they are. And you have a former president who disrespects that, who doesn't honor that.
Here we go.
Does it?
Said it as president. Suckers or losers. That's what he said.
So there you go. That's
Now,
how they spin out.
Well, she put the pivot on it, did you?
Her quote was "suckers or losers."
Yeah. Now we're moving.
Suckers or not suckers and losers.
Right.
It's suckers or losers.
Right. The story. This they
now,
keep
where did that happen at again?
Yeah. Well,
they got to be video of it, right?
Right.
The press follows him everywhere. Have you noticed they don't produce video of it?
Mm-mm. Well, and I and y'all were all saying it, and y'all were all right. The president gave us this story. Trump didn't say the president said this.
Yeah,
or
Ducey didn't say
Ducey
cannibal.
didn't do it.
He didn't bring it in. Let me hear who said cannibal. That's President
That was
Biden.
the President
As
Biden.
bizarre as it is, yeah.
Right. How about this? He threw that cannibal word out there.
And also in a somewhat related story, that's Rick. I'm reading this. I can't even really get my arms around all of it. Hillary Clinton was on a podcast where she suggests Trump wants to kill his opposition.
No, a Clinton
Hillary
said
Clinton.
that? A Hillary Clinton talked
With
about
the list that's
anybody
connected to them.
Hillary Clinton suggested her one-time political rival, former President Donald Trump, wants to kill his opposition because of his purported affinity for strongman leaders such as Russian President Vladimir Putin.
So she's saying that because, first of all, she's claiming he loves Vladimir Putin.
Oh yeah, any strong man.
Yeah,
any strong man.
And because he likes these kind of people, it must mean he wants to kill his opposition.
Said that's what Trump really wants, she added. And she said, and so we have to be very conscious of how he sees the world, because in that world, he only sees strongman leaders. He sees Putin. He sees Kim Jong-un. He sees, these people that he's modeling himself after.
Oh, my goodness.
And we've been down this road in our world history. We don't want to go down that road again.
So
we'll go down the road that we're on now. And the president won't be able to find his way back.
And Hillary went on to say, trust me, I know just the pressures of all this. Look at the number of people I was connected to that killed themselves.
Yeah.
The Clintons, you know how you just like, y'all don't talk about that? I mean, they shouldn't be saying anything about it. What I love is she claims that Trump wants to go after his opposition. She'll go as far as to say kill them, while they're trying to destroy Trump right now because they don't want him to be their opposition.
Yeah. The only group that anywhere has close to evidence of murdering political adversaries is the Clintons.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, and the coincidences there are just incredible.
Oh yeah.
If I was Hillary, given their track record and the baggage that they carry, I believe I'd stay away from kill opposition.
You don't need to ever even utter that phrase. All right, so go ahead if you got it. I mean, you don't want to utter it.
No.
And make decisions that are evidence-based. And finally, I think we haven't talked much about the international arena, but his bromance with Putin, and it was actually called that, I think, by the former Prime Minister of Australia, who said he saw Trump with Putin, and Trump was like, just gaga over Putin, because Putin does what he would like to do: kill his opposition, imprison his opposition, drive, journalists.
Who's on trial today, Hillary? Who's on trial
if
today?
I had the voice, I'd scream.
Oh, my goodness.
Who is on trial today that you're trying to take out of a presidential election? Who's leading, by the way, in all the polls?
But this is their classic move.
I know. You accuse them of what you're doing.
She said put them in jail?
Yeah.
Good.
All right, Bubba, Babylon B, not to miss. Babylon B will not miss. Hillary Clinton condemns Trump for paying hush money to political liabilities instead of just killing them. So they're not going to
It's like she was giving advice. He wants them killed.
The Trump trial is starting today. Yet another one.
Yeah.
Wants them locked up.
You need a complete scorecard to keep up with what trial and where it's at.
Right. Yeah. So so that's crazy right there.
See, how do you? I don't know what kind of mindset you have to be in to say those kind of things, knowing how some people think of you, other than you just know that you got coverage in the media and nobody's going to question you on it. You can get away with saying it.
Right. So
and it kills her one shot she had that he beat her.
Oh yeah.
Losing would have been bad enough, but the fact that it was everybody felt it was impossible, including me, for him to win, and he beat her.
Yeah.
Well, we never did find out what all those parts were that were falling out of her pantsuit.
Right.
I wish we had got clearance on that.
Robot.
Well, I think she had a back brace or something that fell apart. But
no,
why not?
We saw it fall.
Why not just say that? I mean, you hear the nuts and bolts hitting the ground, falling out of her pantsuit.
So I know that you always say correctly, stand by. Hillary wants to be asked, but do you think she's out because she did lose? She's already tried it once and couldn't beat Trump.
Oh,
they wouldn't go to her. Would
no.
No, I know she doesn't think that, but would the party do that?
I don't know what they'll do.
Right.
No.
But she is standing by with her hands up, ready to go. I'll do it. I'll do it.
You're 100% correct on that.
Her and Gavin Newsom would be in a shoving match. I got it. No, I got it.
I got it.
I got it.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, you can catch any part of the show you missed in our daily archives on the YouTube channel and podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Polarizing personality, in my opinion, got the job done, and y'all still got upset.
Yeah.
I mean, he gave the economy on all these things we're talking about, the tax package, the lowering of the corporate tax rate, us saying we're going to drill and we're going to use our own resources, driving the price of gasoline down, and you're going to see this administration undo all those things if they can and if they get it through, which, they're set up to be able to get it through. But, I mean, I don't know, maybe somebody even on the left will rise up and say this is not good for the country. We'll see. He got us out of the Paris Agreement, which was a disaster. This green movement.
Well, it limited us and it let China just run free because they looked at them as an emerging economy, and clearly they're not. I mean, they ought to be on the same playing field with us.
He was working on our dependence on China. He got some of that done, but
imposing the tariffs and stuff.
Yeah, probably needed another 4 years to really. But he was saying, "Hey, America, you're making deals where these other countries are treating you like chumps." Yeah. And I think that was very positive to go in and say, why are we in this deal? And look, and if you're somebody, and this would be mainly people probably in the middle to the left, if you have been people that have been anti these wars in the Middle East and you don't think they have any beginning and end, and our troops are over there, and why are they over there? Why are we in this? What's this? I don't know that I agree with this. He was your guy.
Yeah.
He was pulling. He was still pulling on as he left, getting us out of those situations. He was not a fan of any of those wars. And now he and I didn't always agree on that. But if that's your thing, I mean that.
Well, Rick, he believed the best weapon that the United States had was economic.
Right.
And that when you show people how they can participate, even with Kim Jong-un, you remember he went over there and tried to convince him, instead of being a maniacal dictator and worried, develop your coastline,
right?
Build resorts, build golf courses. He really thought that was the way that you had the most power in the world, and by joining into the world community, you would quit being this isolated crazy man. But some successful in some areas on that, some not.
Yeah. So his administration did some things that when you get down to, I tell you what I need to worry about is having a job and getting food on the table. If that's the main thing you wanted from an administration, that administration sets you up to have more access to any of that than you had in a long time.
Look, got that done, and also on warp speed. Let's face it, with less than a year, we found a pandemic, isolated it, and got vaccines made. Now, the rollout has been slower than anybody wanted, but a lot of that's on the local level. Just the fact it came as far as it did in as short a time as it did, you had to have somebody like him stomping their foot to get it done, because it never would have got done with a soft-spoken person.
Right. Looks like Marine One's landing now at Andrews, and we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls. If we can gyp some of his speech, if it gets started, we will. But we'll go ahead and line you up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. It appears that we have seen the end of the Trump administration for now, and no one knows his aspirations for the future. But for now, this round of 4 years, and what do you think were the things that were accomplished that meant the most to you, or you think were the most impressive? 866-WE-BE-BIG, and Marine One pulling up behind the stage at Andrews now as President Trump and his wife have left the White House with no incident. Thankful for that, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back, I know a lot of you are on hold, and we'll get to your calls. If we want to hear a little bit of what he's saying, we can. So we'll join that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, and we love you, and I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart. This has been an incredible 4 years. We've accomplished so much together. I want to thank all of my family and my friends and my staff and so many other people for being here. I want to thank you for your effort, your hard work. People have no idea how hard this family worked. They worked, and they worked for you. They could have had a much easier life, but they did a fantastic job. I just want to thank all of you, everyone. I want to thank Mark Meadows, who's here, someplace right there. I want to thank Mark. But it's been something very special. We've accomplished a lot. Our First Lady has been a woman of great grace and beauty and dignity. And so popular with the people, so popular with the people. In fact, honey, would you like to say a few words, please?
Being your First Lady was my greatest honor. Thank you for your love and your support. You will be in my thoughts and prayers. God bless you all. God bless your families. And God bless this beautiful nation. Thank you.
Saturday Night Live.
What else has to be said, right?
Amen.
But what we've done, that's true, honey, great job. What we've done has been amazing by any standard. We rebuilt the United States military. We created a new force called Space Force. That in itself would be a major achievement for a regular administration. We were not a regular administration.
Another hour has begun. Thank you for being with us. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here today as we grind through another one, start another week, and glad you're here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
Nope. Bubba, a guy had a chance.
You got 19 others to do what you want to do.
Right. Did you know I actually, with this story, anything tied to Gadsden, Alabama will always pull us in, and this is a great Earth Day today. Actually had some people sitting behind me this weekend, came to the event down at OP. They came all the way from Gadsden, Alabama. And they said, you know what? Gadsden is the place where it all began. People have sent us pictures of the studio where it all began. We're getting that. And today, Bubba,
seen a lot of video clips coming through the last few days.
Yeah, now we have a video of an Alabama power plant. Greg, tell us about this. This is the steam plant. Is this boilers and stacks? What is all this? Steam plant?
Gadsden, yeah. Coal fire.
Coal fire. All right, so they're going.
And it's over 100 years old.
Yeah, and they're going to bring her down over the weekend, and there's video. So we have this.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I'd love to do that. I wish I was that guy. I want to be that guy. I've always wanted to do one of those. Look at that.
Wow. Here comes the steel.
Here comes the stack.
It's falling.
Right
It's
there
still
on
falling.
the mighty Coosa.
Wow. Got into the road a little bit.
Did it? Doggone it. It's a big old stack, Bubba.
How about that cleanup? Now you got to go in there and clean it up.
Right. They didn't want it to go the other way into the water.
Oh,
so.
different angles?
We got angles.
Oh, yeah. Come on down.
That's a lot of stuff.
Wow. That's a lot. We like looking at that.
Yes, sir.
That is impressive.
Perfect.
There goes
Look
the
at that.
stack.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you wonder when they destroy something like that, how come they didn't just make it into a nice restaurant or something?
I know.
Right.
Because it would go under in this economy. That's why.
Sure.
There we go. Yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
Wow, that's quite a view.
It is.
Drone shots.
Yeah. Oh, you love that.
Been there 100 years, huh?
Oh, is it coming at us this time?
Oh, yes.
Is this coming at us?
It's going to fall.
It's going to fall on
wow.
us? I mean, here's another shot.
This video's from Alabama Power. Greg, you shot this video.
Yeah, there we go.
Sure.
Right. Oh, here. Oh.
Perfect.
Wow.
Greg, I actually also met somebody that works with the Southern Company. And I said, well, my brother worked for the Southern Company.
Well, I work for Alabama Power.
Well,
Part of it.
Which is part of the
I know, but she was with Alabama Power, and she threw out that she worked out of the Calhoun County office.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, you may know my brother. And she goes, really? What's his name? And I said, Greg Burgess. And she had a scowl on her face.
All right.
That's normal.
She had a look on her face like, oh, yeah. And I was,
We've heard about it.
The one with rude
and
Tourette's.
I kept waiting on a laugh and a smile. And then I was like, And she goes, well, how do you know him? I said, I don't.
Well,
you know, it's yeah.
I'm trying to think. I wonder what I mean,
Look like some,
I want to ask her age. Well, how old she look?
But probably our age.
Okay, because I was wondering if she was working at the office when I was the janitor up there when I had my mullet.
She was out of the office. She was administration, no doubt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, pictured you with your mullet.
Yeah.
With your mop in your hand.
Yeah,
so how do you know him? I don't.
You know, most people that meet Greg come away with a strong feeling.
I know.
It's,
you know what I started
strong.
saying, Greg. At one point, then I pretended to be a listener. I just listened to their show.
I don't know.
I don't like it though, but
I don't know.
I heard him talking about he used to work for y'all. I'm not part of this.
I met him one time.
Right. What's your name again? Rick Lawson.
Well, Rick, you know, you don't get along with everybody. You know?
No, you don't. You don't.
Is this guy's truck
23 years?
Is this guy's truck a little close to this?
Yes, it
steam
is.
stack?
Yes, it is.
I
hope his window ain't open. He's gonna get a little dust in it. I'll tell you that.
I think he thought he was safe, but y'all, it gets pretty close to this truck right here.
No, it doesn't. It's on the other side of those trees.
No, it falls through the trees.
Does it?
Look, yes.
All right, he is.
He is a little closer.
Okay, you're right. He is too close.
Look, he's okay, but boy, he's just over the line.
Yeah. My goodness.
Wow. Seen her?
Wow. Hey. Okay.
They're bringing it down.
Yeah. All right. So Adler also
still just amazing to me how they can do that.
Also in 16. Now I know that surely Bubba and you will be jazzed about this. Behind the scenes of a huge drone show. Now what is this?
Yeah, this just shows these Asian guys.
There's no need.
Why
did it say
Skinwalker Ranch?
Why can't they just?
Did you hear that price tag Travis put on them things?
Yes.
Adler, why don't you just say some guys are doing a drone show?
Well, it's
Rick,
subtitled.
you look at
but
that picture?
It's not subtitled in English.
I got you, but probably the picture
this
would have told me.
Guy's clearly Asian, right? Thank you, Greg.
Oh, hey,
Just stop.
Hey.
All right, so
This is why people scowl when you bring your name up.
look how many just cases and cases of drones they have, y'all.
Bubba, do you want that?
Bubba's in for the music.
Look at the drones.
Gangnam
That's a lot of
Style.
Are those the ones that dance and do everything?
Yes.
Of course it is, Greg. Why would you have that many? Bubba.
There they
Wow.
Bubba. That is awesome.
Oh, Bubs
And
is
they're
in.
off.
Now
K-pop.
that's cool.
Ready? It's a dragon.
Would you go to a drone show?
Y'all, oh, yeah.
Oh, like that I would.
I'm sorry. I'm impressed.
It's impressive.
That's
very
terrifying.
impressive.
I'd like to see. Maybe everybody's mad about Stone Mountain in
How
Georgia.
does
Maybe
that
we can do a
happen?
drone show there.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
The amount of computing.
Maybe the drones can come out and be the Union and actually defeat the Confederate guys that are on the
That
rock.
would be great.
Right.
That would be
Take him
good,
prisoner.
Greg.
Yeah.
What
Rick,
if
that
you
right there is ridiculous.
What if you didn't know they were drones and you were just driving down the road and you looked like a dragon?
I'd be
flying around?
terrified.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'd say? I warned Bubba
Look at
about
that
the
right
Skinwalker
there.
Ranch
Check
thing.
that out.
Look at that.
Like Godzilla.
Bubba, after
How did they get that?
How do they do that, Bubba? Seriously, I mean,
They got a bunch of
I
little
know.
dots, and they just tell it where to be, you know, and
Yeah,
it's
but that's a
based
lot
off
of dots.
GPS.
Gosh, I would take a pen and get on paper, and then
Look at
about 30 minutes later, I'd still never written anything.
Well, you start small and work your way up.
Start
Look
with
at
one
that.
drone. Yeah, start flying.
that
around.
fish tank.
Start with 3.
Is that
and
Santa?
And your first trick is to
that's
make a
not.
line.
It's a dragon.
Oh, okay. What is that?
That's
an
some
evil
kind of
dictator.
dictator. Yeah.
Well, sure was.
You gotta be sure what country you're doing this in.
Well, that's true.
Hey.
Dragon is.
I promise you, Trump would let you do one with his.
You may see one
One
for
of
us
his
over
hair.
with.
One of his hair.
What about the dragon?
Oh, that'd be great.
The dragons, that kind of weirds you out a little bit.
Well, yeah, Bubba.
I wish I had one.
No, you don't want that.
Oh, I'd fly around in it.
Oh, Game of Thrones style. Nice.
I'd get to Huntsville in 20 minutes.
So these shows like this, I mean, it's incredible what they can do, and but it's a lot of working, a lot of timing, and apparently, according to Travis, a lot of money. Bubba, did anything weird happen to you over the weekend after spending time with Dr. Travis Taylor again?
Rick, so far everything is fine.
Okay.
Look, I monitored him with every known thing we could do. We monitored him for RF, for radiation, for magnetism. I mean, I don't know what else we can do. That's all we know to do in this dimension of time and space.
I'm going to tell you something. I don't want you to blame me when a old Indian walks onto your pier, okay? And you come out there and you're sitting in a pontoon boat.
I
don't want you to even look my way.
I've not had a problem with ghost Indians, Rick. Historically,
does any of this stuff? What gets me about Dr. Taylor, it doesn't seem to bother him. I mean, there's so many things he's seen that that I thought,
Rick, the Indian visiting would do that
that's
for
it.
me.
I'm out. I'm gone.
I don't need nothing else.
That's where I've got my backpack, and they say, "Where are you going?" I'm out.
I keep dreaming about this Indian. I'm out of here.
And all that starts up again tomorrow night.
Yeah, it is.
So
Tomorrow night.
the timing was really good on
I
that.
know.
Fifth season, by the way.
Yeah. So we'll be back. I didn't like some of the things he suggested either, but it's going to happen.
Well, if you were listening real close, I think he suggests that they find an animal that was thought to be extinct. Did I hear that right? That's what I took
That's
from
what
it.
I heard.
Yeah, you heard that right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We took care of the vets, 91% approval rating. They've never had that before. The vets have given us, the VA, the vets have given us an approval rating like has never been before. We took care of our vets and our beautiful vets. They were very badly treated before we came along. And as you know, we get them great service and we pick up the bill and they can go out and they can see a doctor if they have to wait long periods of time. We got it so that we can sadly get rid of people that don't treat our vets properly. We didn't have any of those rights before when I came on, so our vets are happy, our people are happy, our military is thrilled. We also got tax cuts, the largest tax cut and reform in the history of our country by far. I hope they don't raise your taxes. But if they do, I told you so. And if you look at the regulations, which I consider the regulation cuts to be maybe even more important, that's why we have such good and have had such good job numbers. The job numbers have been absolutely incredible. When we started, had we not been hit by the pandemic, we would have had numbers that would never have been seen. Already our numbers are the best ever. If you look at what happened until February a year ago, our numbers were at a level that nobody had ever seen before. And even now, we really built it twice. We got hit. Nobody blames us for that. The whole world got hit, and then we built it again. And now the stock market is actually substantially higher than it was at its higher point prior to the pandemic. So it's really, you could say we built it twice. And you're going to see incredible numbers start coming in if everything is sort of left alone. Be careful. Very complex. Be careful. But you're going to see some incredible things happening. And remember us when you see these things happening, if you would. Remember us, because I'm looking at elements of our economy that are set to be a rocket ship up. It's a rocket ship up. We have the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest economy in the world. And as bad as the pandemic was, we were hit so hard, just like the entire world was hit so hard. Places that thought they got away with it didn't get away with it. They're suffering right now. We did something that is really considered a medical miracle. They're calling it a miracle, and that was the vaccine. We got the vaccine developed in 9 months instead of 9 years or 5 years or 10 years or a long time. It was supposed to take a long time, many, many years to develop a vaccine. We have 2 out. We have another one coming almost immediately. And it really is a great achievement. So you should start to see really good numbers over the next few months. I think you're going to see those numbers really skyrocket downward. And I can only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to.
So there's the president. He's saying, going over the things we're already sitting here talking about. And we are seeing the numbers going down. We had 2 good COVID reports 2 days in a row, which I think is great news. And hopefully that will continue. So he's just going back over the things that were accomplished, which is kind of what we're talking about now. And is saying that, by all appearances, as far as he is concerned, he is exiting, and we're having the transition of power today. Your phone calls coming in to what were the things that the Trump administration accomplished that you think were the ones that we should be so thankful for? Here is a caller out of Alabama, said he's the father of a Navy SEAL. Go ahead.
Hey. It's been an interesting 4 years, and from our vantage point, President Trump's influence on our military, I think, has been very positive. There's certainly been ups and downs, but it sure has been comforting. We're in skirmishes and issues and the things that my son has to deal with in his job.
Yep.
He calls it just going to work. And they're a very humble crew, but they are a very select crew. And they felt very comfortable.
Hello, 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being here today. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the hour is over. So this was sent to me. The source is 1819 News out of Alabama. We've had talked to Brian on the show and been on their podcast and all this. So they're a news source out of Alabama, and they're kind of like syndicated across the state. So I'm, I think Brad Ryan still lives in Springville, Alabama, right? So I'm pretty sure. Are y'all familiar with Springville, Alabama Mayor Dave Thomas? Not the Wendy's guy.
That's hard to say. Mm-hmm. Does he do hamburgers?
Let me be clear. I'm not familiar with this at all. It's apparently this story, and like I say, I'll credit Erica Thomas wrote the story with 1819 News. Okay, so this is just a news story that has been sent to us from them. Okay.
And, you know what happened?
Yeah, well, yeah, and it says that he has property in unincorporated St. Clair County. That's the county where this town is. And apparently, I don't know what this term means. Adam, we may need you for this. What does a 420 event mean?
Marijuana.
It does. Is that what that means?
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why 420? Why we call it 420?
Because isn't it at the time? Adam, you go ahead with that.
I believe it's the police code for it, maybe.
Is it? I don't know. I've never partaken of the wacky weed.
And also Hitler's birthday. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, it's supposed to be like at 4:20 in the afternoon.
I thought some high school students in the 1970s met after school at 4:20.
There's also that. So it's got a lot of good meanings to it.
So apparently, he is the mayor, according to this story. It's the third annual 420 event at his property, and I won't talk about it. Listen to what he says. He says, we're out by the creek. We're as far away from the road as possible. We're out in the woods. He said that the attendees has doubled yearly. I bet it has. And he says he will not be smoking or partaking with the wacky weed, but the people there will, because he is a proponent that we should openly be able to use the product.
Marijuana?
Yeah.
You mean the devil's lettuce?
Yeah, he said...
I'm going to set up a potato chip stand out there.
He says it's not just a campaign thing. I don't think that we should be harassing adults, making adult decisions for themselves on a perfectly natural plant product that requires zero processing. And he said that God had given him the call to educate young people because this is something that God created. I'm paraphrasing there, but that's kind of where he goes. And it says that there are no Twinkies in Springville right now, none.
Not a one.
Yeah,
I keep seeing this 420. It does mean a marijuana event. I don't see it tied to police code or anything.
Did you think
it's the time of the afternoon?
In Alabama it is illegal?
A lot of meanings, Greg.
In Alabama, it is illegal to be in possession of marijuana and drug paraphernalia. Medical marijuana was approved in 2021. But the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission, they still have met some roadblocks. But this doesn't look, it says we're going to have a good time unless somebody comes and shuts us down. This is the mayor. The only people can do that are law enforcement because we're out in the county where there are no ordinances. I don't know what he means by that, but I guess maybe he's found some loophole. I don't. It seems like the county could come get you
it's,
tickets.
yeah, it's, okay. Here are the other.
Is this
theories.
real? Is this real?
Here are the other theories behind 420. Okay, and it coincides to April 20th. That's when a lot of these stoner holidays are.
Okay, stoner holidays.
You have heard some of the most popular rumors that have circled about 420. That it's a police code used to describe marijuana smoking. 420 is also the number of active ingredients in weed.
Right.
It is also Bob Marley's birthday, 420. And it's also a reference to Bob Dylan's song Rainy Day Women, 12 and 35. 12 plus 35, or 12 times 35 equals 420, according to this story. Now, I didn't do the math on that.
Right.
It just appears like there's a lot of rumors and no one really knows.
Well, the mayor says he is not trying to act silly. He thinks this is an open conversation that we all need to have. He said he did was recently awarded coolest mayor ever.
Now, what group was that?
No, I'm just kidding. I just figured with the stoners. But you know,
widespread panic will be performing.
Yeah, widespread panic is a lock. This is a very odd story. I did not expect, of all states, in our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama, in a small town where many people will say, this is the way America used to be. Go back to small town America. That's where there's good. I don't remember the way America used to be, that our mayor held a pot fest. I don't remember that at all.
No. We used to have a big 4th of July celebration.
That never happened in my town.
Freedom Festival?
That never happened. As a matter of fact, the old codgers were not real fond of potheads.
They also say the term is now being used in dating sites, where if a person says 420 friendly at the end of their bio, it just means that they are tolerant and may even smoke marijuana on occasion.
So they'll twist one of them good ones. And if you want to twist one,
Mary
even if they
Jane.
don't, they're good ones.
Right. Mary Jane.
Are you aware of this
the
mayor?
long leaf hole.
Are you aware of this mayor? And are you aware that
Chief.
Are you aware this is the third annual
Dubage.
420 event hosted by the mayor?
The third annual.
Out at his place. I mean, do you hear this? Do you hear what I'm saying?
I found the flyer. For it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm going to show it, but
Really?
I'll show it small to y'all. Music starts at 2.
Okay.
Tickets are $20 a piece, and it's all primitive camping only. Primitive camping only. So
no RVs.
No glamping?
But the Alabama Cannabis Coalition.
Okay.
Oh, it's a dog-friendly event, too. So
You know what? I have not heard from Jenkins in a while. I bet he's there.
Going.
Adler, are you going to this?
I think it already happened,
guys.
on
It was
420.
420.
Okay.
Hello.
That was over the weekend.
Did you take Ruby to it or anything?
That's why I couldn't. That's why I wasn't here at work on 420.
Yeah, that was Saturday, right? So
was
how did the
Saturday.
event go?
Oh, it was Saturday. Okay.
How did it go?
It was great. No, actually, I actually
No
had,
judgment zone, man.
I had the kids to myself this weekend. Actually,
Well, then
So they enjoy it.
Aaron was out of town. No, I went to a birthday party and
Watch out.
at a cheer gymnasium.
Oh no.
And I actually went to the Barons game with my kids as well. So it was great.
Wow. Did any of us ever think that a mayor would be a proponent of the devil's lettuce in Springville, Alabama?
You'd think he'd be a proponent of tomato plants.
Well,
So he ran for governor as well, I guess. Did y'all say that already?
no, I didn't know that. I'm not surprised by that.
Springville Mayor Dave Thomas ran for governor, but he was not successful.
Yeah, those of you around the country,
Beat K. Ivy.
am I remembering Springville wrong? I mean, those of you around the country, you don't understand. This would be the little town that's beautiful. You would be like,
call my buddy.
this is the way America used to be right here. And then somebody
Yeah, I
says,
mean,
you know, the mayor has a pot fest. Are you kidding me?
Got a beautiful
third annual.
Got a beautiful mountain there, Chandler Mountain. It's a big plateau on
I
top.
need to call Drew Goolsby and ask him. Let's see here, Drew. He'll know.
Call my buddy
He'll
Craig.
know.
I'm calling Craig.
Hey, Goolsby will know. Let's see what we got here. What's up with Pot Fest? Question mark.
It's 420 Fest, Speedy, is what it's called. If he's wondering.
Is it? Okay,
yeah.
the Pot
What did you
Fest
say the
on
mayor's
420.
name was?
Dave Thomas.
Dave Thomas.
Okay, this is different.
No affiliation.
I started
For
saying I was
Wendy's.
looking at it. Didn't
Right.
seem to match up here what I was on.
Yeah, I mean,
420.
Yeah, the whole deal with the medical and all that. This doesn't feel that way. This feels like your basic music fest where everyone will just smoke pot freely. I mean, that's kind of how it feels.
I think Jenkins.
I know who's they're claiming they're making a statement, but it feels that way.
I miss O. Jenkins calling there.
I do too.
Well, I'm sure he was at this. He's also at the Raw Milk Festival.
Right.
Yeah. You remember how he was all in a big proponent for raw milk and midwives.
Yeah. And if you're a white chick with dreadlocks, you get in for free, I think.
That's a good one. That is a good one. Unless you've showered, then no.
No.
That dreadlock's a good look, isn't it? It's like a dog's butt after he's got dingles. You ever seen an old hairy dog get
Yeah, we've seen it, Greg. We've seen it.
That's what it looks like. Tell me it don't.
We'll be back.
We're just
Look at
trying to
Fifi.
get out of here.
More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trump, they serve our nation in so many different ways, but I appreciated his support of our military and the things that went on behind the curtain.
Yeah. Commander-in-Chief, you have to give him a high score on that. And like somebody's emailed, and I meant that when I was talking about it, I didn't specifically say it. Anybody last time you ever heard of ISIS? When's the last time you heard anything from ISIS? I mean, has that word even been said? Are those letters? We haven't had much trouble with them. I hope that stays that way. To Tina in Alabama. Tina, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I thoroughly enjoy your show. I'm a fairly highly educated woman, and I teach higher-level math students. And I just wanted to make a comment about my take on why we see the support of President Trump and then those that don't support President Trump. Intelligence is superseding color, gender. It supersedes socioeconomic status. You're born with somewhat the intelligence that you're going to have. You can work hard, but you're born without intelligence. And I see it in my students. And the folks that have supported Trump and have seen what he has done and put aside his personality, we all have personality flaws, but those strong conservative Christians that are highly intelligent supersedes everything else that is in your character. And that's why I see the support of him having been so strong. I'm from the great state of Alabama. I grew up, I can be a redneck, I can be a professional, and those folks that support Trump are those highly intelligent, born with that intelligence, and they can cut away from the character flaws that we all have and continue to show their support. I'm going to miss our president. I thoroughly enjoy your show, and God bless you guys.
Thank you very much. Obviously, she got a timeout. Yeah, I remember. I think it was all my teachers that kept telling me that. You're born with what you got, buddy. We'll work on it.
Mike kept trying to find more.
Yes.
I don't know.
It's the reason why I wore the number 75. I was born a C student. We'll come back. We'll take the rest of your phone calls and wrap up the hour. 15 minutes to the top. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. So we broke away to take some of your phone calls, and we'll continue to do that. We'll take a little break from this, the start of next hour, because we're going to update you on the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge and give you another opportunity. But then after that, we'll get back in discussing some of the ramifications, including things that are supposed to be eradicated by the departure of Trump, and we'll talk about that too. But here was a statement that now the media is going to run with, and that is that he made some comment that we did not have, but some of you watching it may have heard that the quote was, "We will be back." I guess talking about his family, his point of view, his influence in some way, in some form. So I'll just let you hear it straight from the president. So here's what he said.
And I couldn't have done it without you. So just a goodbye. We love you. We will be back in some form. And again, I want to thank our Vice President, Mike Pence, and Karen. I want to thank Congress because we really worked well with Congress.
So there it was. We will be back in some form. And so that watch everybody run with that today.
Yeah.
And we can discuss later after we do the charity charge stuff. We'll come back and revisit what does that likely look like, and then some of the other discussions. Right now, though, we're just letting you talk about the thing.
I don't even think he knows what that looks like right now.
No, he doesn't. All right, to the phones we go. Let's go to Caitlin out of Dothan. Listen to us on News Talk 103.9. Caitlin, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I am thankful for Trump and his administration's support of our law enforcement. The anti-cop rhetoric has really gotten better over the last 4 years, and my husband being in law enforcement, yes, it's a dangerous job, but it is nice knowing that there's not everybody out there that hates cops. So that's nice.
Yeah, that was something to enjoy. And that's one of the things we'll list. Will all that go away now that Trump's administration has gone? Will suddenly police brutality just vanish from the face of the landscape of society?
Well, there'll still be a lot of blaming the old administration. That'll go on for, probably 3.5 of the 4 years.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's go, baby. 35 minutes past the hour. Field of Greens, another email today. Another one. People falling in love with this product. Went on the road this weekend. Left my Field of Greens at home. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Sherry brought her. And we kind of have our own canisters, and I persuaded her could I have one Field of Greens scoop out of there, please? And of course, that she goes with the wild berry. That's her favorite flavor. And there's wild berry, strawberry lemonade, lemon lime. There's the original. That's the one I use. And this is a phenomenal product. And it's really not that complicated when you think about it. Our body is designed to run on fuel. And there's things that we put in our body that are not great fuel, and there's things we put in our body that is the fuel the body's designed to run on. Field of Greens make sure that the fruits and vegetables are scientifically chosen, that they have been proven to help the vital organs operate at maximum capability, and your body will thrive on this fuel. And I'm loving all the emails. I know the impact it's had on my own life and all those that are using it on the show. And if you would like to use it, go ahead and get yours, and we'll get you 15% off your first order. We'll also get you free rush shipping, and you can join all of us that are on Field of Greens by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. I mean, I'm literally excited about you getting started because I love getting these emails going, hey, game changer. Game changer. So get yours now by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bill Maher. Bubba is becoming.
How about old Bill?
We have Stephen A. Smith today saying that he didn't like the way Trump's being treated. Bill Maher is, I will give him credit, he and I would disagree on some very important topics, okay? But as far as Bill Maher understanding the dangers of some of these things that emotionally we feel guilted into pretending on, and us not looking down the road, because Bill Maher, he says, he keeps bringing this up. He said, I thought as liberals that we were supposed to really be about, us having maximum ability to do our thing. And he's going to bring up two topics today. He says, and we're just going to do part of the monologue. He's really, really been talking about this, and he does again. He doubles down, and you hear the crowd almost gasp because he said, I'm just not going to continue to pretend that us having young children transitioning into their different gender other than their biological gender, and the damage of that, and the fact that parents almost seem to be suggesting it and manipulating children. Yeah. He's almost saying it's another form of child abuse. And then secondly, he's going to call on all his fellow liberals saying, we cannot act like this new NPR CEO is a good thing because it's going to come back to haunt all of us. So,
are you okay with him using?
Well, that word's being used right now everywhere. I heard Dennis Prager use that word.
Okay,
because
he uses it a couple of times.
Yeah, well, it's actually a
oh, I got you.
Yeah, but that's what they call themselves now openly. This is not considered a derogatory statement anymore.
I just wanted to make sure.
So here we go. Bill Maher talking, ending his monologue on children being entrapped in gender identity politics. entrapment, that what he's talking about, we've said this, when something as serious as this becomes mod and cool, and then the very few people that do struggle with this, that's been around for a while, but now when something becomes mod and cool and desirable, now you got people weighing into this world that really had no confusion whatsoever. They're being confused.
Yes, it.
Next, Bill Maher is trying to tell his fellow liberals, you shouldn't be celebrating this new CEO for NPR. This is a big deal, and here he goes. I mean, you're only getting one point of view, which is not what NPR was supposed to be designed to do. It was supposed to be take all politics out and let's just talk about all things.
We're going to fund it from the national government because we need that, and we want to step aside from everything else, have a clear voice. But it's just turned into a liberal mouthpiece. It's always been that way, Rick. I mean, we've joked about it. I know. As long as I've known an NPR, I've heard jokes about NPR. One, being boring, and two, being too far to the left.
And the journalist he was talking about, that journalist got removed for giving a different point of view, and he goes, listen to his background. It's not like he's Sean Hannity.
Right.
He just wanted to be a journalist and wanted to report. I'll tell you what it's turned into. My wife was talking about that this weekend because we had got some great gifts from the Chamber of Commerce where we were. And she said, you remember when I worked for the Chamber of Commerce? I said, I do, and for our county. And she said, I came from being a reporter to being at the Chamber of Commerce. And I had a little community show they had her do on TV or whatever. And she said this thing when we had the chemical weapons and we were trying to dispose of them in our county. And she said, this is when I realized the difference, which is this shouldn't be the way NPR is.
Right.
And she said, I went into my boss and I said, I want to interview someone who shares a different point of view than the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, because I know we're supposed to give both points of view. And he goes, no, not here. We only give our point of view. This is the Chamber of Commerce. We have no responsibility to anything other than we have the narrative for us to promote the county. And she goes, oh, I realized then that's different. Well, I don't have any problem with the chamber having that point of view, but I do have a problem with NPR having that point of view.
Yeah. Look, just on the surface, why don't you, if you have 86 journalists, why don't you have 30 of them demo, 30 of them Republican, and a few of them in the middle that really don't care?
Wouldn't it be really something if NPR, because they want to take all the capitalism and the agendas and all that out of it, and
without that capitalism, they wouldn't be funded.
Correct. But wouldn't it be nice if NPR was a place where they gave multiple points of view, and we, the American people, listened to it and decided which ones that we wanted to align with?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
Mm-hmm. I don't see why that is so complicated for them.
We'll be back. We'll take your phone calls to wrap up the hour and anything we may have missed. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All 10 lines are available, and we will chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We start this hour with the national anthem.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and those freshly sworn in to be new listeners, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Somebody hit the harmonica, Bubba.
How about you there, Rick?
Well, I know you and I have started this hour, and Bubba and I are we're emotional. We're upset.
Can't believe some of the things I'm seeing.
Our anger is righteous. I can't believe.
I tell you, our media in this country, and I can't even hardly call them that anymore. What a joke! Serious. What a joke!
Oh, well, you can't even. You can't even have a media.
I saw some of the marshmallow questions they were asking at the first press conference yesterday, and I thought, you got to be kidding me! This is what we've had after the screaming fits y'all have thrown at the Trump administration. Rick, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was some kind of parody.
Well, let me tell you what happened. All of us in here have raised children, okay? And does anybody remember the toddler baby years? Do you remember when they would just scream and pitch a fit, and sometimes they would just be shook up and just say, "Mama, Daddy, you wouldn't believe how heartbroken I am." And if that was something that, they didn't do that was bad, but I mean, they just were so upset about something, and you'd reach over there and get like a sucker. Mm-hmm. And they would be like, you would think you cannot console them. You think this child may never be okay again. They can barely breathe. And all of a sudden, you pull that sucker. All of a sudden, their face still has tears on it. They go, and they just stop. Yeah. And they just take it, and they're like, I'm good now. Mm-hmm. And that's what you saw. I mean, Bubba, that's what you were experiencing. They all got the sucker. They're like, this is what we wanted. We pitched our fit, and we got and we got our way.
There's just it's like the stories today are so all over the road. Yeah, so many bizarro things are going on. It's really hard to keep up with it all, and it's all over the political spectrum too. The conspiracy people.
Oh boy,
y'all. I know you. We got one email. Someone has finally said, "I give up."
We have one that emailed us and said, "Guys, I'm just sorry for the way I behaved.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I was caught up in it, and I was wrong, and I'm back focused on where I need to be."
Listen, I've still got people sending me communications.
Don't do this. Don't do
Rick,
this.
It was up. I mean, Biden is walking up there to put his hand on the whatever he gets sworn in on, and they're still saying any minute it's going to happen. And then even after I communicated back, I said, well, it's over. Mm-hmm. It's over. Did you see the way the troops were standing when the motorcade?
But don't say these things.
They had their back to him. Well, yeah, they're not there to watch the parade. They're guarding. Right. That's what guards do. They look out. They're not there to wave at Biden when he went by.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm like,
you have to protect when you're staring at the person.
Y'all, you are losing your mind. Okay, you need to look. I had a reset to some degree during the COVID time because I was down and I started thinking.
What's wrong with me?
I started looking logically at what I was thinking and why I was thinking it and going, wait a minute, there's some problems here. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying everything is kosher. Don't get me wrong.
No.
Please don't start that again. Okay. I mean, really, it's like it's like you remember the bumper cars at Six Flags? Mm-hmm. How you get in, you just wear anybody out you could T-bone.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all on the same team here. Okay.
Right.
People, come on. Hey, come on. We do a little better than this.
I've said it before.
You're better than this.
We're not. You're not allowed anymore, which I think we do a pretty good job of. And sometimes if we're wrong, we'll come out and say, "Hey, we were wrong about that." I mean, I think we have went all in on the things that had merit. That we said, "Hey, man, this is concerning. This is awful. Hey, we can tell you right now what they're doing." But then over here to go, well, undoubtedly that didn't pan out, or maybe there wasn't anything to that, and try to be balanced about it. But it doesn't change the way we see the world principally. But I mean, I think, I'll have fun today when we come back pointing out the hypocrisy of what's going on right now, because that's plain to see. Here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Here come the phone calls on the Patriot Mobile phone show. Make your phone money matter. Switch now to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. She said, don't call us, child. We'll call you. So here we go. No meaningless shout-outs today. No shameless plugs on the old phone tro. Those are only allowed if you can get in on a normal phone segment. What this is designed for is to get a lot of folks on, making comments, asking questions, and kicking around things that we can discuss, creating a segment. So, think to yourself, if you're calling the phone show, if I were listening and I heard myself, would I be informed? Would I be entertained? Or would I go, that might find myself annoyed? And we are trying to teach America it was back in the past, Bubba. We all had the ability to some degree to cull oneself. We've lost that. But Bubba and I are working, and all the team here, to see if we can't get back to that to some level. So 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we got the buzzer standing by ready to go. Let's start with James out of the free state of Florida. James, go ahead.
About it.
Yeah, guys, I was wondering if you saw the video of Trump visiting Harlem, which is the home district of the guy prosecuting him on this hush money trial.
We did. Yeah, we did see that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you talked about it, but I was just, I wanted to bring that up.
You talking about everybody chanting how much they love Trump?
Yeah, in Harlem.
Yeah, that's it. Not going to change anything, though. The left is going to do everything they can, apparently, to not let America have a choice whether they want him or not. And did you say something else is going on? It's gotten squirrely again in this thing, or what were you saying?
Well, there was some opening arguments this morning, and the judges made some rulings about what can be in as evidence and what can't.
Yeah.
Some of it's just very bizarre. I mean, like the now famous Hollywood, what was it, Insider Hollywood tape?
Mm-hmm.
The transcript can be read, but the video not seen because that could be prejudice. I don't understand. I mean, why is is that evidence in this case or not? Because I know usually when you see these cases, they make you stay with the evidence of that case. In other words, you could have a guy who's killed 12 people.
Yeah.
But all they won't talk about is this murder, not the fact he's killed 12 other people.
Right. That's about as clear as mud, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy in Sweet Home, Alabama. Lines are available right now. The real Greg Burgess standing by if you want to get in. Jimmy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, you guys got a couple of impersonations that I really like, and I am requesting that I'd like to hear Kevin Derryberry tell Charles Barkley how much he loves Jesus.
Okay, all right, so do you he didn't say, does he want Barkley to be done by the man with 1,000 voices?
No, I would think you probably.
Yeah, well, I mean, a horse man of 1,000 voices may just be the best ever.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
But it'd be something like this. It would probably go, well, Charles, I love you. I love seeing you play basketball, but I love Jesus more.
Have you seen the Rick and Bubba? They talk about, gosh, what did I go to? That's terrible. Where's Bubba? There it is. Okay.
Find it.
I had to go find it. That's terrible. I don't, Jesus, it's, people got to have their own decisions in loving. You need to love Charles Barkley as much as you love Jesus.
Well, I can't say that, Charles. I think, it never rained on my golf turf. I hope you knew that because Jesus loves us too.
Do you have any fat women there from San Antonio? All right, man of 1,000 voices has to try Barkley one time.
I love you, kid.
It's an underwater.
Charles, you sure don't sound funny.
I'll tell you what, you're going to come out of the regions.
That's so bad.
Speedy, did you just did you give your all to the Stallions?
Yeah. I screamed for 2 hours.
I mean,
I screamed for 2 hours.
Do you think they were with you? I mean, did you feel like the audience?
How many
was with
times you screamed "Giddy up"?
Yeah, a lot.
That's good.
That and Buckham.
So did
what? What?
That's the signs they have.
Well, you can't because with a stallion, I mean, it's tough to tame one. I mean, you got to get up and buck.
You'll just read anything, won't you?
Wow.
I mean, just a verbatim.
Well, you got to book them.
Yeah, right. But I'm talking about did you, because you've done UAB, you've done the Birmingham Bowl game, you've done the Titans.
I know.
What was it about this one that your voice got burned out on?
I don't know.
Did you think it's because it was new ground? He never had these fans?
I think the delay. I think he got warmed up and then he went cold and had to go back and
I think
the stop and starting.
That might be something because I haven't done anything since January at the Birmingham Bowl, and Stallion fans, they're just different. They're rowdier.
They're more rowdy. Okay.
Oh yeah, they're louder. I mean, they bring it. Here's the Horsemen's Club.
Yeah, I saw your picture over by the Horsemen's Club.
Yeah. This section here, they love them some Stallions.
And I saw you get your picture made with one of America's most famous sports journalists, Chris Wood.
Yes.
Is he Wood or Woods?
Was
Is
that
he
this
S
weekend?
or singular?
Chris Wood.
Wood. Okay.
I could not believe what I was walking in. He goes, "Hey, Speedy," and I turned around and there he was.
Yeah. I saw
like,
that.
Hey, buddy.
Was he running security again?
He was. Yeah. Pretty big spot too. Who comes in and off the field? I mean, he was in charge.
Oh,
of
they
that.
got him in a big spot.
But yeah, I don't know. I apologize for this. I have no idea. I knew my voice was tired Saturday night, but I woke up Sunday and here I am.
Rooster is out of Springville, Alabama. Rooster, did you go to 420?
Oh.
No, sir, I didn't make it. My parents showed me that article yesterday afternoon eating lunch. But the area where his property is called Sodom, and the road on which it is located is Beulah Circle. I thought that was interesting. guys might like that.
Can't hear you as good as I wanted, but I think you said the road that it's on is called Sodom.
I think we're being protected.
The area is called Sodom, and the road name is Beulah Circle.
Okay. That's the part I didn't get. Beulah Circle. Beulah land. So
I don't know.
I just didn't see this story being part of our day. Did you?
No, I really didn't.
Did you see video 6? Did you see Gavin Newsom trying to be sharp, trying to vilify Alabama?
Oh, yeah.
With all this about, like the Constitution calls for, the states have the right to do this.
If I was Gavin Newsom, I'd take care of that mess called California.
Well, I was about to say,
don't worry about us. We're all right.
Here he is, as they always do, trying to look down their nose at Alabama when all of us would rather live in Alabama than the current state of California. So here we go.
It's a lady being.
Yeah.
We're almost there. You're going to make it.
Trump Republicans want to criminalize young Alabama women who travel for reproductive care.
Miss, I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle, take a pregnancy test.
Stop them by taking action at righttotravel.org.
See the road.
The Campaign for Democracy group is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Well, you are to be embarrassed. I mean, what an embarrassing.
Come on.
But you see,
man.
this is just more the fake world. This is the fake world we live in. Now, somebody, I promise you, in California, will go to work and say, "Did you see what they're doing in Alabama?"
Yeah.
Yep.
They pulling girls over and make them take tests.
Golly.
And
we're too busy stopping speeders for that, Rick.
But I'm with you. If I was Gavin Newsom, I wouldn't make fun of any state.
No, that's the thing. They don't ever see how ridiculous their situation is.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.